There we go. We are casting today. Actually hosting because they wouldn't let me play in this tournament. They can't let me. They can't stop me. They can't let me qualify twice. Because we won yesterday, we already qualified for playoffs, and we're going to see who our opponent is. This is a learning experience. Oh! Okay, I was going to cast another game, but this is a peak matchup. Nah, I can't. I can't. We got Marbon versus Ashraf. Hey, Jew. Beta Bug. How we doing? Alright, they're just doing their bans right now. But we actually just watch ads for you. There shouldn't have been ads, so. Change title, that's probably smart. I do neglect Twitch. Or actually, isn't the YouTube title right? I mean, that's what I set it to. We're hosting it. You're waiting for your second round? Maybe I'll cast it. Blushy. Depends how long this match takes. Alright, Ghost Red Yellow from Marbon. But Twitch title needs a change. Alright. This music ain't hidden. Give me the flush 5. Alright, Ghost White. Oh, actual peak Balatro gameplay. We're going to be seeing Nan Infruns. I want Cryptid with the Perkeo. Hey, JVS. Zekro. Naninf incoming. Alright, I think we're starting. Maybe I need to shrink down a little bit. We'll see what I'm blocking. Nah, we're good. We're just gonna be missing a tiny bit of info. Let's do this. Marbon goes for the full house. I'm a strong believer that the full house is always bait because you can get easily punished going for it, whereas going for a flush, you're always getting closer to your goal, and even if you draw that 3 of a kind, it's usually not worth it to continue for the flush. But we see both them go for it, but Ashraf actually gets it one hand sooner with slightly better discards. Gambling, I mean, that's an easy hex for me. There is also to-do list, but oh, Ashraf passes on gambling. Gambling is too good of a joker to pass up. It's too good. To-do list, nah, I can't believe. Oh, selling for both of them, I can also respect that. That is best of both worlds, but for me personally, I just go hex gambling, go next. And we'll see. I highly doubt we're going to see a 4 of a kind. And honestly, with some bad gambling hits, Marbon might just die to the blind completely without this Jimbo that Ashraf picked up. They're going to need a gambling hit or a full house draw. And they get it. They're safe. No hits from to-do list. There is another econ joker, actually 2 more. Chaos and Faceless is going to be a pretty strong start to econ here. But because Ashraf opened the Buffoon pack, they're going to be slightly ahead in joker queue in this shop. Marbon's still passing on the money. To-do list on flushes is pretty nice when they just need to play flushes to get out. Kind of hoping gambling doesn't hit on this hand. Oh, and it does. That's where you get punished for gambling, I'll be honest. When you don't have a scoring joker, so you know you can get out in one hand, you have to play a scoring hand early, and if that scoring hand is ×4, you're just going to miss out on a lot of money-making opportunity. But the amount of econ, like we're seeing so many rerolls from Marbon just starting ante 2 because of how many reroll or econ jokers there are. This is the last chance to get into the playoffs. So Marbon needs to lock in for this tournament. I need to beat him in the playoffs. Yeah, we're seeing Ashraf in a bit of a worse econ situation than Marbon, and that's just the $10 from gambling. Even though the expected value per round, actually it's $10 expected value per round. Gambling, you always have to take gambling. Plus you're gonna lock in, I believe. I want to cast your game. Hopefully it lines up. I'm sad that I'm missing CJ versus Vagabond. They were against each other in the PA tournament. Two brothers pitted against each other. Supernova is a solid pickup here because you have so much econ to greed for. You want to make sure you can actually live. And does another pair get out? Can you greed even more here? 4 mult on a pair, 260 with the stone card. It will. That's going to be a lot of econ there. Marbon calcing to make sure the gambling hits won't win it for them. Strong temperance to just even further elevate that econ grind. Talisman in shop. I would personally put the talisman on a queen and death it. Just the snowballing from having an early talisman, the second you get re-triggers, and if you put that on a lucky card as well, the EV for that card is like $4, and with a re-trigger or with any oops, the amount of times you're going to be playing that is going to add up throughout the match. Card sharp is interesting here. There's a lot of value to give up. Marbon sells faceless. Faceless is very strong, but in multiplayer you always want to be playing your face cards. So it's kind of an annoying card to work around. Eight-ball pickup on Ashraf. Did Marbon see that? Oh, Marbon making a crucial mistake, seeing bean twice and passing on it with the mime. I mean, you don't have gold cards, but come on, you can find your hands. That's a mythical bean pull there. It shows up twice in a row. See, what Ashraf is going to do, they're going to be smart enough to take the bean, they're going to re-roll and find just a dusk because it's going to uncommon block for them. Oh, talisman not on the lucky, making a worse death target. I think they might have realized their mistake there, but that's -2 lucky cards, unfortunately, and going for kings instead of queens. With the mime in the seed, that could be something that matters. Card sharp, very interesting. I'm curious what they're playing here. We're gonna see more base malt from Ashraf, but a very big lack in ships. Could just see a lot of pair spamming, and I think even though Marbon is lacking Malt, I think the 50 chips, if both players do pair spam, is gonna be more. Yeah, they're both just making so much money in this seed. I believe with those beans showing up, Marbon is ahead on rerolls as well as decon, so they're in a better situation, and I have to think that's Let's Go Gambling there, because we're seeing Ashraf still having this Chaos the Clown and Faceless. I mean, if they want to throw this round, because they can see that Marbon is going to have the better scoring, they're going to be out with a lot of money, but the problem is it's not much of an advantage when your opponent is also in such a strong situation. Playing the Malt Queens instead of the Lucky Kings for the higher scoring. There is the Flush House as well. I believe the pair might be better here. Plus it's $4. But it's likely we're just going to see Marbon take this PvP. Marbon is going to have to play. Plays the Flush House for as much scoring as possible. Does lose out on some money from that. With this, I think with the lucky hit, Ashraf could take this PvP, especially... Oh, if they had the Mime with that steel card, it could have gone far as well. Need the lucky hit there. And there's the Mime that we saw quite a while ago on Marbon's stream. Midas Mask. See, now you're getting punished for passing Bean. This is deserved punishment. And are we going to see Ashraf make the same mistake? Bean over a Chaos the Clown with the Mime. Come on. You know you want to. Oh, and it makes Faceless so easy. It makes Faceless so easy. Anyone know who won PA? I did check. I didn't recognize the player. I'm not sure who it was. Come on. You know you want to. Okay, they're going to pass on this bean. They're going to reroll, see another bean, and regret passing on it. They're debating. Oh, so smart. Okay, it gets them ahead in the uncommon queue, taking that bean. Otherwise, they would have seen another bean next reroll. But if they keep this bean up until they see the Rift or the Midas Mask, I don't know how many rerolls deeper it is, so maybe it's not going to pay off here, but... Oh, Blueprint over on Marbon's side, as well as Photograph and the Family. Definitely some strong scoring deeper in the rerolls. And that Blueprint, just having a copyable Econ Joker is gonna add up, especially with the now $20 expected value every round. Both players are just farming whatever greed they can get. Marbon wants to make sure they can get out, but still play every single hand for the money from Let's Go Gambling, which is definitely paying off. Don't get the purple seal. Plays the 5 of a kind, and if they're quick enough, they can copy the Mime here. Now, Ashraf, I believe, is up as Steel King, so if this Baron shows up, they could be in a pretty solid spot. But Marbon having such a high econ lead. There is the Midas Mask right after the bean, because they're in the uncommon queue, ahead in the uncommon queue because they took the bean earlier. They're going to see the uncommon Midas Mask earlier, and they get another chance to see Let's Go Gambling. That's going to even out the queue difference. But the Midas Mask, Mime, Bean is going to be a lot of money. And an Ankh on Marbon, I imagine that's going to be a very tough Ankh to use, but if you do see something like a Sock or a Dusk or an Idol, you're probably going to want to copy that blueprint, especially with the early life lead on Ashraf. You had a dream about a Marbon comeback? I mean, they're doing pretty good this game. There is golden ticket here after the Midas Mask. Is Ashraf going to be able to live if they sell? I mean, I guess they have very little scoring to begin with. They might need... I guess those Empress cards are what we're going to need. Selling the Ankh for the Emperor. Not going to want to lose that consumable slot. Also, golden ticket after the Mime. I guess they didn't get much Midas Mask value. They take the golden ticket. I think you have to. With a blueprint and a Chad, the money from that is going to skyrocket. And I think we're going to see Ashraf get more of this Midas Mask value, though they are going to lose the scoring. But with these gambling hits, they seem to be able to make it out of the blind still. Yeah, Marbon mad that they got rid of Midas Mask too soon, because this can be a very econ heavy seed, and we can definitely see Ashraf catch up if they continue to make these face cards lucky or golden, as well as the Cavendish. I wasn't aware they took the Gross Michael, but it definitely got broken early. But compared to the family, it's going to be a difficult to catch up in this PvP. 3x on a flush gets you out there, as well as another gambling hit. I think we're seeing all the hits that Marbon got before. There's the photograph. I think they're okay to sell Midas Mask with how much they've seen from it. But if they do greet it, they will be rewarded. But I believe there's only a couple face cards in there. Also, taking every purple seal they see, I think all of these card packs they've opened is quite crazy. How many purple seals are in these packs? Yeah, Midas Mask can go. And if we see this golden ticket or blueprint here, they might have a chance with the Cavendish. But without the Chad, it's going to be very hard to win this PvP, and they're going to be down to 2 lives. There's the family. I believe that selling gambling would be a good call, because in the PvP, it's much less value, because it's also going to be giving your opponent those hits, and it's not giving you a lead on econ. It's kind of just helping everyone out, which when you're behind is sometimes a good thing. Yeah, with Marbon being built into Queens, they should have no problem drawing the 4 of a kind. And then with the photo Chad on the Empress, it's just going to be scoring. I think we're seeing Ashraf just go mostly econ here. If they can force a hand out of Marbon and see where they're at, it could be very useful. Draws the ace, so it's a little hurtful to greed the $16 here, but I think you spend $16 on a... Doesn't do it. Okay, yeah. -1 card deeper in your deck, but I think you gotta do that. You not playing today? No, I already qualified. I thought I was playing today. I was planning to stream the tournament, but after I realized I couldn't play, I decided, why not see who we're up against. Ashraf, that's going to be a very expensive hand to play. Each of those cards is $6. That's $30 to spend, but it does force Marbon to play, but they were going to play regardless. It just doesn't cost anything, and they are still able to copy the Chad. With the golden ticket, Marbon just made more money there and still had more scoring. There's the blueprint. Unfortunate. It is a tough call what to sell here, because you obviously can't sell Bean. And being able to copy the mime would be a lot of money, but knowing the tickets ahead, you obviously would sell the mime. And we're going to see maybe a Chad in here, yeah. So this Cavendish kind of getting in the way of some good decisions. I think you have to sell Cavendish or the family here. The Bean, I guess you could say it could go, but you would have to be insane to do that. Okay, so now we're rooting for Marbon, even though they didn't even take the Bean. So I guess both players should lose now. Wow, the Spectrals later in the seed are very strong. Cryptid as well as a medium. Purple Jacks, a strategy I love to see. Just with games where photo chat is the best thing to offer, 8x, and when you're built into Purple Jacks, you can easily hit the road up to that 4x range, which is going to matter. There's the Ankh. Also takes in, considers it. At minimum, it's a spectral block. And if you do see a strong joker, it will matter. I think they are going to copy the ticket. And we're going to see Ashraf probably catch up on Econ. Though Marbon has been able to make quite a few more gold cards, especially using that cryptid on the blue seal. It's going to add up. Though Ashraf is starting with more gold cards from the beginning. Yeah, it's mostly just min-maxing every dollar you can get per round. You just don't want to win with the photo chat setup. But you do still need to make it out, which I believe with any 5-card hand, copying photo will. We're going to want to make sure to put the Jack second there. Might play it safe and get out this hand. Or if they could make it real close, which I believe copying the hanging Chad here and making it close might work. Not putting the face cards first. That's a good amount of lost money. Only $4 because they're not copying that, and they are realizing their mistake. Ancient and Trib. Okay, I tuned up from Marbon for a sec. Ancient and Tribulate. This is definitely a strong seed. I mean, that's what you get with White Stake Ghost deck. That is crazy, and we're gonna see Ashraf run into these, but they're still just so behind and just now getting this cryptid. And Marbon, their early econ just has snowballed so much. We don't see the soul yet, meaning Ashraf may have passed on an Arcana previously and is behind in the queue. Uses the cryptid on a non-gold king. I'm not sure I can get behind that play with blueprint and the golden ticket. Alright, the soul should be in this Arcana pack. It might make some decisions difficult. Midas Mask come back. Lucky, thank you for the sub. 2 months, I appreciate it. There's the soul card. We know this is a trib. I think selling the family is very smart here. Almost uses the death. That would be a very nice card to death. If you had held the cryptid, you would be definitely in a better position. But copying just gold seals does put you in a good position to sell ticket, which you're likely going to need to if they do get down to 1 life in this next PvP. Yeah, it makes it a lot harder to min-max every dollar having 2 scoring jokers on every card. Marbon pivoting away from the ticket because they are going to want to start doing those wild queens. With the gold seals, you're not going to fall too far behind on econ doing this, but it definitely is a hit to sell this ticket. And I think making sure you have a flush 5 of wild queens, or if you find any glass in the future, having this DNA can be very strong. We are spectating. I already made the playoffs. There's the Baron for the mime. Marbon finds it. I think in a trip seed you can never regret selling a mime. No Dusk or Sock yet though, so we're not getting too crazy with the scores. What is the deck size over for Marbon? I'm very curious. 59 cards for both players. That's why they were hesitant on the DNA, because these decks are just going to keep growing and it's going to be harder to find the cards you want. Sigil for the flush 5 could be an interesting play. But they don't go for it. There's the DNA. So Ashraf not too far behind on econ anymore, though if they sell this ticket, they are just going to be behind. Where was that Ancient Joker? It must be in this card pack, because Ancient was before DNA. They skipped it? Oh no. Tribulate is a very strong Joker. Oh, they might sell. You know what? Keeping the ticket could lead to a catch up with a Dusk or Sock, but you only have 2 more lives to do this catch up, so it's gonna be tough. But getting very deep in the rerolls here. Alright. I think Marbon for sure is going to take this, having the DNA to be able to make those wild queens. And Ashraf not even having the photo at the minimum. But they are going to gain some scoring copying Gold Seal, Gold Kings, having a $7, actually $11 value per play if you're copying that ticket. And I think it's safe to say if you are Ashraf, you are going to lose this PvP, so you just play for your money, though being able to force a hand would be nice. And maybe unlocking that flush 5. $300 million from Marbon. Looking for the gold seals, I believe, or the purples to discard before the round's over, which, yeah, that's a 10x difference from that Ancient. There's more econ. $143 in the shop from Ashraf. Marbon already down to 30, so this definitely isn't over. And while Ashraf is on 1 life, rolling past Bloodstones, there's the Dusk. And the unfortunate thing for Ashraf is, it's not that much deeper. But they're gonna continue to keep the ticket, so if they can find the Sock, it might be their chance. This Dusk with the golden ticket and the chat is gonna be very strong. They're definitely playing for late game. But Marbon is going to find this Dusk before the next PvP, very likely. Especially still having strong econ playing gold seals. Ashraf is on 1 life here. It's going to be a tough comeback, but with this much econ, it could be likely. Marbon also taking an Ectoplasm, which when this dust comes around is gonna matter. I think this DNA is losing value, but with such a large deck, making sure you have a bunch of those wild queens will help. But as we're seeing, it's easy to draw that flush. That flush vibe of wilds. Yeah, with how strong the jokers are, you definitely want to take an ecto. I'm not sure if Ashraf saw that same ectoplasm. I know we've rolled past some, but I believe maybe it was the same one and they were just behind on Spectral Q. Ashraf skipped that one. Yikes. We're gonna need a hope for another one because we have, well, on one life, they are definitely gonna have to make the decision to sell Golden Ticket, but they are gonna make sure to make a lot of money before doing so. Not getting many gold cards in the Dusk Hand is brutal. Still a solid amount. Remembers to move for Chad. And $260 they're gonna at least come into this shop with. $300. Wow. Yeah. It is definitely an econ diff. Marbon gets the oops with the dice. I think when that dust comes around, you're gonna have a difficult decision to make, likely selling the dice. But just having a slot for another scoring joker can be all the difference. We're just gonna need a dusk or something to be in these rerolls for Ashraf. Oops dice does equate to another ancient joker, which Ashraf doesn't even have. They're essentially down another Tribulate right now. So we're gonna need, it's just Brainstorm or Sock, and maybe a Seltzer keeps you alive, fully rolling down, knowing they need one of those things. As well as discarding. I don't know if I would discard a purple gold. I think money is much more important than tarots right now. And we're not seeing them get full value out of all of their hands with this 59 card deck. Just not reliably finding the full hand. There's the Dusk for Marbon. Sells the Chad. Let's see. Is it sell Chad there? That's 4 more triggers for all of your jokers. Or 4 more triggers for Trib. And then 4 more Ancient procs. Versus half of a Bloodstone. With 1 set of re-triggers. I think Bloodstone is supposed to go there, but someone can correct me on that. Alright, we get another hand missing all of your gold cards, which is a small hit to that econ. Not making as much money this round. Not going to be a $300 shop, though definitely not poor. Ashraf's on 1 life here. We just need something in these rerolls. $200 cryptid, not useful without any glass. And just playing queens is easy enough to draw your hand. DNA, not going to help. Ankh. Unless we do a last chance Wraith here. Which, for the ticket, we need a Brainstorm from this Wraith. An Ancient Joker won't cut it, and it's a Campfire, unfortunately. I think we're going to see Marbon take this win here. It just, there's not much you can do here. There's no way Marbon can brick their hand. With Ancient on Hearts, considering luckying the wilds. Also just playing for money here. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a chance here. Cryptid on the steel. That is the one use for that cryptid. And we're shipping our hand the 1.5x from Campfire. These just few extra 1.5x hits are not going to be enough. And Marbon being able to force first play, knowing exactly how much scoring he needs. And right there we see that that is going to be enough. GG. Marbon moves on. Yeah. The econ diff could have paid off, but with both players having such strong econ, it's just not enough. It is, I believe, 100x difference, yes. Alright. What game are we doing next? I guess we could follow Marbon. Yeah, that seed was so much money to deal with. I think Ashraf was a bit too greedy. I think if Marbon pulled the same moves as Ashraf and played for more econ while being ahead on lives, it could have guaranteed it. But I think Ashraf made the right play, oddly enough, continuing to go for money, knowing that they're behind their opponents, and it's kind of your only chance to come back. Hated that seed. It's a strong seed. I don't know what there is to hate about it. A ghost white with a trib. No red seals, which is kind of crazy. Also, Marbon, keep your stream up because I might follow you to the next game because there's no games that have started for a minute. I'd like to see whoever moves on from CJ Vagabond, or we can watch Nightmare versus Frank. That sounds like a good match. Alright, we have a good matchup for next round. How many rounds are you commentating? Hopefully the whole tournament. Because we are going to see who one of our opponents is for the playoffs. Yeah, you're free. You're free to go, Marbon. We are seeing Nightmare versus Frank. Let me do one of these. And then we get that. Alright, this is my first time casting. It'll take a sec to update, but we have new POVs. Yeah, they did the wrong link. And then we'll update this. Nightmare. Nightkeep. Wow, what a name. Frank beat me in PA, so I want the run back against him down the line. All right, so you're rooting for Frank here, but also you want to beat them. Hey, Madion. All right, we got the POVs, I believe. I think, if they hit play. All right, red, ghost, or orange. So we're going to see another fun match. All right. Frank's having a little trouble sharing their screen, but we have Nightmare versus Frank. There we go. All right. We are doing orange deck. One of the new multiplayer decks. Open a Giga standard pack before the match, adding four cards to your deck, and then taking 4 out with the 2 hangmen. Alright. What's in this Giga Standard? Glass Foil 8, Lucky Jack, Blue Seal, and the other Jack is my picks. Takes another Lucky 8, actually. That is also definitely understandable. We're seeing similar picks from Frank. I believe Frank did what my picks would have been. Gets the Lucky Jack for some econ and an easy 1-round win. There's not too much value to gain here other than the Blue Seal. I think, yeah, Nightmare's just making sure they get out in 1. I think you should free up a tarot slot here. Sell the second Hangman for interest. I have not seen this tech. I have not seen it. I don't think I ever value a Hangman less than $2. 54 card decks starting out is just brutal. I can understand if you're on higher stakes or you're not getting out in 1, but if you have $10 coming in for a shop, I think selling that is a little rough. A lot of lag over on Frank's side, so we're gonna mostly focus on Nightmare. That we can at least tell that they both did the same thing. Nightmare is going to be up $2 down a Hangman. Doesn't get out with this hand. Looking to put the gold on the Blue Seal and does draw it. No. Doesn't put the gold on the Blue Seal. Puts it on a Jack instead. Maybe looking for the golden ticket angle. This pair should get out. That's 60 points. Zany Joker being the first bit of scoring this seed. I think having a way to reliably get out the blinds when you're greeting for any value from your deck is smart. Frank puts the gold seal on the blue and gets a 5 of a kind level. That's what you get for taking those 2 jacks. You can reliably draw them with the extra 6 jacks in the deck. And a 5 of a kind level is very strong. We see Nightmare took the Judgment from the Arcana, but Frank passes on the Arcana, takes Conjoined and Zany. If I'm Nightmare, I am crashing out, because I would not want to see my opponent taking that. Frank cooking in slow motion. They're playing quite fast. I mean, not compared to Nightmare, but considering the lag. Do you death the Lucky Jack or the Glass 8? I think it's got to be the Lucky Jack. I think that's going to compound. Or you could consider the Blue Seal. If you do draw that 5 of a kind and death the Blue Seal, that's $6 as well as a bunch of levels. Nightmare opting to just get out in 1. There's the golden ticket. Rewarded for putting the gold on the Jack. Uses the Temperance or the Hermit before the Emperor to get a chance at another one. Still gets Econ from it. Not the best. Actually, very good Temperance with the egg. Never mind. Nightmare celebrated their birthday. More mature plays. I don't think the selling Hangman was mature. I think that's a crazy play. I think I value a Hangman at like $5. Maybe not at the start of the game though. We'll see if there is an econ diff from that snowballing. But Frank, because they missed the pack in the first shop, is not going to get the same shop where they pull a Hermit and a Temperance in the 2 Arcana packs. Another Econ Joker. Faceless, if you're running Ticket, is a bit rough. I think Golden, are you going to get... Sells the Golden Ticket. Not built into it yet. Says, I'll get it later down the line, and just bets on that fact. And we're seeing Frank get an unfortunate draw for the Death card in this Arcana pack. And they're just completely desynced on what they see in these packs because of the size of the packs they're opening. Still gets Enhanced Kings, not nothing. There's the 8 ball, and because Nightmare took the early Lucky 8 as well as that Glass 8, it's going to be pretty strong. Hit the road, gets the Hangman back. Sells for Hit the Road. I think, yeah, you do have way more jacks in the deck. Chad is a great take with the 8 ball. As well as a Fibonacci with the Glass 8 is definitely a strong early setup. Alright, we're still seeing the deck thin out from these Immolates and Hangmans we're finding in the shop. Takes a Lucky card over a Hermit. That, you know, that's a decision I've been making a lot, but I think with this voucher in the shop and being able to just take that Hermit and start making money is very strong. Golden Ticket, are we going to see Frank take it? Pizza's just not a take here. I think with that early conjoined pickup, you're betting that you're not going to want anything decent in that Joker slot, and we're seeing Golden Joker. What do you sell up? Doesn't sell for the Golden Joker. I mean, it's not the greatest econ, but that's $4 around that your opponent doesn't have anymore. Orange deck might be my new favorite. Orange deck is definitely fun. Just the jacks. Gonna look for the 5 of a kind with the Blue Seal, but gets punished because of the bonus card on that king. Gets out before they wanted to. There's the faceless. Frank could fall behind on econ not taking this faceless, but they do sell out of that 12 malt. Only one uncommon joker for this baseball. Still sells chaos for it. Definitely taking a little bit more scoring than Nightmare, but because Nightmare's further in the shop, they're seeing a lot of these valuable jokers like the Hit the Road and the 8-Ball Chad. There's definitely an econ difference, but that 5 of a kind level, if they can get any conjoined value, could win them the PvP. It's going to be hard for Nightmare to play fast, doing 8-Ball, Hit the Road, and strengthening for whatever they're playing. It looks like they're just going to try to play a 5 of a kind 8s. Or play this completely for econ. Get some faceless value. Is Frank going to find the 5 of a kind? Greeds for the blue seal. Only gets the 4 of a kind and only a 1.5x on the conjoined. With the 3x on that Hit the Road, it might be enough. No, it's just shy. Alright, Frank does get rewarded for scoring a little bit there. We see an idol from Nightmare with the 8-Ball in the Chad. That idol is going to be a very strong pickup. I think you sell Hit the Road here or faceless if you're going to want to start building into those foil jacks. And in Deathing Jacks, I guess wants to keep Hit the Road. If you're building into jacks, I mean, if you're working around an idle hit that's not jacks, you still will have the edge on your opponent. Frank also considering the Hit the Road. Vagabond does move on in the tournament. That is the winner of Vagabond CJ, which is some redemption from last night's tournament with them being matched up. And this is Vagabond's last chance to qualify for playoffs. The Chad finally showing up on Frank's side. We definitely see an econ diff here. Yeah, with the Chad and the Jacks, you can get a good amount of money from Lucky Proc. Still getting the faceless money. This blue seal value could definitely make a difference in those PvPs where both players idle hits. But they are greeting for the 5 of a kind level. Making sure to not win too soon, like they did a couple rounds ago. Let's see these 8-ball hits. I think it's time we start a petition to... Wow, 0 8-ball hits. I don't know if I've seen that thing work yet, but what I was saying, the calculate score timer, it's got to go. It just makes the game less fun, and because almost everyone uses it, it's just wasted time for everyone playing. I really like the fib pickup here with those 8s. And you pass on it because you just want to build into face cards. But with the glass 8, it's going to be strong. And still not seeing the idol for Frank. Multiple shops behind on rerolls. Nightmare deciding on this penny pincher, maybe trying to see the econ from Frank. And right now I think Frank might be making more money per round. We still haven't seen a temperance payout. Risking the glass 8? No, actually. Plays the pair of 8s. I think we know there's no hits here. Oh, never mind the strength from earlier. Also behind on the 8-ball queue because of that econ diff. Steal and death. Probably going to go for some jacks. Never mind. Deaths on the blue seal. Purple seal 6 is gonna be a very good play. On an idle seed, it is almost always worth to just keep copying purple seals, and it just eventually gets exponentially better, and you're just copying purple seals to make more purple seals, and it makes it so your whole deck is just going to be a hit. And if your opponent doesn't do the same, it's a huge advantage. Use the sun on the 8s for an off hit. The idol finally shows up for Frank, as well as the strength, so you can build into a card very quickly. And I think with 10 jacks already, no more 10s to strength. Actually, this strength won't help very much. A purple seal, considering the second heart 6. Finally sells out of ag before getting any temperance value. Just unfortunate. With that tarot gen, you definitely want to greed for it. Frank's still opting to keep conjoined, which I think is a crazy play. But you know your opponent doesn't have this. You just gotta assume that's your edge against them, and you're gonna win the PvP because of it. But with the life lead, you just can't be holding on to something like that. And this hit the road from Nightmare is gonna be doing way more. Already ready, and Nightmare still has another shop to go. Gonna see way more than their opponent. Rebate on jacks can be a lot of money. We're seeing a photograph. Sells 8-ball and sells that faceless, because we're gonna have such strong econ from this rebate. With a King of Hearts hit, likely just gonna try to play king, see if that's anything, and discard all their jacks for money. Or a flush house could be in order. No tarot gen from the 8-ball could lead to a fall behind on the idol. But with that tarot gen from the purple seal 6, I think you're fine. Frank gets the death from the 6, isn't able to copy it. Nightmare not playing kings, but does keep the heart king. I'm curious the hand they're going for. 60k from Frank, that's likely their hand. Just trying to get that conjoined value in. With the steal, it's pretty solid, but you are down. Oh, a death on the King of Hearts could guarantee a PvP win. What are we looking for? Straight? And we have a full house from Frank wanting to make sure to get the 8-ball value. This could be a moment for a Nightmare buffer to tell your opponent, not tell your opponent that's all you got, and it's gonna be useful information for Nightmare because he has to play first here. But they know they win, and they're gonna try to see what's the minimum I can do here, what's the best planet card I can get. And with these pair levels, honestly, kind of working out for Nightmare. But we wouldn't have been able to see them get another one if Frank hadn't played that 8-ball hand. Should we watch any Steel Wheel games? Are they playing again today? I guess I should, but I just gotta worry about whoever wins. Takes the Showman, which with Chad, Photo, and Rebate can just only give a copy of something good. Too strong. Just wants to play these luckies and not win. But with those pair levels, it's going to be very difficult. Frank also takes the Showman. Penny Pincher is nice because you don't have to worry about anything and you're just going to make some money from your opponent. As well as the money from these lucky cards. Also, and you don't know this at this point, but if you had built into Golden Ticket, your opponent could be on some very high econ per round, and just getting a bit of that could go very far, though we know neither of these players are. Nightmare could definitely take a ticket at this point, though. Getting 4 of a kind levels. Frank, the one thing they have going for them is those 5 of a kind levels, though the pivot to flush 5 is needed with the idol. And there's that flush 5 unlock. Idol misses this round. There's Golden Ticket, passes on it for Nightmare. I think with the amount of gold cards I've seen in their deck and wanting to copy one card, that's a blunder. But I think I see what happened here. We see that rebate on jacks. We know we can get that guaranteed $10 per jack for this round. But I think in the long term, that ticket can go very far. A second penny pincher from the Showman. Not quite what we're looking for. Though almost allows the Econ Ditto. Good card with the info gives you. Penny pincher got Oath Keep banned. Penny pincher's goated. You gotta death the 6, right? Oh, we're looking for a better death target. Get rid of a 6. Puts it on the jack. Not a purple seal believer. But definitely a very fixed deck for Frank compared to Night Keep. Copies the purple seal with this one. A balance, I see. Stone card, just a good use. Red Seal 10, our first Red Seal, easy to get up to a jack. And with Frank already built into jacks, as well as I believe Nightmare, that's going to be a quick gain for both players. We'll see if Frank also finds it in this card pack, if they are at the same point in queue. Penny Pincher not doing much right now. That rebate, while it's making money, Frank is not going to see that till next ante. Deathing another jack. I'm not sure what idol hit. Queen of Diamonds, I believe. And then a 9 of Diamonds for Nightmare. So a definite miss. Let's see. Frank's probably not in a position to take the golden ticket, but with the Penny Pincher, you do consider it. Penny Pincher not being very strong. Did they not get the red seal? Yeah. I think they're behind in the card pack queue, and it could be multiple shops before they see it. And with the purple seals, Nightmare getting it earlier is just going to be able to make way more copies of it way quicker. And it's going to be quite a lead, though Frank does have the lead on deck fixing for those heart jacks. So Frank just has to hope it hits for them and not for Nightmare. Playing 4 of a kinds, not 5 of a kinds, allows multiple hands. And then I believe looking for the 9s. Wow, gets the 4 of a kind. I think a full house might be better here if you put the jacks with the 9s. But maybe the 4x from photo is smaller than the 4x difference between both hands. And then the flush 5 as well. Gets the purple seal on the last draw. Brutal. Got cooked by Nightmare last game. Well, we'll see if Nightmare can keep that up. Frank only slightly behind on scoring. If they get another 5 of a kind here, could potentially take the round depending on the lucky hits from Nightmare. There's a 5 of a kind. Are they going to play it now or discard for better? Definitely need a lucky hit for it to be strong. Looks for the purple seals. Nightmare being in a strong position, able to play second here. Knowing how much glass to risk. Another jack is pretty strong, allows you to greed the gold. I'm not sure if the flush 5 level's better. With the asteroids, they may be the same. The flush 5 is better. It allows you to keep the steal. And they go for the safe play of putting multiverse instead of those luckies. But we know Nightmare cannot risk any glass and still take this round. They are going to have to play the gold card. Never mind. Gets away with a stone card. Plus $3 for every bit of min-maxing. That's gotta hurt for Frank, seeing just losing by 2,000 points. Antimatter, we'll see if both players picked up blank. They did. Instantly filling that slot with a driver's license. As well as a hallucination from Frank. Into a hermit. The showman just giving every bit of econ possible. Multiple hermits in the pack in the double pack. That's just a $40 card pack to open. Finally seeing the rebate. Is this really how far behind econ? Oh, never mind. Seeing the driver's license now with $83. The econ has evened out. 2 rebates from Nightmare. Cashed in on the showman. Goes next. Nightmare deciding on the gift card. Driver's license is only a 3x in a game where it's idle. Nightmare's idle does hit. Do you skip? Frank didn't skip. Might not even have known it missed because their Joker display is toggled. Takes the gift card. Ticket shows up again. Bacon would be mad that these players have not built into ticket yet. No more value to get. We get the flush 5 level and $6 for Frank. And we're seeing about 8 million with the idle hit. Without a dusk or sock, it's not going to be anything too crazy. Queen of spades in the small blind shop. Nightmare gets the 10 to a heart, still not able to strengthen it up. Taking the risk. $20 hit, no malt hit. That's ideal for Nightmare. World card for an off hit. Rolls past. Deep rolls for Frank here. Kind of hoping for the penny pincher to make the money back. Are you winning? I mean, this is winner POB no matter what. So we're doing pretty good. It's a 0-0 spot under consumables. That is for the multiplayer jokers. So it tells you that your opponent has those multiplayer jokers, like a Let's Go Gambling or a speedrunning or any of those. Hey, Pizza Power. There's the fool. I believe Frank might have actually caught up in the shop. Just cutting for the rebate. Frank only made $10 this round. Kind of needs a lucky hit to justify the amount that they rolled down that shop. Nightmare getting lucky, not winning too soon. Uses Fool for the Magician so they can get full purple seal value. There is the money for Frank. The lucky cards do pay off. Reserve parking, yeah, they're close to the same point, but we're seeing Nightmare with $100 in the big blind before even playing their last hand. The lucky cards get strong at this point. A second fool from the showman. Do you pick me round one? You get to pick your opponent for the playoffs? Fools for an asteroid. That's an interesting play. Fools for a second asteroid. That... Ooh, now do you onk idle? This could even out the jokers for both players if they do make the same point. And it does hit. I think you onk idle here. It is exactly 1.5 times worse than the current joker lineup. And we're seeing Nightmare do all this rerolling. And if they do decide to onk, it's not going to matter if they find anything useful here. I think if you're in Frank's position, you definitely onk, but they're looking at that blue seal. I don't think common photo Chad are very strong. Doesn't onk. That could be some big divergence. I think that was... We'll see. Nightmare's still with $37 to roll if they do onk. Yeah, with the hit this round, knowing that it's not just going to cost you a PvP, you still can likely win the PvP, and you have $55 to roll. Maybe you instantly roll into a Chad. You get that Penny pincher. Go for the straight flush. Not sure. Sell seance for that cat. Sell seance. I don't think we're getting seance value. Rough to onk down a life, but not when you're heading into the PvP with a hit. Though it is scary next ante. But, you know, the econ diff could definitely win the game for Frank. Are they looking to play two hands here? Missing the steal. If they draw another jack, I believe that's their perfect hand with two steal. Still level 1 on the flush 5 because of the asteroids. Is Nightmare just conceding this PvP, playing for econ? It looks like it, looking for the straight flush. And if they miss, that's just going to be a waste of a life. And I think the PvP has already been decided. Needs a Queen of Hearts here. Actually, or a 7 of Hearts. Oh, actually doesn't draw it, never mind. That was their last discard. Flush is just nothing here. Does cost Frank an econ hand. Nightmare with the Penny Pincher actually gets the econ diff here. Down a rebate, but with the payout from the lost lives in all. Down econ Joker still gets a bigger payout. There is a Tarot Merchant in the shop, which Nightmare instantly buys, I think, to fix for this idol when that's everything you have. Also, rolling to find anything to keep them alive. I'm not sure if the raw flush 5 will do it. There is a business card to get some of that money back. $20,000 you need here. It is going to be tough to call. Are they looking for the 3 of spades? Puts the wild on that, which is interesting. I think it's death purple every time here. Uncentered bean. I gotta show the lives. It's annoying not knowing the lives of the other person. Are they not gonna... What are you looking to death right now for Nightmare? Oh, the red seal, I see. But I think it's too much lost value, and because you haven't drawn it yet. You also have to worry about staying alive here. Going down to 1 could be very brutal in an idle game where your opponent, I believe, has better deck fixing, though that may have evened out. What are we doing to get out of this blind for Nightmare? Actually looking for the straight flush, I see. And with the sun card does draw it. But is it enough? Not putting the luckies first. Actually, they don't have chat anymore, so 6,000. This might just definitely be a lost life. Draws a 3 of spades, 2 3 of spades. Maybe with that 16x, we only need 14,000. That's a crazy incantation to take. That is a big bailout. It does hurt their idol, So if it keeps missing, this life may not matter, but not going down to 1 here was huge for Nightmare. That is crazy. Still no red seal on Frank, or maybe they passed it, or they took it and I missed it. Foil Showman, huge. There is the red seal 10 in the deck. No copies of it, and it is still on spades. Acrobat, definitely useful for staying alive. Death, Fool. We have a red seal steel 10, yeah. Keeps the Hangman, which, how many cards in Nightmare's deck? 53 still versus the 48 from Frank. We'll see. Alright, what do you death? Do you death the red seal? I think so. I think getting rid of an ace of hearts may have been a mistake when you're trying to draw a straight flush. Best case from this seance, likely a cryptid. Because then you can work with it, whatever. You know you can win a PvP if you need to. I think they want to play this seance hand as their acrobat hand to guaranteed get out, or well, they play it now, hoping they'll find something else. Blue seal. Oh, it does win with the luckies. Jack of clubs is an off hit, but I don't think I saw Nightmare put the wild on jacks. I think they put it on random cards. I can't do anything about this, the lag. It's just Frank's computer. We can just watch Nightmare. Judgment for Chaos takes the discard invis. Risky went on 2 lives, but something that's got to be done. No way you keep a discard over an acrobat, right? You have 4 discards. Yeah. Rolls down, thinking they're behind. It's a tough one. No moon card in the pack to bail you out. Could sell the trance for $4. Who's winning? It's very hard to say, actually. If Nightmare can find anything, they definitely take the lead. It depends what Frank's idol hits here. Because whoever gets put down to 1 right now is at a big disadvantage, because then it just depends on idol hits. 5 of clubs. Brutal. That is rough. There's the lucky cat. That Nightmare... Is that same lucky cat from shop 1 this ante, or last shop last ante? Death on another jack and puts the fool in the death. Not going for the red seal. Maybe. I guess we're just waiting for a strength before we can do that. Still hasn't seen a strength from either player. Going for the lucky cat is... It's too late in the game, and it's an idle seed, so that's just not going to make the difference. Whatever is deeper in these rerolls determines the match. I think business card over cat every time, and I believe Showman keeping that when you invested so much. And the lucky cat, passes on the business card. I don't think that's the play. With the Chad, you can get $4 a hand at minimum. I think we need that money. Second idol was an Ankh, which Frank passed on. Both players did go for the Showman. Which, if an idol shows up from the Showman, puts Frank in a very good position. Because they never had to Ankh, never lost the photo Chad, and gains that second idol. And just playing a flush 5, Frank wins this. Gets the strength for the 10 finally. Could use it on the 10 of clubs if you wanted a chance at winning. Two jack of clubs could be strong. Not sure if it's better than that photo chat on the flush 5. Risking the glass here. Don't think they realized. Unfortunate. See, you can strength that 10, and you have another jack of clubs. I think I saw them already get rid of the jack, so they've just conceded this round, playing for last life. Gets... Why we strengthen a jack into a queen? Oh, I see why. Gets the straight flush value. Throwing another PvP down to 1 life. It's very risky. All that for an incantation. Definitely playing long game, which when you're on 1 life is scary. There's a death for that 10. Looks like they're saving the death, or they're not deathing the 10, I see. Waiting for that strength. We're going to see the very... Wow, the asteroids have done a lot of damage. At least we're getting this blue seal to take that level back. Microsoft PowerPoint. I mean, Microsoft PowerPoint just won that PvP, so I think Nightmare has to take any idle hits. There's the Showman, comes back, and is going to take it for their only source of econ. Or Acrobat. I guess if you're going to be selling this Invis before, you're definitely not keeping Acrobat. Do you think you can beat the blinds without the Acrobat? The Order. No way you take the Order, right? Over an Acro? Like, what if you just miss the straight flush you need your 4 of a kind to get out? There's the Bloodstone. That's going to be quite useful for both players. I don't think Frank is going to run into this ante, depending on these lucky hits. Yeah, we get this round with that Bloodstone, and that's it. I think you just have to sell it. Or do you take the 2 and 3 odds when you're on 1 life? That is also something else to consider. Trust the luckies. Without lucky hits, Nightmare's in a rough spot. We need a 7 or a queen. We get the queen. With the Order, do you win here? It is on 8 of hearts for idle, so likely. Yeah, definitely. Why are we calculating with the steel playing? Don't you want to play the lucky? Or maybe not, trying to win so they can get a second one in? Aura card could be big. Not selling the Invis right away. Don't know how I feel about that. Maybe he wants to get 1 more Seance proc. I guess you're not missing out on much if you're just going to sell the Bloodstone. At very least, Bloodstone is uncommon blocking for a Sock or a Dusk. Temperance is kind of big. It sells the Aura. I guess in an idle game, that's not going to make the difference with so little left in the game. There's the Photograph. Photograph something you want here. Bloodstone's better. Do you take the risk? Keep Bloodstone with the Invis. And go full scoring for a last chance win. If you're not using Invis, you do reroll. I think he's rerolling for something he wanted, and then you Invis. takes the risk and it pays off. And does have an extra joker slot for anything else. Why are we keeping the strength? I believe we've already strength those 10s. So there's more 10s to strength there. Gets the perfect draw right away. And with an idle hit, Nightmare's in a very good spot. But without it, it's going to be tough. You kind of definitely keep this world card. You want to be able to work with any hit. Having 3 idols, you're just going to have to play around it. What are we looking for to get out? Don't need the straight flush anymore. I think with that strength, Nightmare might actually be on a better idle position. Yeah, we're seeing not deathing the Red Seal's 10. Still, there's the Dusk. That might be GG's and idle hit. We're going to see a big score from Nightmare, and Frank is just not going to see that this ante, maybe next ante, depending on their econ. This is also going to give Nightmare decent econ with lucky hits. The playing late game paid off thanks to this Dusk in the last few dollars. Though with that idle hit, they were likely to take this PvP regardless. Frank just has to pray for an off hit. Nightmare is chilling balls. Yeah, there's just not going to be anything that could win Frank this PvP. We're investing into we're taking driver's license, Lucky Cat, and Acrobat over Econ when we're ahead on lives, and it's an idle game. I think, and there's finally that invis. No way you pass on it. Almost hit another reroll. This is something we saw multiple shops ago from Nightmare. A full ante behind on rerolls from Frank. Sells Acro for it. Sure. Which is definitely the right play. Not knowing that you're behind 2 idols in a Dusk. Honestly, with the Bloodstone Dusk, even if idol missed, Nightmare still takes the round. It's going to be tough. It very much depends on if Frank can find this Dusk, and they sold the Showman, so they can't. They just have to hope idol misses. Frank plays the hand. Tries to get a second one off, maybe. These Red Seal Jacks are just going to be so much with the... You definitely play the Red Seals. They are each 8x every Red Seal. Versus 2x to hold them. And we ship it. E16 to E18, we're definitely going to see Frank realize, oh, I need more. Or I missed something. And getting punished for passing on the Ankh, honestly. Though I think if they did take it, they might have lost the race. Selling Hangman for interest has been a good decision. I mean, despite onking idle, losing all your econ jokers, Nightmare's still so far ahead on econ. It's just, it baffles me. Extra hand size, very useful. Rolls down, expecting lucky procs from the dusk, I assume. It hits 8 of hearts. How many 8 of hearts do they have? Not enough to warrant the skip. This can win, kind of hoping for some bloodstone misses so we can get some money. It does lose. We can get down to dusk and play the luckies. Golden ticket. I don't think Frank has enough gold cards, but it is... You obviously know you have to take something. And because driver's license and pretty much everything has to go for this invis. But maybe you risk it when you're both on 1 life and you know your opponent has E16. I think it's these purple seals, honestly. Get down to dusk. 8 ball. Hangman finally having a strength for the red seal 10. That's taken way too long, and I think it's being punished for not opening enough card packs and being behind an IQ, finding it multiple antes or shops later than Nightmare. Just not able to copy it and strength it as soon. This strength is going to really get in the way. Okay, they did take the golden ticket, and they do have a solid amount of glass checks. Selling or discarding the luckies over the gold cards is a bit of a misplay. Do you skip for King of Hearts? I mean, you don't know what your opponent is doing. You have 4 King of Hearts, and you have a very large deck, so you can't guarantee... Well, down to 45 cards. I think you have to take that skip. That's a face card, that's a heart card, and that's an idol card that you have 4 of, I think. I think you roll down hoping for any tarots and you take that skip. I think the only thing they're doing is looking to see what their opponent does. There's a chance that King of Hearts hit is a jack hit for Frank, though. But I'd be very surprised if they were that ahead on deck fixing. And what does our idol hit? Do we check? Maybe in a couple frames. There's the order that we saw Nightmare decide on. Invis is ready. A Lovers as well. Sun card, Showman. Both things you want. Passes on Showman. And doesn't take the skip. I think Nightmare is deciding they are going to. Maybe. Just tarot blocking anything. 4 of a kind level, you definitely take. When you have 4 King of Hearts. I think even if Frank's hits jacks here, well, the red seal diff could be it. I think they need to skip now. Faces in the way. I've moved it back and forth. They're both on 1. If Frank can roll into dusk and his idol hits and Nightmare doesn't, maybe there's a chance, but it's definitely looking in Nightmare's favor. this frame rate and not playing cards for econ. Alright, what's the idol hit? It hits. Okay, if Nightmare doesn't skip now, it's a little suspicious, but And finds the bloodstone. Doesn't... Okay, that's a little sus that they have the link to their opponent's stream and they waited till they got in that shop. Invising for the idol. I don't like seeing that from Nightmare. There's a good chance they might have just... They might have just seen. Because they instantly decide not to take that hit, and you know if there's a hit next round, you win. But whatever. Because to stream this, Frank had to send their video ninja, which is a link to their stream, in the tournament chat. And actually Nightmare was the one who sent it because Frank couldn't do it. It's very suspect. I think that's a very suspect amount of time to wait. I do wait a lot before skipping idle hit, but if they skip there, it's not suspicious. But if you decide to not skip for no reason, gaining no more info, seeing that your opponent just entered the shop, I don't see why you wait. And we're gonna see the Jack of Hearts hit for Nightmare. Frank does roll into the Bloodstone Idol though. Is down an idol, or Bloodstone Dusk is down an idol. I think Frank would have actually taken this had Nightmare skipped. That's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure only the person streaming it can see how many viewers. With the red seals, you're still down an idol. And Nightmare does have the steal. Frank definitely would have had a chance if Nightmare had skipped. Living up to the name for sure. Almost exact same first hand from both players. 180 million. Frank getting another death on the red seal will matter because Nightmare is ahead on those red seal jacks. Full discards for the red seals. Using the Empress on the steal because you know you're playing it. And there's a hand only missing one red seal from Nightmare, and we'll see if Frank draws the same. With slightly different Bloodstone cues, which... Wait. How many times did Bloodstone hit? No, that was actually like inhuman levels of terrible Bloodstone for Nightmare. I don't know what the range was, but... That's kind of crazy hits. Maybe it's it could be a difference if they get the full red seal. Down to red seal though, Bloodstone's just not gonna matter. Alright. Nightmare Ship in the final hand. Level 6 flush 5. We'll keep an eye on the Bloodstone here. Fun match from Nightmare. It's just a terrible Bloodstone. It's just terrible for everyone. GG. Nightmare show browser history right now. Nah, it's too easy to just clear it. Alright. Well, that's the match. That's it. Rewarded for the Ankh play, getting the triple idol. I think, what was Frank down? They had to sell out of Chad. With the Chad, nah, they still lose. But if they didn't sell out of Chad for Invis, there might have been a chance. Also, if Nightmare's Invis just hit Bloodstone instead of the idol there, could have definitely been a difference. How close is the Vagabond Rurik game? Let me see the deck diff. Nemesis, yeah, Frank definitely had a better deck. Nightmare did have more idols, but just a smaller deck size, as well as having everything consolidated to hearts. Definitely could have won with an off hit. I'm asking him what made him not skip. Take the judgment for the 6th slot. Could have been huge. Could have been a sock, but we know that Nightmare was ahead. Oh yeah, the lives did matter early in this match. There was that one PvP where Nightmare only won by a couple thousand, but that's just from Frank's perspective. We know they could have gotten much higher. I agree that they shouldn't have skipped there. Like, I can understand that decision, just the timing of it is suspect, but it's all good. There's nothing we can do about it. Just the unfortunate thing. Alright, there's your match. Let's take a look at the bracket. Who is left? Oh wow, the other side is gonna be a minute. Vagabond versus Greninja, if they do beat this game, could be a very interesting match. And then we have the winner of Steel Rail and Kami versus Lower Mercury. Could be a good match. We have Marbon versus Nightmare can also be a good match. We can do that one. How close is Vagabond's game? Oh, Vagabond has a beam. He's on 1 life, but we'll just jump right into the Marbon versus Nightmare. This could be an interesting match. Alright, we are doing Nightmare versus Marbon. We were watching earlier. Marbon, who did they beat to get here? In the bracket, Marbon beat Sizzac. Nice win for Marbon. Marbon up 3 wins. And this match determines who gets into the semifinals of the qualifiers. Oh, Marbon. I see. I see. We got Marbons. I should probably do one of these. I'm a professional. Alright, this time, I mean, Nightmare can obviously watch my stream, but... Or Nightmare. Alright, we have our match. Marbon versus Nightmare. I don't think the streams are going to be laggy this time. Both players have a good connection. Alright, they are good to start. Bean, can you do a cartwheel? I don't have the commitment like CJ does. Rooting for Marbon. Marbon's my arch nemesis. I don't think I can. But after that last match, I don't know if I can root for Nightmare either. We'll keep an eye, a close eye on Nightmare. Don't want to go against Marbon. I think I've faced Marbon in like 3 tournaments, and I have yet to lose to him. Disco, thank you for the sub. 3 months. I appreciate it. Want to get rid of that huge button covering a third of the chat. Well, if it's just for that. Thank you. Can't support him after the panty pincher incident. Yeah. Is music still playing for you guys? It kind of just cut out for me. Should be. Alright. Red, ghost, or yellow. We're going to see ghost deck. It is white stake. I do love ghost white. Does make for an interesting match. Rip camera. Alright, give me 1 sec. One day we won't have to deal with this. Alright, this match determines who gets into the semifinals for the last chance to qualify for playoffs. Pull out some higher stakes. You're going to stick with white. Tomorrow, I have my match with... actually, who am I playing tomorrow? Is it... No, yeah. Tomorrow I have my match with Nandre. And they're likely just going to bring me to Plasma. Plasma on white stake, I'm absolutely fine on. Then playoffs, I'm obviously doing white. I need to get practice on gold. Because obviously people are going to bring me to gold if they can pick whatever stake they want. Whereas in ranked, I can just force that black stake, which I'm absolutely fine with. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not terrible on gold, but definitely need more practice. We'll get some coaching from Phantom soon, though I don't know if I want the gold stake coaching from Phantom after the playoffs performance. Or the minor league. Alright, they're good to go. They're on red-white. Insta full house draw. I find it crazy that you discard for a full house small blind. You get punished for that so often, but honestly, yesterday I was getting punished for the flush every single game. So I can't say anything. I take the family. Family's 4x. We saw in my match versus Dr. Spectre, they were just down a family. And it just decided the whole game, because that's multiple lives you can take off your opponent. All it takes is one strength card to make it reliable. And we're seeing Marbon open the pack for Banana, which is definitely going to help. That gets you ahead in the Joker queue. That doesn't even cost that much because you get extra money for hands. And it insta-pops. So honestly, a little punished. Because you're not going to have scoring for the PvP blind. Not rolling with the $10. I think you take Chaos, you roll, and if there's nothing, you buy the voucher there. I don't think a hand voucher is worth losing just a free reroll. For just a chance. Like if you see something useful, and we'll see in this next shop what they would have seen, but that's a waste of a Chaos proc. Alright. Marbon makes it out in 2, which is good. Nightmare. Yeah, there's just... Well, Riffraff's probably something you want. How does... Oh yeah, because Marbon opened that pack. They are going to be ahead in the Joker queue. So they see the Riffraff being very strong to get earlier than your opponent. Because that's any Econ Joker you find, any scoring Joker you find. It just compounds to just give a massive lead on your opponent. And there's the Chad. There's one of the things you want from the Riffraff, so it's a little less valuable. Get out of 1 doesn't sell for interest. Small misplay. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to greed this Riffraff. Almost Mega Buffooned. Honestly, you want... Oh, passes on the dice. Takes speedrun and readies up incantation. Unfortunate. Just loses to the speedrun. But we're going to see Nightmare maybe hold this Riffraff for one more round, so it could matter. We'll see though. With Smiley Face, you are down the Droll and Misprint, but actually the Order as well. That Order might take the round unless Marbon can get off multiple hands. But greeting for the straight flush might cost Nightmare the round. You still No, you missed the straight. He just loses the round because it was too greedy. I think the flushes might have done it. Or the straights. Riffraff gives a Cavendish. That's a rare sight, honestly. And that's just a 3x Joker that Marbon couldn't find for a while. Or it could be in this next shop. Having Riffraff for longer than your opponent can be a very big deal, because that's just a completely different Joker queue that your opponent may never see. And both players keeping speedrun is so greedy. That's actually the fastest ante I've ever seen. That is crazy that Nightmare got it off, and it was all for that same incantation that we see Marbon have. And the good thing about Ghost deck is we wouldn't have to see this. This is just frustrating for both players. And we can, I think Nightmare definitely has the advantage with that Cavendish, but if that Cavendish shows up for Marbon, we're gonna see this smiley face have a bit more strength. Business card, very nice. You can definitely sell out a speedrun. You just have to pressure your opponent still. But Nightmare knowing they're up on speedrun might make them really try for it. But you know you're not beating Nightmare at speedrun with how quick that ante went, even when managing the Riffraff. Gets the full house. Lucky Procs could win it for Phantom. 120 multi. That's going to be roughly a 1.5x. Still not enough, though they do get another chance at a hand. Nah, without the 3x, it's just not doable. I think we know this lucky card might hit, depending on the queue order. Oh, 23,000 from Nightmare, shipping their last econ hand with the Nightmare tech of pausing. No money hits. This business card didn't make Marbon quite a lot of money, entering this ante ahead in shop, I believe, and having more money. They're popping the Cavendish with the dice. Actually, Marbon is very ahead in the Joker queue because of the Buffoon packs. Temperance hit as well after holding the gift card. Wow, what a reroll. You can probably sell the Chaos knowing your econ's gonna be strong. I don't think loyalty cards to Joker you can pass. I think having this sock in the game means you're safe to sell the Mime, especially with the chat as well. And the only thing it's gaining you is the extra $3 from this one gold card. You have to take it. You have to. I know everyone hates loyalty card. Oh, and it is going to be scary farming business. Gets rewarded for not taking it. Oh, actually, I guess you just take that over. I don't think you need to greed the Mime. I don't think Baron is viable in a seed with this many retriggers. Anyone clip the Nightmare thing? It was just, you can check the VOD, it was just in the last ante before the PvP. Plays the hand. Yeah, with this sock, maybe you can farm it a little bit more, playing pairs and not winning, but definitely not bad econ. Ankh desync could matter a lot here. Actually, Nightmare has nothing to Ankh, so if Marbon Ankhs this sock, which I don't know if you can, losing photo Chad, you are ahead on lives. And if he doesn't know this, but this is a big advantage because your opponent can't get this. But losing photo Chad and business card skips it. That's brutal. 20 bucks. Wow, the dice on the lucky cards is gonna snowball Nightkeep up econ wise. Obelisk. There's that sock. Are they going to take the loyalty card as well? No business card is... I don't know if I sell business card when you have Sock and Chad. Obviously, actually, they sold it over Mime. It is not a Mime seed. It's just not. You have the business card with Sock and Chad. No high card levels. You're just betting on one rare popping up when there's so many more retriggers. And with enough money, you can always force the retriggers. A bold play, because Idol is better than Baron, and Idol is uncommon. Temperance hit instead of the... Oh, there is a strength as well. Making more face cards is very good. Golden ticket. And has that gold king. Making another gold king. Okay. Now you don't matter. It doesn't matter so much. I think this Mime is staying way too long still. I think a rebate is much more valuable than a Mime at this point. But we'll see. We'll see if that Baron shows up. Getting an early handoff. Nightmare is going to be a lot better hand. Never mind. Flush House versus 5 of a kind. With the lucky hits, that's going to be the difference there. About a 2x. See, all of these hands should be making so much money. But instead we have a Mime. Also, so many hands to play. I'm not a Mime believer. That business card was too good. Let's see. 2 more hands, 25 cards. We're going to see most of the full deck. We're going to see a pretty strong hand from Marbon, depending on the lucky card hit, or if they're even going to try for the lucky card hit and instead greed for the ticket money. Because there's nothing else from Nightmare's side. Are they gonna... They're gonna try for the first card, which is all there is. There's nothing else to discard for. And it's just up to this first proc. And he gets it. That's gonna be about 80,000 at least. Nothing else from Nightmare. Unless there's some mythical draw, nothing left in the deck. Takes the round with that 1 in 5 odds, pulling a bean. Has the plot armor. There's the penny pincher from Marbon. Bean. Is Nightmare smart enough to take a bean? Oh, actually, this oops business card is going crazy. Not smart enough to take the bean. Marbon even passed on it having the mime, but you know what? Obviously, mime over bean when you have 0 anything and you're playing your gold cards instead of holding them, but that's just me. There's the ticket. Do you take it over business? I think that's the right call. It is costing you 2 Joker slots, but it's always rewarding to keep the dice in case of that Bloodstone. And because you only have 1 or 2 gold cards, the business dice is going to work just as well. And we're seeing about $24 around from the ticket for Marbon. But yeah, we can see lives. Marbon is on 3 lives. They do have the life lead. As well as if they can copy these Gold Kings, could get the econ lead, but and they have it now, but the amount of money that Nightmare is making every round is for sure going to catch up. Red Seal Jack, where did that come from? Must have been in a pack. Red Seal Jack is quite strong. It does punish you a bit for how much Marbon is built into Kings. I think it's going to be flush houses for a bit to get that Jack incorporated into the hand. Oh, their match just got canceled. Breaking news. Nightmare disqualified for cheating in their last match. Owen has decided that it was a case of watching their opponent stream. Nightmare's disqualified. Frank, I'm not sure if they get brought back. Wow. I'm not sure what the final proof was to Owen. I know it is very obvious, but that is Nightmare out of the tournament, living up to the Nightkeep name. G, I guess. Now it's going to be Marbon versus Frank. Nightmare is out for the last chance to get into the playoffs. It's a high stakes game. They were too greedy. Cheat mare, Omega Law. It was obvious. So you just, based on what I saw, you didn't find anything else. I mean, it is very obvious. I just, there's no way to prove stream sniping ever. Completely. But we caught him. Bean catches another cheater. Classic. Alright, Frank versus Marbon, I guess. Actually, how far in is the Greninja Vaga match? I guess it's probably too late to ask them to share. Pretty early game. I wonder, yeah, if there's anything else in that match that Nightmare used the knowledge from outside. Out of the game. Just, it's so easy to stream snipe, and they just keep doing it. They did it wrong. It's Nightmare versus Frank. It's supposed to be, or they're redoing the match. I see. They have to reopen it and then close it. Alright. Marbon versus Frank. You're saying I gotta cast Frank again with his slideshow? The true nightmare is Frank's frame rate. Alright. We get Marbon back. Player 1. He's Frank. Never doubted slideshow Frank. The thing is, Nightmare should have won that game, and cheating got the better of them. But if they were actually considering not skipping there, I feel like the only reason they were considering not skipping is if they knew their opponent missed, knowing you have a miss and you take that. But I think you don't skip. I think they wouldn't have skipped if they never had that info. So I think they would have just won if they didn't cheat. But maybe other decisions in that match were decided by the stream sniping. Yeah, there's just no more info to gain to decide to not skip there. Which is really suspect. Wait, does that mean if I can prove people are stream sniping, I get the free buys? I'm gonna figure out how. I'm gonna figure out how to get concrete evidence. Alright. I believe we have Frank's slideshow. Let's change Frank's slideshow. I'm doing this very professionally. I'm definitely meant to show stream this. Alright. Oh, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. Okay, let me just do this right. Marbon, and then we do Frank's. You can watch the clip. Nightmare. Decide for yourself. The slideshow is back up. Cool. Ghost deck, white stake. Beautiful. This is Marbon's favorite deck. Alright, well, now this match decides what, the finals or the semifinals? I believe the semifinals. And then whoever wins this goes against the winner of Greninja Vagabond. And Estracami, Lower Mercury are deciding who makes it to the finals. Marbon could do the funniest thing right now after saying bye chat. That better be a real bye chat, Marbon. You know you're not safe now. Though I will say I did see Marbon in chat mid-game yesterday in the tourney, but it's okay. I didn't make sure to check if he was there before match, but it kind of seemed like he was hiding his presence. But back to the match. We get a rocket. Do you hex the rocket? Do you go for delayed grat? Or do both? A strong econ star. Getting the half joker and delayed grat could be quite strong. I'm not sure if selling the rocket made that line possible. You just need one decent hand to win. Going for the straight. Straights are bait. It's gonna cost him $6. Watch it. Never mind, he draws it. Deja Vu medium next shop. Yeah, we're seeing Frank get out in one, which is just counters all of the econ you're making from this rocket. The $1 per round, and you're not holding in enough to scale. I think that was a very smart decision by Frank. Medium, Deja Vu, both very strong. Frank deciding if they want the voucher. I think a medium is going to compound way too much. Ooh. I get it with the delayed gratification. I don't know if I can support it. They take the voucher over the purple seal. You're not going to have much use of the voucher without the purple seal. Gives a death from the purple seal too. It just instantly compounds to multiple. Now Marbon is up a red seal and a purple seal. And all Frank has to show for it is Crystal Ball and the... Oh, this boss line is going to be brutal. Omen Globe is just not useful enough on Ghost deck. Takes the extra discard for the money from delayed grat. I would be very surprised. Actually, with the death, you get the 4 of a kind and you get out. That's what they were looking for going into this blind with no money or no scoring jokers. And even though it was very hard to get out of this blind for Frank with the half joker, they are going to be up quite a lot of scoring, and it's going to make future rounds much easier. We're seeing Marbon going for the 4 of a kind, and if they don't draw it, they're just going to lose that $8. Though they are safe because they have those 4 discards that they're very likely to draw it. Okay, just using the discards. Another death. That's the strongest purple seal I've ever seen. That's crazy. 2 deaths. Oh, the other death was in the shop. Okay, it's not 3 deaths, but 2 deaths from the purple seal, and you're up so many more red seals on your opponent because of that. I think you should have deathed the purple, but it's okay. I'm not sure what he put it on, but it should have been purple jacks, and you should have 10 purple jacks by now. Hit the road jack with the delayed grat. What synergy. And finally, Marbon finds some scoring with this popcorn and scary face right before PvP. With a 5 of a kind, it's going to be a strong hand, especially with the red seals for that scary face. Frank just behind on jokers, being behind on that buffoon pack ante 1. So they're not going to see these same scoring jokers in the last shop, I believe. Delayed is common blocking. True. Is the popcorn going to be in this pack? The scary face, and if they do roll, they will find the popcorn, but when you already have that plus malt, I think you just take hone and go next, though it will likely cost him this PvP. Well, hit the road jack. Could be quite strong. In an ideal world, it's at 3x, and if you're playing 3 of a kind face cards, we'll see. Also, this is a beautiful hit the road seed. If both players combine their forces, you could have purple jacks, and you could have hit the road, and you just win the game. This is live. This is the quarterfinals. With all these discards, you're just almost guaranteed that 5 of a kind. There it is. One more red seal would make it better, which he does have, and is going to look for. Not enough jacks from Frank's side to take this. Unlikely. Maybe with a perfect draw after playing these 2 kings, it could be very strong actually. Depending on how many jacks are drawn here. None. And no kings. I don't think that's going to be enough. Well, it's actually so close. Literally one more jack. There's 2 in the bottom of the deck. It's just unfortunate. Cola, insta pickup. And there's that popcorn that Frank is just seeing now. Get the purple seal again. Another death. I'm pretty sure the purple seal is only given deaths. Still copies the red seal. Please copy the purple seal. Oh, nope. Okay, never mind. He was just making sure his fool was that. I think copying purple seals is... I know you just need like an enhancement on those would have amounted to so much. What's your stream delay? Delay? Yeah, you definitely should have way more purples with how many deaths have shown up. Baron with the Red Seal Kings does get rewarded for just copying the random kings early. It's going to be pretty decent scoring. Though Still no way to get base malt. No raised fist. Card sharp with the Baron can work. But I believe if you are playing Baron, well, yeah, you want to build into that high card so it can be pretty strong. Dr. Spectre, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How did your matches versus Fergo? Right now, we are casting the last chance to qualify for the playoffs in the Balatro multiplayer server. Since we qualified yesterday, we can't play today, so we are just seeing who our opponent is. Wild games, wow. I definitely am gonna watch those back. Gadivoy, thank you for the gift sub to Sakwa. What was the final score, chat? Was it 3-0 sweep? Was it 2-1? There's a Pluto level that. I'm not sure if Marbon was able to pick that up, but that will make a difference. With the chips from Scary Face, you're pretty strong. It's just lacking that base malt. 3-0, but close. Dr. Spectre's been going on a clean sweep since my match. I'm worried about when I will run into him next. Came close to losing a game. I see. Rocket catching up to delayed here. True, I honestly didn't expect you to be able to hold on to this rocket long enough to matter, but it's getting there. Frank still has the delayed. I would have dropped it, but without the purple seal, there's not much value you can get out of your discard, so I guess keeping it is the right play. But with that purple seal, just the luck that Marbon has had, getting only deaths from it, has just snowballed so much. And there's a Hermit. Like, I don't think he's pulled a bad tarot card. What is your best hand here? It is the 3 of a kind by quite a large margin. Frank probably takes this round with any decent score here. Maybe. Yeah, Marbon loves the ghost white. That's not enough? I don't think so. And that's another PvP win for Marbon. Frank down 2 lives and the deck fixing that Marbon was able to get from the early purple seal. And with no purple seals in these packs, that difference is just going to get larger. There is the Deja Vu. Another one. Not going to be too much use. Rebate. Do you take rebate over egg? I think every time. Considering the Scary Face, though. No blue seal in the seed. No reliable source of chips. But with so long until the PvP, and if you can still make it out of the blinds, you know you just have to find chips before the PvP and you get the econ from the egg and rebate and don't have to make that choice to sell. $10 on the delayed now. But even just the rebate is making twice that amount. Defensive Joker, that can definitely change things up if we are able to get any base malts and the tarots get any better for Frank, because these red seals are too much of a gain. Alright, another pair will win it. Likely going to play a pair of kings. No purple seal. 195x on this Baron. At this point, card sharp, I can't say is doing that much. Oh, Gadivoy, thank you for the gift sub to Dr. Spectre as well. I missed that one. Thank you very much. As well as the bits. Thank you very much. taking that photograph just for some assurance in case it does pivot to retriggers. I'd be very surprised. It does matter if a sock or something comes up, or an idol with no enhancements on those kings, and mine being 1 uncommon joker versus retriggers covering 3. The Baron is risky to go for, and we're seeing Marbon also investing a little bit into both sides of the coin, so we can still be safe if we do take a loss here, or do take a pivot from this Baron. Chariot Deja Vu for Frank will be big though, if that's what they're copying, and it'll make each of those kings so much more valuable, because that's essentially a second Baron that Marbon has yet to find. I'm not sure where the Chariot did come from, because Marbon is ahead on shop, but it's definitely gonna be helping on scoring when they do get those deaths and fools. Finally, an enhancement and another strength to make more kings. Gets out with the pair for the money. Rocket was better than rebate. Rebate can be 20 bucks around. Lucky cards are better than rebate, because that just hit $23. There's a seltzer. I don't think, if you do, you take it over rebate to definitely get your opponent down to 1. Sells it. Oh, that Midas Mask goes far. And you sell the rebate, and there's the Chad. Yeah, I think you sell the seltzer there, because this smiley face is your only chips and malt, and it is doing a lot of work before that Baron trigger. And we see Frank having a similar setup with the 10-4 instead, but it just allows Marbon to greed, holding as much kings as possible, not having to make sure they draw that 10, and in worst case plays a king. How much is Marbon gonna greed the Midas Mask? You could try to get your hand off 1 hand before your last, and then play 5 kings in case there is a joker you want to take here. I guess Smiley could go this ante. It is tough selling scoring, but your opponent will likely be down 2-1 this next ante. Is he gonna play it? I mean, with the photograph, it'll get a good score, and you might be able to get away with it. Doesn't get to force his opponent to play first, though. And a brutal draw. But we know we can play the 5 of... Actually, no, we don't. What gets the most scoring here? 200,000 versus that high card. Do you spend the Midas Mask? So many kings in the bottom of that deck. Plays for the scoring. I think that's the safe move. And it might just be a difference of draws here. What do we get from the score for Frank? Still behind. Frank is down to 1 life, and Marbon's in a very good spot here. It's going to be a tough comeback. I don't think you roll with this Midas Mask, especially with only $23. Red Seal 7 with these Red Seal Kings, even though it is glass, has to be a pass. It's going to be hard to survive and play your... Yeah, we're just looking to play all of the Red Seal Kings that we can. Didn't Frank lose? Frank, for anyone who just joined from Dr. Spectre stream, we just watched Frank go against a player named Nightmare. And because I was streaming their match, we saw some suspect plays from Nightmare where they were able to see that the idol was able to hit in that last ante, and it made them decide not to skip, knowing that it was going to hit next round, and it won them the game. And the timing of it made it very... You think they didn't? Spent 64 seconds. It was the second... He was the second he went into the last shot, but... And he was kind of just sitting there. But maybe I'm wrong. There is no proof. There's the ticket. That is pretty strong. That's a perfect way to sell a Midas mask, and we're rewarded for having this Chad with the Baron setup. Doing whatever we can to not win these blinds. It's going to be very hard to farm. It's just going to be a one-hand round. And Frank just getting this photograph now that Marbon had before the last PvP. We're definitely seeing the econ diff here. Should I have Chinese, Korean, or Indian? Korean food. Always. Does he take the Polychrome Jack? I think it's got to be a skip. We need to draw our kings here, especially on one life in the PvP. There's no time for a pivot. And that's honestly not that much from that golden ticket. We didn't get as much as we would like from the Midas mask beforehand as well. Ooh, there's oops. Only a couple lucky cards. I think taking that over your ticket would be rough. Troubadour. That is a nice thing to find right before PvP. I think Troubadour drawing more kings does more than that smiley face, honestly. We've gotten a couple Pluto levels. The smiley face is only like a 2x, maybe a 3x, but each king adds so much, as well as when you have this death and you can draw your hand and you're looking for your gold cards. The smiley, I don't know if it was the play. I think that Troubadour is very strong, and I'd be scared that Marbon would pass on a bean, honestly. Great tarots to bring into the PvP for Frank. And amazing chips from that defensive joker, though I'm not sure if it will be enough to close the gap in deck fixing. The slideshow, look at the difference. Okay, we'll watch Marbon. Are we just gonna purple the 2? I think saving the death till the end here is nice, even though it costs the chance at that purple giving what you're looking for, a death. I think having the death to make sure you get the perfect hand, you just need to draw that face card and get all your red seal kings, and then maybe even cash out on the golden ticket value. Death Fool is quite a useful pull. And they could have their hand -1 red seal right now, but they're looking only 2 red seal kings out of 23 cards. The greed might punish a little bit, but I think they might have it regardless. Okay, they take this hand, and this will be 1 red seal shy of a perfect setup. And you play this, and the benefit of it is that's your best hand. You're not getting better than that other than a 2x. And you can see what your opponent's score is going to be. And then if you need to, you can cash out playing, yeah, where that next hand's just not going to matter. So we can cash out with the money there. Okay, I'm actually realizing how much of a difference the smiley face is. So maybe passing true was the right play. $44 we can make here. And it's still the best hand to play. So I think you ship that and pause buffer regardless. Or maybe playing it. The king high is better. And with this draw, with the death fool, misses the red seal steel king, I think is the deciding factor. That is brutal. With the red seal steel and the death fool, they might have been able to take a life. But it's just not enough. Push the tower for a last-ditch effort, and you play the hand. GG. Marbon takes the round. Frank didn't get to get very far with that second chance he was given. But we're definitely seeing the purple seal diff looking at these decks here. Still a strong amount of deaths on both sides though. All right. Where are we going next? We can actually, how far along is the Greninja Vagabond match? Oh, wow. We are seeing a very similar game to last. Vagabond on 1 life with the Baron Mime and Shoot the Moon. So we'll wait for that game and we might see Vagabond in the semifinals. Where were all the chariots? I actually don't know where Frank summoned that chariot. Maybe a lucky fool in a Arcana pack or some terror blocking. But it should have been a Q, so I have no idea. Fooled after pack, yeah. If Frank was able to death fool the Red Seal Steel, it could have made a difference. That's what? 7.5x on the 200,000. I think he... Yeah, you do likely take the long game, but could have taken a life off, for sure. Let's look at the bracket. I don't have my normal setup, so I can't easily switch to display capture. I guess I can add this as a source. Alright. It is Marbon versus the winner of Greninja Vagabond. And lower Mercury is in the finals. Wins versus Estrakami. So we'll see the winner versus Vagabond or Greninja versus Marbon. And Vagabond is surviving in this match. Okay, let me capture that. But not in a scuffed way. We'll watch Vagabond's POV. There we go. Look at this setup. This is actually beautiful. 2 mimes with the Baron and Blueprint, not copying the Baron to not win too soon. I assume looking for gold cards. Not quite the deck fixing we saw last game, but definitely a stronger Joker lineup. I haven't seen a single king yet. The amount of queens is kind of crazy. A strength card would go very far for... Oh, Vagabond accidentally winning, missing the copy on the mime. Only minus $3 with that one queen in there. A strength card. He pulls the strength. That's going to be... That's quite big. For those steel queens, I'm not sure what the entire deck looks like, but definitely... Already has a red seal queen. I guess you got to take it. There's one you want to strength. Do you strength the steel or the red seal? A steel card is less valuable because we're going to be copying the Baron, so any re-triggers are just going to do more. And we get both red seals. I imagine it'll be hard to not win here, so I think we're getting as much gold as we can and getting out. And making sure to copy the mime early, not to mess up that payout again. Goes for the pair levels. I'm not sure if that was a mistake instead of the Plutos. That could definitely hurt. Another strength and a death right before PvP. This is a strong set of tarots to carry into the PvP. I'm not sure of the lives on the opponent. I assume low based on how long it's been since this match started. But maybe considering this gold makes me think otherwise. Vagabond with the Vagabond. Okay, so Vagabond's definitely down some lives. If they're taking this here. Unless they're just praying for a death or chariot. This is Vagabond versus Grid Ninja to see who makes the semifinals. I think you have to use this death here and discard, hoping for Vagabond to give something. If this is last life PvP, that is a big gamble. Just you're getting a lot of tarot cards with these 5 hands. There is the strength there. One more discard after this one. $8 mil first hand. Gets the death. Are you going to use the strength on one queen? You have a lot of steel queens. I assume that's what we're looking for. uses the strength, just taking the hand of kings. Because we're just hoping for a death to copy those red seals. Another strength actually rewarded. Copying Baron to continue to force your opponent. I would wait if I was Vagabond to see how greedy I need to be for this last hand. We will see though. Go change names. Yeah, I guess. I'm just watching the finish of this one. And that's it. GG. Vagabond takes it and moves on to the semifinals versus Marbon. A completely different setup. That is a Joker diff for sure. Down a blueprint, down the Baron, down a mime. And I'm curious to see the deck here because I'm wondering how Vagabond ever got down to 1 life. Eternal Steel Joker and the Troubadour. Troubadour definitely could have gone far for Vagabond as well. But yeah, that round definitely goes to Vagabond. Seeing that Greninja was on 1 life, taking Vagabond into that, I mean, I guess Shoot the Moon's not doing anything. If you're copying Baron, you don't want to hold a single queen in that hand. So it was a bold play, and now we are off to the semifinals with Vagabond versus Marbon. We'll see the stake bands here. Alright, let's change. Oh, this is the wrong Vagabond. I searched Vagabond and that's what I saw. Alright, Marbon versus Vagabond. This is a good matchup. We've seen Marbon play quite well in these past few games, and we definitely saw Vagabond with a strong setup last match, so if they can both continue to play like that, we will see a strong matchup. I'm curious. They do go white stake. I know Vagabond was playing a lot of gold in the minor league playoffs, and I'm surprised they take 2 white stake, especially against Marbon. That Vagabond MMR is real, by the way. Vagabond does have the streamer luck on his side, though. He'll have to pull out those 1 in 5 lucky card hits for the win. Juicy, thank you for the super chat. Given the option, would you rather have the ability to speak and understand dolphins or lizards? It's got to be dolphins. They're like intelligent. I think a dolphin would have a lot more to say than a lizard. But thank you for the $20 super chat. That I really appreciate it. That is a crazy amount you've gifted. Last time I checked, Vega had 15,000. Maybe I'll have to update it. Higher MMR is better. That's obviously not Vagabond's real MMR. I'm pretty sure he's not the highest rank this season. But he's been doing well in tournaments. Alright. Red deck, white stake. Same as the last match. No ghost from Vagabond. Marbon's playing Osu to entertain us while Vagabond used the bathroom. Oh, I can already tell by how fast he's menuing he's gonna be cracked. Let's see it. Don't mess up. It's just a guitar hero level. It's just Guitar Hero. He's not missing though. Damn. Okay. This is some peak Balatro. This is some good Balatro gameplay. Vagabond just waiting in the lobby. Can't risk missing the reroll button and skipping the shop on accident. Maybe I need to get good at Osu so I don't do that. This is just cryptid mod for anyone curious. It's a tournament right now. We were just watching Marbon play Osu. Alright, we're starting up the game. Slight delay on Vagabond because I'm pulling from their stream because it would be extremely laggy if we tried to do it the other way. The straight is never the play. Oh, especially a 9 king straight. Like I get the 10 king straight, but and he draws it. I mean, on red deck, no, you always go for the flush, especially on red deck, because you can almost guarantee the small flush. But if you just miss, it's brutal. Because with perfect draws, the straight you're going for, you can't guarantee that 4 of those cards are in the bottom of your deck, but you can guarantee that 5 of the suit you need is not in the bottom of the deck. So it is always safer to go for that flush there for the off chance that you get punished by the straight. And we're seeing Marbon greed for the rebate money. Vagabond insta goes next, misses chaos and rebate. Or maybe it was a misclick. But that is a lot of value you're going to be behind on. Oh, okay, we're back. Maybe they switched to game capture or they just tabbed out to cheat. 4 of a kind draw does help. And we're seeing Marbon up 2 jokers and $70 coming in the shop. I think something I'm noticing watching Marbon play a lot is those early buffoon packs. If your opponent doesn't take them, you're just behind in the joker queue. You're getting the econ jokers later, and it always snowballs. And it just almost pays off every single time. The first shop buffoon pack is definitely something you don't want to miss. Marbon's text on his calculator is something. And Vagabond has to take the pacifist to get through the blinds. Are we seeing some desync here? There is a chaos, so I doubt it. Maybe it's likely just the not opening pack diff. Okay, one more proc on that rebate. 2 blinds without the rebate for Vagabond, just because of not opening packs. That is like astronomically bad. Marbon's ahead on Econ, ahead on Jokers, just because they got it earlier. That's why you need to open Buffoon packs and be ahead in that Joker queue. And it's going to be hard for Vagabond to catch up at this point. It's just about what you do with what you're given now. And we got to hope for Vagabond that Marbon makes some wrong decisions. Considering the dagger for some scoring, I think that would be insane. You have the pacifist to get through the blinds, and the dagger is not a plan for PvP. Marbon trying to score as little as possible to dig for the rebate. Okay, discards the 7. I thought he was going to play that. Making sure this doesn't win. He knows it doesn't. You get no more dig hands. So we're just discarding, hoping we find those 7s, which these draws are pretty unlucky. We get a couple triggers on that rebate, trying the 7 right at the end. And there's the invis. Likely going to be shaking there for a while until we find a good joker, something worth copying. Great choice to pick up the business card there, following it up with the Chad very next shop. I think with this strong econ, you can sell the chaos. I think you're taking too big of a risk getting rid of any scoring you have. The only thing you could hope for otherwise is finding that 5 of a kind of aces with 5 hands and 4 discards, but it will cost you more money than chaos. Yeah, Vagabond getting very few procs. We're seeing the same draws that Marbon did with those 7s, and just honestly having a bad rebate hit for your first time with it is also going to matter. You don't get that interest hit. We're likely going to take both of these from Vagabond as well, just like we saw with Marbon. That's going to cost $13. You can afford to open one of these packs. Get punished for not buying earlier. Maybe a Hermit in here will help. Unlucky. There's the full house for good econ. Likely not going to get another rebate proc, so we just send the hand. And we try to find something to use this invis on. There's a card sharp, which with the chips from Chad, as well as the base malt from Banana, could be good for a PvP, just spamming a full house or pairs. And with the rebate, you already have strong econ, and you can lose that bit of econ to just have the life lead for the PvP. And I don't know if Vagabond's but gonna be able to see the card sharp, just because of how far ahead Marbon is on econ, finding that rebate earlier. No calculator, very risky. Vagabond is manually figuring out, making sure this hand doesn't win, so we can get another discard on that rebate. And draws the 7 last hand, just like last blind. Alright, only $15 heading into shop. This money is snowballing. We're going to want a voucher. We're going to want to open this Arcana pack. We're going to want to reroll. And that smeared is, I believe, what we saw in the small blind shop for Marbon. The Hermit will help, though. Gold Hollow 5 could be strong scoring early game and is gold card for long term. Not the worst pickup. I think you have to reroll here with this rebate because you will likely get back up and he gets rewarded, finds the business card, and while we're likely losing this PvP, we at least get some money. Alright, 2 pair seems to be the hand. Was that a 2 pair first hand? Oh no, it was a pair. I think with so little chips. Ooh, do we play the flush hoping for a second one? Not many clubs left. And you want to discard this too. It very much depends on what you see from your opponent. And I think we're sticking with pairs. I think the 2 pair would have been slightly stronger, though maybe just the pairs is enough. Because Vagabond's just lacking this card sharp. They're behind enough that they're not going to be able to find it. That's how strong those first shop decisions can be. Plays the 2 pair. Nope. Decides to stick to the pairs. Which I think if you're Marbon in that situation, you gotta wait to see what your opponent does. That 5 in a solid hand could matter, especially a flush house. Okay. I think Marbon, unless Vagabond can get stronger hands. 2 hands remaining still. We'll see what they're able to pull out, but the best hand here. Actually, with that malt on it, it's gonna be very hard for Vagabond to win here. Even with the Empress on the 9. And misses the flush. Yeah, it's gonna be, I think you just play the king high here. Minus $1. I think we're seeing Marbon play a little more optimally to get every dollar out of every blind. Natural negative bloodstone. We have money. Do we invis now or do we want to keep this? There's something to take. There's something that's econ. Do you win? Do you sell Chad? I don't know if I sell Chad there, but double bloodstone, you can't. Rewarded so hard for using invis there. Wow. Wow, that is so lucky. Oh, wow. Okay. That invis would have just been a completely different Joker. He's read the seed. That's crazy. What if it was blueprint? The way multiplayer queue works is it will make sure everything shows up in an order. So even if you are Joker blocking, all it is now it would just be deeper in queue. So the next rare you're gonna see would have been that invis, or whatever rare we see next from Marbon would have been in place of that invis. Hangman, great here. And there's the Deja Vu on the Heart King. Definitely a strong seed, and we're just not seeing the same strength from Vagabond yet. Though the econ situation's definitely picked up. Can we play this without winning? Not discarding the jack. Okay, he remembers. and gets another dollar. How is Marbon getting out of these blinds? Are we just playing heart flushes, hoping Bloodstone does its thing? No hits from gambling. Looking for a better flush to more guarantee it, and I think that'll do it. Honestly, having the red seal hard ace that also has the malt on it, very strong, scoring 50,000. There's the negative Bloodstone for Vagabond, kind of hurts. Right next to the gambling as well. Sells Chad, they're gonna invisit and take the gambling, and then we'll also see them find that invis next reroll, and then we know that the red seal is in this pack. It's gonna be hard without some gambling procs to get our econ back. Red seal heart 7, not interested. A third Bloodstone hits, and we get an idol. Wow. Honestly, I'm not sure if we found the idol before or after the invis. Did we take invis hoping it hits idol, but we get unlucky with the Bloodstone? Could be a way for Vagabond to catch up. Triple Bloodstone with idol. No retriggers. If you greeted the Chad and got lucky, you'd be in a better position, but the better play, obviously, is to go for that long term, especially up a life from Marbon. We know the Bloodstone procs get Vagabond out here. Were they going to get him out without the gambling proc? No, actually. Almost punished for not using the Empress. Lovers there. A red seal 7. We use that deja vu. Are we taking a random red seal? We have a red seal king and ace. It is likely not needed. I think you bring lovers into the pack, but is it a hangman or a hermit? Takes the money, which means with the deck size difference, Marbon's gonna have a little easier time. Finds the invis, there it is. A little later than Marbon's, and the idol is run reroll after. With the lovers in hand, Marbon's actually going to be able to throw his idol card in with the triple Bloodstone hand. If they choose to. Because it is a Queen of Diamonds, not the worst thing to use that lovers on. Forgot he has 6 Joker slots. What did he sell? What did they sell? Just a scary face, okay. Surely they'll realize shortly. I don't think a scary face is going to decide this PvP. Just the Empress cards with the smiley face as well for some base malt. I think there's just no world Marbon misses. Though we know the Bloodstone hits are bad on first hand. So it could be a difference. Doesn't use the lovers. I guess you could use it on any queen. You could use it on your Queen of Hearts. Doesn't have a Queen of Hearts. What are we looking to play here? Are we saving the lovers to put on the king so it's more valuable? Are we putting it on the ace so we have the flush house? I see. Queen of Diamonds would have been a 2x, but the flush house is likely more than that. 100,000 from Vagabond. If Marbon plays this here, I don't know if the Bloodstone hits are good enough to score that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just 8 for 17. With 2 red seals there, so just around average. Chariot on the red seal, always a good thing to do. You get overstock this ante and taking more scoring. I don't know how I feel about the Seance, but if you're already having to build into one suit, it makes Seance easy. And we take the Hermit over the Hangman. Let's see, does he realize he has enough Joker slots to take Seance? Okay, we're using the 6th Joker slot. I think since this king has no enhancement on it, you probably want to use that Chariot, even though you're going to be playing it, just so it has more value to copy it. And there he does that. Five of diamonds hit for idle. Off hits could matter a lot depending on if it hits a heart card for one player. Marbon gets the sun. That is likely going to guarantee the straight flush next blind, so we'll see what that Seance gives. Cuts out the 9s. And finds a purple seal on the red deck is going to be very useful. I will say Vagabond, actually no, we know this invis misses. And I think he's going to go for it now due to this family. We know Vagabond's invis can't hit idle, or won't hit idle. Is he not going to take the family? I don't know. I don't know if you can do that. I mean, it's not the biggest loss, but when you're building in a flush 5, it's a 4x. That's another red seal. Let me get the Seance proc. Let's see. Deja vu. See, that would be useful if there hasn't been 7 red seals in the seed so far. And we know Vagabond's not going to see that, especially if they sell the Seance and Invis before getting the proc off. No way they take the risk, though. Okay. They're not going to see the Seance. They're lucky it's not anything useful. Get the 3rd Bloodstone, as we know. And that's just another scoring util Joker that Marbon is up. Sun Death for Vagabond coming into this blind. Having that red seal king is going to definitely get a couple more. Unfortunate that doesn't get the sun card for that Seance. Death on the purple, I know that's something Vagabond likes to do. Not keeping this king for the sun card. Or this king, or the gold seal. 20 bucks is quite big. Nothing to use death on yet. Are we deathing the purple? Are we not sunning the purple first? I guess. The problem is, purple seals are good long term, but Vagabond's already down to 2 lives here. So that they're playing for the short-term scoring with that death. Alright. Bringing the Sun Death into PvP. Not going to be punished. I don't believe there's any Suns or Deaths before the PvP blind. Though it does block that hallucination value, so slightly punished. Get the Drunkard instead. Two Hangman. Doesn't take the Hermit like Marbon did. There have been a lot of Hangman Hermit choices in all of these packs. 15 seconds on timer, and we're in the PvP. Goes next, doesn't reroll. Not sure how I feel about that one. I guess it's because of the Sun Death and the Tarot slots. But if there's just a Chad behind that reroll, you just have to try. Alright, are we going to be able to use the family? If we just look for our kings here, there is very likely a chance having all these discards you get a flush 5 for Vagabond. And Marbon doesn't have that strength because they use the Seance, or the Sun for the Seance. There is... Oh, now they have it. With a purple seal like that, they get the Death, and they flush 5 with 3 red seals. That'll do it. Still not deathing the purple seal for Vagabond. Used the Sun card. Does that mean they can get the flush 5 still? What hand are we looking for if we're not going for the 4 of a kind? What hand? I'm so curious. $590K from Marbon. Is it the flush house, kings and aces? That 4x from the family would have been so much more. And we do get the flush house, but one more red seal doesn't make the difference. As well as you would have been able to hold that red seal steel in hand, which is just more than... Well, usually less than Bloodstone. Draws the whole deck though with this extra discard. Guaranteed draw, and he doesn't play for the best thing. That's going to be an unfortunate loss, I believe. Yep, 169. See a 4x on that. You take it. But you would need the same amount of Bloodstone parts. There's the Dusk. Do we go... I think we have to go for the kill. We already have the red seal from the Seance. It's not something you need to greed. We already have 3 red seals. A cryptid is just not valuable enough. But we still greed for the extra Seance value. We already spent that Sun to make the straight flushes. Let's see if we can get something useful. Which an Immolate and a cryptid do go very far with the idol. And playing for long term is safe when you are up all those lives. But I also think going for the kill is another play there. Another death for Vagabond. We can get another copy, hopefully, on that red seal. Still not copying the purple. I think it is too late in the game for decisions like that. Can try to use the death before the purple seal. I think the purple seal might give a death if they are at the same point in queue. So using this death before then could go quite far, and we are going to get it off. Let's see, does this purple give a death? Chariot. Not a useless card, though. But could have been up a Red Seal steal. 4 Red Seals from Vagabond. Marbon gets the straight flush. Next Seance proc. Show me an incantation. Show me a familiar. I think greeting this was a bit much when you already have the Red Seal. But you know, if you are ahead and your opponent did do that and got a blueprint, okay, but you obviously take photograph here, right? And we're never wraithing. Yeah, okay. That is an 8x Joker. You can't just leave that. Idol has yet to hit as well. An unlucky draw in the Arcana for Marbon. Using the Emperor. I think deathing a Lucky Jack is not useless, especially with this Dusk and that being money. But another chance at a death on the cards you want, or even a Sun, can be very strong. Both players having the exact same Jokers now. The Econ diff has definitely evened out. Shouldn't Marbon use the Wraith for sell value? Since he was going to buy... Wraith sets your money to 0, so... It's a $50 cost to check a rare versus a re-rolling with $50 likely amounts to a rare. Vagabond plays his last hand by mistake. Oh no. Looking for that last king, still with the discard. That is a brutal. Oh no, that one's gonna hurt him. It would be very hard for Vagabond to come back this game. They do have the same Joker setup. But that one's gotta hurt. It is impressive to die to a blind with these Jokers. It is very unfortunate that we're... I feel so bad. This is the last chance. The last chance to make it, and we're just a small mistake, and the little mistakes like that added up throughout this match. But this mistake was a little bigger than the others. G, I guess. Marbon moves on to the finals versus Lower Mercury. Pulled a bean? I don't know if I've... Well, maybe I've done that once. Pulling a bean is something else. I think it was just we see the match evened out eventually. I think Vagabond caught up econ wise and could have potentially taken the lead with better deck fixing. But that early econ buff for Marbon just won him so many shops. For some reason I skipped both shop 1 buffoons. Yeah, Vagabond realizes his mistake, and it cost him way more than he thought. Because you're behind in Joker queue and you're down having an econ Joker early. But GG's to Vagabond, and we see Marbon move on to the finals. And they are going to be versus Lower Mercury. All right. let's see how Lower Mercury's doing. They're live as well, so we're just gonna pull from their stream. They're watching me pull from them. Okay. It's gonna be Inception for a little bit. And we have Marbon's video. We've watched a lot of Marbon games. They just keep on winning. They have the bean buff, and they get to the end. The finals to decide who's in the playoffs. This is the last chance deciding the 16th player. Are they going to play? I think we're just waiting for them to score this match. Let me score for them. Alright. Marbon versus Mercury. Infinite beans. Alright, we're good now. What if we just do this and then we cast the game like this and you guys can just watch a little bit. Bloodstone. Alright. Lower wins these. I'm rooting for Lower Mercury. Vagabond's my nemesis. I'm sorry, Vagabond. Or, not Vagabond, Marbon. Vagabond lost, became a furry. It's the same position too. It's the transformation. When did I become your nemesis? It's that penny pincher game, mate. Marbon, I'm sorry. That's how it is. Vagabond, thank you for the raid. It's sad to receive the raid from you. I'm sorry. You played well. Those mistakes were so brutal. You have no idea how much not opening the buffoon packs early mattered. That is the only reason you are down 3 lives, and then that accidental hand play just was the nail in the coffin. That was a brutal one. Yeah, you made semifinals. You were so close. Yeah, that's brutal. That's just unfortunate. All right. For our finals match, it is Ghost Red Yellow, and we're going back to back to back on Red White. Here's the person on the left. This is Lower Mercury. Actually, let me update this. Lower Mercury. Good. Same here for the MLB. Yeah, you win the MLB for sure. Lock. All right. I think he was telling you to leave your game. Alright, pretty standard. Red deck, white stake. You just gotta play better than your opponent, pretty much. I mean, and Marbon's been doing that. I love the white stake matches. I mean, I feel like commentating a gold stake match would be fun, but white stake just leads to cooler games. Alright, we're in it. We're gonna have a bit of delay for low Mercury. I hate how he goes for the full house every time and always manages to hit it. It's just getting rewarded for making the wrong decision. Now there's 2 buffoon packs per shop. That only happens in like 5% of games, and we saw how strong the lead on Joker Q was from opening the packs last game was. But can you afford to miss out on Rough Gem? Only a $5 econ Joker. If you just sell this stencil, you can still get the Hangman. Keep the stencil for the early game scoring. Lower Mercury punished. What are you even drawing for? Goes for... Oh, they went for the... Did they go for the flush and get punished? So Marbon is right for going for the full house. Must open to buffoon. Shop 1. If there's one it's very... It depends on the jokers, and we'll see if it matters here, because lower Mercury takes the econ. With that, Rough Gem misses both packs, or actually no, they opened one, sold it, I believe. No, never mind, I'm wrong, because they lost the money from not first shotting the small blind, which I think makes that decision easier. What are we looking for on Marbon's side? Just making sure it's a one-hand win. Bean is a mythical take here. Easy scoring, 4 of a kind with all the queens in hand. Only $6 cost for millions in the future. This is why Marbon's my nemesis. We've seen like 5 beans on Marbon's side today. Passed every single one. This guy. Actually, just tossing the game. Alright, we're going to see that strength to make likely more queens. Don't take the purple stone. Take the purple king, obviously. And Mercury still in the boss blind. With that timer, a whole ante with 150 seconds is going to be a bit rough. As well as without drawing queens is going to be in a risky spot. Where are the queens? I think after playing this 3 of a kind, most hands get out, but based on how long they're playing, okay, the pair wins. Do you get out with the 2 pair? Should be enough. That's 80 points at minimum. A solid amount of money heading into ante 2 though from that rough gem decision, but it's not going to amount to much because you're just now seeing the stencil that Marbon saw shop 1. Not min-maxing the rough gem value. Maybe a little bit of that timer pressure forcing them to make some mistakes. Hermit for some money. Do you sell stencil? No, you keep scoring. Strength. Okay, those rerolls do catch them up quite a bit. Would you have taken the rough gem in the 2 packs? I would have opened 1 pack and then sold Shoot the Moon for rough gem. I think we're seeing how much early econ jokers compound in a lot of these games today. Alright, do you take the scary face? No chips for the shoot the moon without it. Minus a little bit on that. On that stencil. And there's the purple seal for both players. I believe scary face helps scoring much more than the stencil. And actually, wow. Marbon is ahead on money and the shop queue while being down an econ joker. That is how important, like, that's kind of crazy actually. It's mostly the money snowballing from one-shotting early blinds, but that's kind of crazy. He's ahead. And the conjoined value here is just gonna take the PvP easily. And we're seeing that rough gem cost more and more money. What are we doing with that world there? Did we think we had a flush house? Or just wanted to use it? And gets all hands off with 2.5x. I don't think lower Mercury realized. I think they're just trying to see how much money they can make. Is the goal now. Never mind, they're still going for scoring. I think you gotta realize that you just need to play some diamonds here. But we're discarding them. At least you get the unlock on the 5 of a kind, but still, when you see those 70k scores from your opponent, you just gotta know when it's time to get the most value possible. There's the conjoined. There's the bean. After rerolling in this ante, yeah, Marbon's just quite a bit ahead. And all Mercury has to show for it is a rough gem. But they do take the bean. Okay, we are now a biased commentator. We are rooting for lower Mercury. We need them to lock in. With this bean, it will snowball their economy. They're going to destroy Marbon. They're going to draw their hands. They're going to get 12 queens in hand, play the face card, and it's going to be a quick rest of the game, right? The bean diff incoming. Marbon also getting the parking earlier than their opponent is going to be quite nice. That's just closing the gap, or widening the gap of the shop queue. Get the lucky kings, and with the chips that easily wins. Did you qualify for the tournament? Yes, we qualified yesterday. I was planning on playing today, but unfortunately we can't. Acrobat, probably over the conjoined because of the anti-synergy and its guaranteed scoring, though that conjoined proved to be very strong against Mercury being a slower methodical player. Also, oh, if they can roll enough to find this parking with the bean. Oh, bean payoff. And we're pivoting out the shoot the moon. Go smiley face. I think that's a clear choice to make. Especially with Acrobat only making that one hand matter. They get the parking. You sell stencil for Golden Joker here as well, but maybe they want to make a effort. There's the business card. Business over rough gem. Alright, this bean is about a print, I believe. Gold Seal, King, pass. Few 4 of a kind levels could matter in this upcoming PvP. Death on the purple seal is huge. I think you... Oh... They've missed out on the tarot. That is unfortunate. I'm noticing a lot of mistakes coming just when Marbon hits the timer. They're a little rush for time, can't think over every little decision, and it's hurting. I don't know if we have more purple seals, is why we didn't discard again there. Look at this bean value. Holy. Oh my goodness. It's not very much. With a mime it would matter. Can we get away with another high card? Probably gonna have to play a pair. Yeah. And the pair is actually better EV. Playing as many face cards as possible is the best here because business card is $1 per card and parking is 50 cents. So a slight misplay there. Acrobat likely goes for Joker Stencil. Are we going to find the Smiley to replace Shoot the Moon? Okay. Down. Oh, that's pretty nice judgment hit. $4 sell value plus you get this pack for free. And the 5 of a kind level. Get the smiley face. The difference here, while Mercury does have those planet levels, I think the scary face might do it, but the hand size to draw the hand will also help, and beam will carry. Gets the death, is gonna have to wait to use it, or maybe go for death now. I think he's just looking for the kings here. But look how much easier it is to work around your hand with this turtle bean. We can save our discards, or not. We can use our discards, we just need one of them. Maybe two. Bottom deck's 2 queens, doesn't even get the 5 of a kind, and this is the bean diff. This is the bean diff. Except I think they were discarding 5 times and they wouldn't have drawn it. Well, actually they would have drawn it. So that's what you get for not taking bean. And with the levels from the 5 of a kind, I think Mercury may take this unless they... Okay, you go for queens here and you drop the kings. Are we worlding to flush house instead though? With that 5 of a kind level, I don't know if that's the play. So what hand are we looking for here? We have so many more queens after using those strengths, but we do have the extra kings. Is 2 purple seals worth it? Mercury is ahead on the tarot queue. Alright, we're going for the queens. Still saving the world. Get that money from reserved. There's the 5 of a kind. Use the world on the diamonds, because why not, I guess. Spades are better than diamonds, especially when they're lacking that scary face for chips. And there's another death. The compounding of the purple seals is beginning. Flush 5 is, I believe, slightly better than that level 2 5 of a kind. Moving the Joker for no reason. And I believe Mercury takes this round. That's all bean. That's bean right there carrying. Marbon didn't take the bean. Losing econ from the reserve parking. Losing scoring from missing your hands. Bean's the best Joker. Oh, there is a rare skip. Are they going to agree to both not take it, or is he just going to wait to see? Let's see. We'll see how long Mercury spends in this shop. Ooh, what do you sell? Okay, so Bean just did everything for you and you dropped him. Okay. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Block the hallucination, unlucky. And there, I see in the chat, they are agreeing if they want to skip. Marbon saying no skip. Alright, is Marbon deathing the purple? I think you always death the purple here, and maybe even just pivot to kings and strength the queens, even though you are up on those games. But they are going to not do that. I think they're going queens. Returning to unbiased mode. Right, unbiased commentary. Bean user versus my nemesis. Are we... Oh, I think they were trying to hit another queen. Are we using the strength here? I think you have to use the strength before. Slightly... Do we get punished with a fool here? I think there's another... No, those are the tarot cards. Yeah, Mercury is ahead on the purple seal queue. This can win with a lucky hit. Marbon trying to greed the $1 of expected value. Is a 1 in 5 odds you have to play a 3 of a kind. Or the full house, I mean. For half a dollar, we're doing 3 calcs. Bloodstone in the shop for Mercury. We're seeing that they are ahead on the shop queue and having solid econ from both these business and reserve parking. A better strength draw for Mercury slightly. What are we selling for the Bloodstone? Likely hallucination based on the fact that we're using it now. And with those purple seals, I think that's a fine thing. We have Tarot Gen, we don't need those hits. Hack with Bloodstone. There's something. Emperor, no, it's a Temperance Moon. Still no sun cards. Though a death does help, especially on the wild purple king is actually going to matter now. No speedrun. Marbon decides also to make the same decision, or actually never saw the speedrun. So we might see Marbon get a red seal, potentially from speedrun in the next shop if they do see it. Which speedrun can be a very, very useful joker versus Mercury. How are we getting out here? We're playing queens. No full house. Right, looking for those purples. Making sure the full house wins, which I believe it does with Acrobat for sure. Calcing so they can fold this card to find any more value. 3 of a kind does win guaranteed. We get the death and we draw the other purple seal to death. We're rewarded and likely want to unlock flush 5 here because it is a Bloodstone game. Did Mercury bottom deck both purple seals to last discard? That is unfortunate. Parking comes back. Smiley face is what's getting you safely through these blinds. You are offered a choice. There's a blueprint. And getting that in this PvP is going to matter a whole lot. That Marbon did not find it. And Mercury still has $40 to spend. And a Lovers. And a magician on a hackable hard card is going to be quite useful. I can't tell what these planning cards are. Full house, okay. Alright, lives 3 to 3. Flush house level gone from Marbon. Or actually, the flush 5. Which is going to hurt. I'm not sure what they're planning on playing. Are you ignoring the Bloodstone? I think you have to. I think Bloodstone's really weak. Marbon passed on the hack. That is interesting. Now I'm wondering what Lower Mercury is looking to play. Maybe a flush with as many hackable cards as possible. Probably ideally a straight flush. If you do draw another purple king, you can get the flush house. Don't have the base malt from the face cards. It's just going to be up to lucky procs for who wins this. Okay. Not looking for the flush house. Just looking for those low hackable cards. Wasting that lucky proc is going to hurt their score. What are we looking for? Just a low flush? If we're discarding, I guess they want to keep it. See, if we kept that king, we'd have a flush house. We have 2 more, though. Oh, still gets the flush. A lucky card could bring their score up a lot. Copying Bloodstone. We're looking at a massive range on the score here. It just depends on this lucky card. 84,000 is gonna do it. The hack with the blueprint and Bloodstone is just a hard thing to beat. And there, Marbon sees it. An unlucky shop. And the 3x from Acrobat would have won it, but they would be down a scoring joker. Red Seal King is pretty useful. Driver's license on solid score. There's speedrun. Are they taking speedrun or are they taking driver's license? Take this. Opening packs is crucial here. They do open the card pack, find the Red Seal King. That makes hack a little less strong. Never mind. Okay. Red Seal Lucky 5s with hack does seem like a good idea. Especially with enough tarot cards to copy them. You just gotta hope that there's not gonna be any sock. There's a moon card, still nothing. Marbon took a blue seal over an additional red. Planet levels are important, especially when we're seeing they played that level 0 flush 5. I believe this forward kind wins here. I think... Ooh, how are we getting out of this blind? No enhancement to get the driver's license. This flush should win with any luck. This especially with that 3 drawn. There is always a chance it loses though, of course. 20 malt pretty much guarantees it. Speedrun take for Marbon, zooming through the blind. That's going to be a spectral that Lower Mercury can't get. Temperance, Moon. It does make it a little stressful in this blind. That's a death card. And another Red Seal King. I don't know if that's going to be much use. What did they take there? Okay. Lord Mercury's just giving up on speedrun. I'm glad that card's in the game. Very fun for a streamer. Welcome in, Mojo. Oh, and they can blueprint it. I forgot. Oh, and a sun finally for Marbon. Can't take any taros here. There's the hack. Comes back. Not good taros. Unfortunate for Marbon. That is getting 2 procs on that speedrun and then not amounting to much is brutal. But the benefit of just ignoring speedrun is they can take their time, make sure they get max purple seal value here. Not keeping the wild 5. What do we open to world? I am very curious. Okay, we're selling it. Only get 2 purples. Death? Do you death the purple? I think now you can start deathing that 5. Yes, we need to win this hand for loyalty card to be lined up. Ooh. At least we get the death on the 5, but that is rough. I think we should have waited a sec though. I get some business card money. It's not the worst case. There's also a chance we just die. 3 of a kind 5 is all you got. They pulled a Vagabond. No! Oh no! Oh, that is brutal. Maybe they just didn't think to get the value from the luckies. There's definitely a chance you win there. You copy the hack for the lucky procs. Oh. That's the second. Oh, that's such a loss. Lower Mercury was in a very good spot up a life here, but that is brutal. Lovers on another 5. A very good hand to play for Lower Mercury here. Golden Dig instead of business cards seems smart. You get a gold on any hackable card. It's going to be very strong. Unless Marbon plays their purple seals, it's just not going to go very far. And that hitting diamonds, just not going to do it. I think they have conceded this PvP. Just like me. Vagabond. Taking a hit. A small hit. $8 hand. Loyalty card is lined up this hand. Depending on your draw, do you just play the flush because it has the 4x? Flush house, I would take that. You get the loyalty flush house. You get at least one of these purple seals. 3 hackable cards in it. That is a great draw for Lower Mercury. And we get another purple seal. I'm not sure what was in their Fool, but Flush 5 level doesn't hurt. Level 5 Flush 5 as well. Even though we are playing Flush House here. Alright. Bloodstone copy is usually the best here. Especially with the re-triggers from Hack. Not the worst procs, not the best. And Marbon's down to 1 life. This Hack Bloodstone is definitely paying off. Rebate, very strong economy. Marbon knows that loyalty card's not going to be enough, and we need the Scary Face to get through the blinds. Rare skip, nothing it could be to catch up quick enough. Man, this game's snowballing from that bean. Another death card from Marbon. If a sock shows up, definitely in a strong position. But it's going to be tough without it. We can start playing that Flush 5 for Lower Mercury. We're replacing that. Devil, after selling the ticket, feels bad. Death Fool is very nice. We're going to have good econ. Just copying Hack and playing those Red Seal Lucky 5s. So I don't love this reserve parking. It is honestly a terrible reserve parking when you're looking for hackable cards. So we could have kept loyalty card. Alright, we need to find one of those 5s so we can clear our consumables. Yikes. Using the discard still, not playing hands. You need to save some discards. There's the 5, finally. We get 2 more Red Seal 5s. I believe is a Flush 5 of Red Seals. Or 1 short Red Seal, but still with the Flush 5 of 5s. Copying Hack can be definitely strong. So many purple seals. Had to waste all our discards this hand. A little bit of a misplay playing the things we have, but you copy Hack here every time. We're recalculating. Interesting. Alright, give me $20 to get back from this $11 interest deficit. It's copy Hack. You need, what, 4 triggers? There's plus 20 malt. Give me plus $20. No money hits. Definitely an econ lead goes to Marbon. But this is the last shop and they have $50 to spend. They need something because they chose not to go for that Hack. Death helps draw your hand, but Mercury has those red seals. Rolling just a couple more rerolls, and if nothing's in these, it might be sealed. Are they gonna spend their last money to roll down? So close. Honestly, if that campfire came earlier, that could have been something to save them. They're gonna try the Sixth Sense. A Cryptid could work. Polychrome hit wouldn't hurt. Diet Soda Addict, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. 2 months. Sorry I don't have sub alerts on. I'm using a completely different setup than I usually do. Alright, we got some pretty strong econ with this rebate blueprint for Mercury. Just gonna use this tower for a future idol. Strength for 5 is not bad. And then we get... What are we playing here? I would just full dig for my 5s. I know the 3 of a kind gets out 9 times out of 10. Plus drawing the 4 of a kind and any other 5s amounts to a good amount of expected value. And you get the flush 5. We're going to see a glimpse into the potential of lower Mercury scoring. Wow, these levels have added up. Okay, this Bloodstone sucks, but... And the lucky cards also suck. Never mind, we get one $20 hit. Huge. Flush 5 level. And it's just more and more strength for lower Mercury here. And Marbon's down to 1 life. Alright. Gets the campfire and has money to spend. There is still an econ diff. And we're in the PvP for Marbon. What do we get from 6 cents? Hector's not going to cut it. 2x on campfire just to seal the deal. Those asteroids did hurt though. Death Fool on the Heart King. Do we have one more? That's gonna be our best hand. That flush 5 of Heart Kings. The only thing Marbon can wish for is a bottom deck, and I'm not sure how many cards are in their deck. 49 cards with plenty of hands and discards remaining. It's going to be a tough thing to bottom deck. And there's the Death Fool. And that's one more discard for a chance at the last red seal. I think you keep this extra red seal in case of a chariot, but it does not matter. Alright, Bloodstone is the copy, especially when you know you're behind your opponent. You just need, what, like 4 Bloodstone hits out of 9, so maybe you copy family, but after you, well, actually you have to play first, so you just copy Bloodstone. Vagabond backseating lower Mercury, gonna get them disqualified. There it is. 9 million from Marbon. Some solid Bloodstone hits. Mercury knows they're down to 1 life. You gotta look for the flush 5 here. With, you're gonna see 20 more cards. You only bottom deck 6 things. Even just a 4 of a kind 5s is worth looking for. Selling the Hangman to get more value, not just using it on any 2 cards there. Gets the death. Guaranteed the flush 5. I think you still full discard here. Or you at least calc what that 4 of a kind looks like. See how much more you need. there's a chance Mercury could just copy family and basically guarantee it. Alright, there's your flush 5 of a lucky red seal hackable cards with the blueprint on Bloodstone. I have a feeling this might be over 10 mil. Just a slight inkling. Alright, this is for the finals of who makes it to the playoffs. Let's see it. With 15 hits, it's always Bloodstone. You're gonna get like 16x on average from it. They do not play controller. Alright, here's your hand. And I think we can see that diff. A 50x. GG. That's it. Lower Mercury makes it to the playoffs in the last chance. I think on a Bloodstone seed, I can get passing hack, but when you already have the Bloodstone, you know hack has something to do. It's just a tough decision to make. GG's to Marbon, GG's to Lower Mercury. Very good match. Oh, it's the purple seals. It's, I think, just getting the discards on the purple seals early, being ahead on that was a bit of a deck fixing diff, and then the bean. Honestly, bean won that. The compounding econ from the bean, always being ahead, it just adds up. It just adds up. Bean is too good. Bean diff. GG's. Alright, what are we doing now? There is the Minor League Balatro Finals. So, yeah, what we're noticing in these games is just be ahead of your opponent. Except for some of the games. It's just be better, really. Alright. Don't go yet, chat, because we are doing the minor league finals, Vagabond versus Sizzac. That is gonna be a good match. Sizzac is warming up. Send you the overlay info. I was just gonna use this because it's already set up, but maybe I need a BRB screen so I can actually set this up and not go insane. How easy is the overlay going to be to set up? Because I was just going to pull from their streams, because Vagabond usually does, like, this one works very well with just pulling from someone's stream. Because I know Vagabond is going to lag if he uses the other way of sharing. The score tracking would be nice, true. It's just, this one is, like, meant to work with streamers, so it can tuck under those info things. But if it's easy to set up, I can swap. We can do that. Alright, because right now I can just do... Oh, I guess I have to do this. Oh, Vagabond's not live yet. They ended stream. Alright, let's pull up Sizzac stream. Perfect. And then we'll do Vagabond just went live. Perfect. Okay, I guess I'm using the overlay, never mind. Alright. We're back to the classic layout. We actually get chat on screen, huge. And we add a browser source. Alright, this is the minor league finals. We saw the semifinals last night. Vagabond versus Phantom. And this is it. This is Vagabond's got a lock in, can't make mistakes like yesterday. Alright, I think this is good. We'll move you down below all this. Alright. How is that? That's working. Oh, they're actually gonna fit in it. Okay, I see, Zano. Yeah, I got it set up. Sizzac's not there yet, but alright. We're doing this. We're back. We're gonna move Bean. Bean's gonna cover a little, well, actually we can just do this. We can slot right in there. Oh, Vagabond shared it, so I am gonna have to add the browser source, I see. I see. Alright. Window capture. Sizzac. Sizzac. Can I pick which players left and right? I'm putting Sizzac on the right and Vega on the left. You can set the overlay to Wumbo. What does that mean? Alright, and then we'll get Vagabond stream going. Doing both players like this is a bit of a pain. Alright, someone tell Vagabond he doesn't have to stream. Alright, only slightly scuffed. We are almost ready to start. When I can figure out how to use the application that I use every day. %, scuff, 99% being. No scuff. What? How did that end up there? Someone want to tell me? Now they're all gone. This is so buggy. One of these days, I will get a working chat, I swear. It just doesn't like having two application captures. So I might have to display capture for Sizzac. Or window captures. Never mind, maybe we're good. Okay, we got it. It's working. It's set up. Professional streamer. Thunder, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Okay. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Not even scuffed in the slightest. Why does Sizzac have black bars at the bottom of his stream? What's this aspect ratio? Oh, the runner. I don't know. It looks like thunder. But thank you for the sub. Okay. I can't listen in. I guess I can join their call. Are they Where are they in a VCU, Zeno? Because I would like to be able to listen in. I guess could do this. Actually, I can't even listen in. I can't listen to anything. My headset is dead right now. Okay, this is what we're doing. We got the match. We're ready. I need to grab something to eat. So we will let them do their steak bands. Yeah, I can't listen and actually say no. So I will be back in a minute. Be right back, chat. I've been commentating for too long. I need a break. So I'll be back when this match starts, maybe. Alright, we're in it. It is purple stake. How do you end up on purple stake? Okay, it's purple stake magic deck. I know Sizzac is a big fan of magic deck, so they likely picked this. Having stated they only use the fools on hermits unless there's like a perfect scenario where you have something copy with the death. So we're likely going to see those stay quite long for both players. On purple stake, these little scoring jokers do matter. I think with how many sources there are for mult, the blue joker is a very smart pickup. And they both make the same play. Here, let me play some Dom Palambi Balatro bangers. Alright. Chaos the Clown, shop 2 into a Judgment. Judgment is very interesting to fool for. It is vanilla somewhat, but there is the order mod, so a Judgment's much less strong. It does still spawn the stickerless joker, which with those Eternals can definitely matter. Or actually, does this have the Judgment fix since it's the order? It must have the Judgment fix. So it's not gonna give you a stickerless that your opponent wouldn't find. Alright, let me actually change the title. Alright. Wow. Okay. Photograph, stencil, likely just uncommon blocking for now. Maybe selling some jokers before the PvP. Alright. An Invis joker as well. On purple stake, having 2 stencils early could be very strong. That's 2 5x jokers, but you're likely going to have to pick up other jokers for scoring. That's going to take those down. You're going to want to pick up econ jokers because you lose the game. It's just not the play, and I think we're seeing Sizzac realize that and pass on that opportunity, selling the stencil for the Invis, especially with that $4 sell value. Unfortunate pack. We're gonna sell out of Scholar. Scholar is some solid scoring, but I think with this molten chips from the Fortune Teller, they will be fine to get through the blinds. Justice on a king. That is an interesting thing to use your fool on. I missed what Sizzac used it on. It must have been on the Hermit to have so many jokers. And if it is the case, the glass diff could be very strong early game here for Vagabond. That 2x glass is just very hard to beat. Fools for the Justice. Used it on Judgment. He did triple Judgment for that stencil. Okay. On Gold Stake, I respect that play a lot more. I think that's about the equivalent to a Buffoon pack, if I'm being honest. I don't think Judgmenting for jokers that your opponent's also always going to see. In vanilla rule set, where those judgments aren't just jokers from the shop, that is definitely the smarter play. But the glass difference, you know how much glass compounds in this game with any deaths or this cryptid, for instance. If Vagabond is able to draw the card they put the glass on, which I'm not sure if it's anything similar, having a cryptid on that glass just because they put the Justice first is gonna be a big lead for Vagabond. And it's going to be hard to come back from that glass unless the tarots continue to stay good. And sometimes you don't see those justices for multiple antes. And some seeds you just have enough purple seals to last a flush 5 every blind. Photograph is a tough one because you have to sell a tarot card, a joker, or whatever you can to get this extra $2, because photograph in vanilla with that Chad getting up to an 8x joker instantly for 2 comments that you can find very reliably is going to be just something you can't miss out on, and there's not a good thing to miss out here. You could go Jimbo and Sun. You will really want to use all those tarot cards, especially if you're keeping Fortune Teller. And Chaos the Clown can compound very far. Doesn't get the Spectral. Not going to find the Cryptid. And with the Justice in hand. That's -2 guaranteed Glass Queens that Vagabond could have had. All for a couple tarots. That's going to be an unfortunate loss of that glass, though they are still up from it due to using that justice. But the benefit from doing the justice has definitely fallen versus those judgments. And we're seeing $1 entering the final shop with Sizzac on 10 after opening a pack, so definitely has the lead on econ with that parking and being ahead in the Joker queue because of those parkings. Justice for Vagabond. Zeno, did you watch Vagabond's tournament match earlier? There's the Invis, and we have to sell another Joker. We need to buy a crucial Joker in this seed. The little bit of money is mattering so much to Vagabond. No? Oh. He may or may not have lost the game by accidentally playing his last hand in the big blind. But we're not going to see that this game. We might just see a diff from Vagabond, or from Sizzac with this econ lead. Being up an econ Joker as well as $10, which on these higher stakes can matter a lot. I think the fact that Vagabond is likely going to lose this PvP will definitely help them, especially if they need to buy a $6 reserve parking in this next shop. How greedy can Sizzac get? Is he... I mean, you have that full house. Still doesn't play it right away. Gets the money, which I think with how valuable that is, the expected $3 a hand unless you get 0 for 5 on a 50-50. 1 for 5. That's 1 for 10 on the reserve parking for the last 2 hands. Sizzac thinking of throwing for econ, and if Vagabond does use his tarot cards here, can get a very strong hand. The Empress before the photo will help, but there's a flush house, and if he did, you could fool for another justice. That flush house base scoring is just gonna outpace any bit of score you can get. He's gonna calculate it to see if there's a chance, but I think we're gonna realize, yeah, the extra Molten chips just amount to too much, and it honestly that hurts Vagabond just a little bit. I don't think the glass broke, but we're $5 in this shop. How are we getting through the next blind? We have no money, and all we have is this flush house to score. I think we're gonna roll here. Scholar is a way out. It does still require some good draws. We're seeing the Acrobat on Sizzac. Definitely going to help with the blinds. A tough decision. You could copy Photograph now, but we will see. Sizzac wins these. Welcome in, Lower Mercury. Congrats on the tournament win. You were almost against Vagabond if Vagabond didn't. We don't talk about it. Glass over econ. Vagabond just trying to stay at that sub $4 econ target. And like, this is where the econ snowballs if he does take that hermit, but I think with this justice, that matters a lot. This hermit is going to be useless for Vagabond. Takes the money, passes the acrobat. That's a 3x joker. Photograph is a 2x currently, though it can get better with the chat, I think. I don't know how I feel about that play. I guess it's just to make sure you can get out with the money from reserve, but acrobat works great with reserved. I don't know about that one. We're likely saving this death for that purple seal because we don't have glass to copy. Passing on the justice for the hermit and the econ once again. Here's the spectral for Vagabond. I believe they'll see the cryptid. But they have to choose 3 of the hardest choices. We're likely going to have to sell Invis here. And you don't have the justice or the glass card in the pack. We already have the flush house queens and kings. We didn't get either of those cards to make more of, to make that hand more reliable. Probably going to have to sell some things just to sell the invis for the money to purchase more jokers. Because there's $12 worth of jokers you need in the shop. As well as the spectral pack is going to just have completely different things for Sizzac and could be game-winning things like a red seal. They're going to have $12 and they get exactly both jokers. 2 photographs is quite useful if they can draw that flush house in the PvP. Vagabond is down a lot, but they are not down on scoring using the hand levels of just that flush house being twice as much as the fortune teller and blue joker right now. And when you're doing your photograph before your scoring jokers, they're not mattering other than getting him through the blinds. There just needs to be more in these shops, more ahead for Sizzac to be beating the scoring from Vagabond. A Wraith. And you do have this invis that you want to use. But there's also reserve parking, which is your only way of getting out of the hole that the Wraith creates. A blue seal is not useless. The calculate score is built into multiplayer. This is grand finals, yes, of minor league. Wait. Oh. Vagabond losing that lead he gained and having to take the gambit on the Wraith when you're behind. What are hands looking like? A very difficult obelisk. A very difficult to work around obelisk. Oh, wow. Sizzac just lost every bit of lead he had for a Wraith. And I think we're going to lose this PvP if we're discarding like this. We can't throw out those malt jacks being our only scoring before the photograph. And we're likely going to see Sizzac die to the blind as well. He realizes that Vagabond lost. The Wraith just didn't pay off. Yeah, they did Wraith. Didn't even try to keep the obelisk. 3,000. We need 4-of-a-kind jacks. And we get no faceless procs. Oh, we're just getting money. I think that's the right play. One faceless hit, spending a life on that hand. And there goes all the lead that we had on Sizzac's side, because now Vagabond's up an Acrobat, they're up a Reserve Parking, they're up an Obelisk, and they're up Glass. A third Spectral, wow. Cryptid, I think it's gotta be on the Jack, so you can just draw that 5 of a kind to beat the blinds if you're gonna lose this PvP. I mean, that's a tough fall off. I think Sizzac's also gonna have to play this PvP for Faceless. It's lucky that they get the Faceless proc without losing those Jacks if they are playing that 5 of a kind. Yeah, I think a little punish for opening that pack. Are we greeting one more Faceless? He doesn't know what Vagabond has. I think he's trying to go for that scoring because being down to 1 life would be a big loss. And it's going to be very hard unless Vagabond bottom decks to not go down to 1 here. Though there is a likelihood we get the flush house from Vagabond, and that's definitely going to seal this PvP. Even though those Empress cards are useful, we don't have the 5 of a kind. We don't have a flush house to make with the lovers. And we're down an Acrobat, and even just the 1.2x from Obelisk. Sizzac put down to 1 here. Definitely feeling the hurt from that Wraith. There's an eternal smiley face. We do have the Empress on those Jacks, and we did just get a 4 of a kind level. We're hoping that's going to be enough to get us out to not have to take this eternal. But when you're on 1 life, you can only hope to find so many jokers before your time's up, so you have to take what you're offered. Wow, double the econ money spent for Sizzac, as well as having $15. And they're still just in this position because of that Wraith. It punished. And a little punish, but I think greeds it this time. It might just be over. We don't draw the 4 of a kind. I think that's GG. Unless we get a lucky draw here. We need to find the cards. That is a high hill to fall off of. Can we make a flush? Can we make a flush house? There's just nothing. And there it is. Double the econ. This early in the game, it all just goes away the second you Wraith and you have to invis. Unfortunate. Wow. This is a best of 5, so it's not over for Sizzac. We're gonna have plenty of more matches, but a brutal start. That spectral pack changed the whole game. Alright. Well, we go to game 2 now, and I believe if we're on Magic deck, I'm very curious who picked Purple Stake. It must have been Vagabond. Would you have Wraith there with $23? Because I see why Sizzac did it, is because they thought they were ahead and they don't want their opponent to catch up, but you're behind on lives and you're losing I might have considered invising keeping reserved parking and then hitting the Wraith. Then you have a way to crawl back out of that hole, but you're just going to die to the blind regardless, selling all those jokers, and you don't have the deck to draw any hands to bail you out. I just don't think... I mean, we clearly saw that that was the play there. But we have our next game, and we'll see if Sizzac can pull it back. And I will be right back when that game starts. All right, I think we're seeing Sizzac take a walk after that game. He needs to lock back in. I am gonna set up adding the score so we don't have to keep saying that. It is a best of 5, so it is not over. Alright, where should the score go? Tell me, chat. Could put it here. Could put it here. Could change the font color. I think right here is fine. Alright. Let's see, we're doing another high stakes game. Painted deck, gold stake. Painted deck is going to help with those draws to survive for a gold stake, but the 4 joker slots is definitely rough later on. We're seeing Sizzac almost always has more jokers than Vagabond, so I'm curious. There is a skip. I think it was a coupon tag. Investment tag. Definitely a skip 100% of the time there on gold stake. And you're on that painted deck, so the chances that you lose to the blind are pretty much 0. And we get that instant heart flush. Do you greed for the one-hand win? And we're seeing Sizzac try that, get somewhat punished. You still have the full house to play. Don't get that extra dollar gained. Needs to draw something in this next hand for it not to be punishing. And then we see blue joker, perishable, very similar start to last game. Draw the early straight should get you out. It's going to be the best you can do. Sizzac gets out in 2, not punished. Eternal Egg. We saw Fur take that in a Major League game not too long ago. It does work in some ways, but in Unpainted, where you have so few Joker slots, those Eternals just are a lot more punishing. Also, we see them both pass on the red card, but that makes a lot of sense in multiplayer where the card packs and tarot packs, everything, all of the little value you can gain from them is going to just be way more than having to decide, do I want this 3 more malt? As well as a blue joker is a very strong pick as well. Both players in the exact same position in this shop. And I imagine this is where we're going to see some divergence. There is a seeing double. It is a rental. There is a rare skip as well. You do have $40 to pay for that rental. A red seal queen in the second card pack. I imagine both players are going to find that. That is very strong. And it is a club if it does help that argument for seeing double at all. There is Pareidolia. I don't think you'd spend $5 on a speculative Pareidolia, especially if you're taking seeing double. Is it just rewarded for rolling down? See, Sizzac usually does very good at staying above interest cap with a rental, but definitely rewarded for rolling down. I think a lot of times you just take seeing double, go next, and then selling seeing double. Is Vagabond going to make the exact same decision? And then we're going to... Oh! Being behind in Riffraff queue, we definitely... This is going to be a tough one. And Riffraff being very hard to use on painted deck. Another hand size, definitely needed. It's almost a bean at this point. All of this, a whole deck, a whole joker, just to mimic a fraction of Bean's power. I think you sell blue and juggler here. I don't know, it does give you an extra dollar of interest. And now we're seeing Vagabond in the exact same position. We just saw Sizzac in, but a shot behind. Being greedy with that reroll, being greedy opening a pack, getting any form of econ joker, anything before your opponent can matter so much, and it can just snowball. I think with this Riffraff, you don't want to roll. You just... Though you are rewarded for econ, there is a thought for the celestial packs, which can be very useful. There's a bootstraps, which I very much dislike, because we know we can get out these blinds on painted deck with just greedy, and we're probably going to get a better scoring joker from Riffraff. Rental Baron. See, this is why you're punished for rolling down. Baron on painted deck, you miss a space for Riffraff, and it's just going to be a very tough decision to take. You also have a red seal queen that you can strength up, and it is a strong econ game that could support a Baron. There's also delayed grat, which is +1 EV, definitely not a take. I'm very curious what we're going to do here. I know... Okay, Sizzac gets the Pluto. Second Pluto. And a 2-pair level. Are we... Okay, we can take the Baron and we can sell the Greedy. In the Tarot Pack, last shop, Justice. No death for the red seal. We could... Can we do justice on the jack instead of kings? Are we doing baron, though? Sizzac's made his mind. And the jokers here are going to be enough to win. The straight with that queen in it. You already drew your one-hand win. What are you selling out of? Can you get away with discarding for a few kings and just playing that straight with the foil and maybe getting out and selling both jokers for interest? Actually, you can just sell clever joker and then get as much interest as possible with that rental. Does he do it? Oh, he doesn't realize that's an extra $1 of interest. Very small mistake, but on gold stake, every dollar is pretty important. I think realizing that mistake now. Another 2-pair level makes that clever not useless, but rolling riffraff is definitely important. We're going to see, we know what Joker's Vagabond is going to get heading into this PvP. So if Sizzac can get any stronger scoring, it's kind of just whatever riffraff decides this PvP. I like a judgment here, but I definitely justice. There's nothing good to strength. Justice on the king. If you're playing baron, you don't worry about playing the king, so no harm in just having that glass in case you need it. And then nothing of use in here. And there's that crazy and clever joker. I think I might refresh Sizzac stream just slightly behind. Oh, those are two pretty strong scoring jokers, and there's no way to use the chips and malt on Sizzac's side. It's going to be hard to take the win here. I don't think worrying about baron for your first hand, if you are given that full house, you kind of just got to play it. I think Vagabond might also play it, but the 80 chips is nowhere near the 15 malt from Cavendish or Grossmichael. And I think we're going to see Sizzac maybe sell out of riffraff, at least sell out of crazy by the end of this PvP. You do have 2, 3, 4, ace 2, 3, 4 if you want to go for the straight, which is better slightly. They both do the same things. Yeah, when you don't change your deck fixing much, it is going to be similar draws. Both play it. We see the difference between 15 malt and 80 chips. Are they looking for the straight? We did draw a 4 and have 4 5s left, but the chips on a low straight makes such a big difference. Going for another full house, or actually draw the straight instead. Never mind. This foil red seal queen actually does way more for Sizzac, but if they don't draw it, could be interesting. It is a 2x on that full house. I think you need more kings in hand when you don't have that malt for Vagabond. But all we need is just that red seal foil queen draw for Sizzac, and we get 7,000 easy. Vagabond selling out of baron. I think with a riffraff game and with justice in the seed, a rental baron, even though it is painted deck, I can definitely get behind that. It's just hurting your riffraff. Is Sizzac keeping it? Can they get rid of crazy? I believe so, especially with another hand. This will be, let's see, slightly less than half. It'll be like 3,500. Or I guess 4,000. Rental rebate in the shop. That's going to be annoying to work around with Riffraff. You could take another gamble and sell crazy and just take Riffraff. But with Vagabond already down a life, that's a tough decision to make. Still, both players haven't re-rolled. We're seeing the exact same shops, though I imagine Vagabond having a bit more money here is likely going to roll, especially with the rebate to refill. There's the Pluto level for the Baron. I believe that's the Pluto we saw Sizzac use last ante. Red Seal or Gold Seal King, Steel Queen. Steel is very useful on Painted, just because you can draw your 5-card hand, and the only more value you can get is usually drawing Steel. There is a chance Sizzac just takes rebate, holds on to Baron. He has spent that $3 rental fee. Steel Queen. I don't know where the chariot came from, but that's going to make that Baron much more enticing. Sells out of it. They're both in very similar situations. That's a pretty good pull to have with the banana. Are you going to sell that and keep risking the Riffraff? With Photo Chad in the game, Riffraff can be very strong. It's a tough decision to make. Yeah, with an early Riffraff strong seed like this, Baron, it's just not it. This is gonna win, no? No, it isn't. But we want to play maximum hands. I think just 4 high cards is probably gonna be the play. So we can look for those kings. It is impossible to not win, though. With 700 minimum without any scoring is 1,000. So 1,050, yeah, it's just impossible to not win. Minus $1, but if you drew the king there, it would have been worth it. Oh, selling Blue Joker to dig deeper. I also very much like. We know this doesn't win. Look for that one last king. Unlucky. And we get out easily with the queen. Riffraff can get you pretty greedy. There's the chariot for that red seal. Ice cream, 1 round left on Riffraff. And Ice Cream Gross Michael is going to be some strong, reliable scoring to just survive. So we'll see if it is time to get out of Riffraff. There's only 1 more round. And likely we're going to see both players end up with the same amount of jokers given from Riffraff. Passes on it. Runner on Painted deck, if you're trying to win a gold stake game, is a good time. Justice. Emperor attempting. More glass is how you win games. Rolling down quite far, continuing to go for the Riffraff. Go for Justice or a Death. You could make a Steel Queen. You already have that Red Seal Foil Queen, so being able to do 5 of a kind is nice. As well as with rebate on queens, that can be just more money. But we fall for the justice. That's for the Baron. Could have been quite strong. Are we selling out of riffraff? I think we have to, especially when we're scoring this little. And then it makes up for the rental fee, though. We are going to get some rebate value. And we're seeing Vagabond also sell out of riffraff and takes the runner for that reliable scoring. I think selling rebate would be crazy. Or maybe they're not doing runner and they just took it because it was in the card pack. Golden Joker, also a nice Joker to have. The nice thing about Painted Deck is you can just play all your hands and see if you need those rebate cards to live. There's a pair of 10s. Gets you close to out of the blind. Definitely in a safer spot. We don't want anything higher than 2200. Yeah, that's going to be a perfect position. We can go for that and then safely discard any more queens you draw, which there is none. No more value in the deck. We just get out here. Do you justice a king? I think. Are we saving it for the queen? I already used a chariot on a king as well. There goes the the banana. If we find a Cavendish in the shop, that could be definitely one of the advantages that we're seeing from this lead on the riffraff. As well as this Baron is looking better and better. Just one strength in it, it would have been a free win. More money, another chariot. Both players going into the PvP with chariot justice. And there's the Cavendish. Perishable is unfortunate, but okay, any chips Joker goes quite far. If this was the start of the game, that riffraff would go very... Ooh. Banner is only 60 chips. I think we're just playing two pairs with 10-4, and that's some solid scoring with Cavendish. And just this Cavendish is going to be more than enough to take it for Sizzac with any decent hands. I'm curious what the full house is versus the two pair, because I know there have been quite a few rerolls, or actually, oh, it's hard to work around Raid's Fist right here. I don't think you can get it to 20. Chariot on the jack instead of the king, because we want to discard this king. Let's see what this hand scores. 5,000. Very similar to Vagabond score, but with one less hand played. Ooh. A red seal steel. As well as the chariot in hand. If Vagabond had that raised fist, they'd be in a very good position. But they're getting rid of the steel for the justice. I don't know if you can risk that. You are behind on lives though. So I think we're seeing them pass on it. Two more kings to draw. How greedy is Sizzac gonna be? At least they get the 10 high, or they can greed for a 2 pair of 10s and 4s. The chips from this are going to make it a decent hand, though only 8 malt from Raised Fist. Do you Justice now in fear of blocking another Justice? I think with how strong this hand's going to be, as well as forcing your opponent to play, holding on to the Justice is not a bad idea. And I think that seals it. Unless, well, Vagabond might just try here. Only 4 base malt. The glass isn't going to do much, yeah. Oh, Sizzac doesn't get to play the Cold Steel King. And the banana goes for them too. Alright, we're in the next ante with Vagabond on 2 lives. A rental cola, kinda perfect. Alright, let me refresh Sizzac stream. Let's see. And there's a Chad. I'm very curious what's going to be in place of that Raised Fist. What do you sell here for a cola? If anything. We need chips. Passes on the free cola. Faceless, very strong on painted. Rebate is rental. Faceless is perishable. And there's the Chad. Vagabond definitely better built into the glass for the Chad, though that is until Sizzac just uses that Justice on a Queen. Hangman's also going to be very nice, having 56 cards. Getting your deck down to like just 48 cards on painted feels like you can find anything. Just need 9,000 from Sizzac. Should be safe to get out of the blinds and greed a little bit for that rebate. Still no jacks. Or yes, no more. Could Cavendish appear in Vagabond shop before he gets to a Buffoon pack? Yes. It can appear in the rerolls. Vagabond down to 1 life. Even the chips and the 4 of a kind doesn't cut it. And are we going to see the same thing from Sizzac? Do they live? What is the score here? Did they get a little too greedy? I think this isn't a bad life to lose. Unfortunate draw with that 6 there, but we do live, and it's 4 lives to 1. Glass Queen of Clubs for Vagabond puts them in a very good position for this PvP, though. if they draw their hand and Sizzac's still holding on to this justice, it could definitely go well for Vagabonds, though these blinds are the biggest problem for them. I think Sizzac realizes that his other queen's the red seal and needs to build towards that. The runner, did you sub before you followed this guy? Got the golden ticket though. Not a bad roll. Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to see Vagabond play some glass in this big blind. He knows he can't make it out with this combo unless they risk glass. Which maybe even the glass jack would be worth it. Just came over to Twitch, I see. Alright, well, we know how we can get out. If we discard for an ace, you can definitely risk a lot less glass, but we're playing the queens to get out. No calculator as well to know how much we need to risk if the three of a kind is enough, which I don't think it is. Because that's only, what, 8x on the 3, that's 24 malt. 32 malt in a 3 of a kind is not enough. You could likely get away with a 3 of a kind, not risking that second glass. No breaks is huge for Vagabond and very bad for Sizzac coming into this PvP. Also, do we live here? For Sizzac, we need, I believe, a 4, as well as a good draw on the low cards. Oh wait, no raised fist anymore, actually. With the Cavendish, is safe. Pivoted away from the raised fist, definitely smart with that non-perishable walkie-talkie. And I think that, no, never mind. There's another Mars level. Sizzac, they both grabbed the voucher here. Straight level from Vagabond. I mean, there's a strong $50 more spent from Vagabond, but Sizzac is up $34 right now, as well as 3 lives. So we're just seeing the econ diff from those comeback dollars. Okay, let me get chat up here. I don't know why I had you hidden down here. Well, where does chat go? There really isn't a good spot, huh? We'll put you here for now. It's not the greatest. Alright. This is gonna... I think Vagabond might take it with the glass, but we'll see. This is best of 5, so even if Vagabond wins this, it is still not over. But it's looking like a 1-1, unless Vagabond can just keep living off this glass and hoping for no breaks, which is definitely doable. It is only a 1 in 4 chance. And very soon, Sizzac is also going to have trouble in the blinds. If I'm Vagabond and this glass doesn't break, I think I double skip. After this PvP. Why does Sizzac have the big delay? I did refresh the stream. I think it's just behind, I guess. What can we play for Sizzac? Maybe a full house can rival it, but I really think there is a glass lead for Vagabond. Also, 16k from that hand with the stone card makes it more believable that you can live through the blinds. I'm not sure how many rounds on the Chad it is broken. But honestly, yeah, if you're Vagabond, you kind of have to skip and just keep praying the Chad not perishing and the glass stays alive. Maybe you can pull it off and your opponent dies to blinds. Though you don't know the position of your opponent, other than the fact that they have 4 lives. That 17,000 point hand that Vagabond was able to play, definitely very nice. Okay. I think we'll see. I'm curious what Sizzac is trying to do here. Oh, that's why Vagabond didn't see the Cavendish, because it just were deeper in shop after the banana broke. So that's a 3x that can matter a lot. And honestly, if Sizzac can play a strong hand, that 3x will make up for the more glass that Vagabond is missing. Or that Sizzac is missing. There's a full house with 2 glass cards. Definitely strong. A 4 of a kind with the 1 glass, I believe, is better. But with the foil queen, have for chips, not risking both glass. I guess it is only a 1.5x difference. And we could throw the high row on these queens for slightly more scoring. I think Sizzac should play his glass. It would be definitely beneficial just to force Vagabond to play. Also, I'm curious if playing a 4 first would help, because that's a 2x. I think playing the 4s first might be better there. Someone can check me on that. But because there's only 4 base malt, 2x, and then another 2x, and the red. I don't know. Alright. Oh, this is a bad draw for Vagabond. Actually, club flush, it's going to be similar. You have more glass, I think, takes it. Do they not see the flush? Definitely better than the 2 pair. They don't see the flush, and I think that might have decided it. Yes, it did. Because the base malt is cut in half, and they would have easily cleared that. Oh, no. And oh, there was an angle for the comeback, and no glass broke. Or maybe just the glass jack. That is rough. That's another just blunder that Vega is losing to. That's a tough one. On 1 life again though, so it was likely heading Sizzac's direction that game, but when you can just win that PvP and you never know what happens next, it's scary. I don't know if they know this. I can't really listen in. Early Cavendish definitely did matter. It was all because Sizzac... Actually, that whole game almost was decided by the fact that Sizzac took a greedy reroll and found Riffraff a game earlier. Or a shop earlier. You're just ahead of your opponent. And if you're playing the same game, and your opponent's ahead, they're just a better version of you. But it's 1-1 now. Let me update the score. Sizzac going away for a sec. Yeah, I'm gonna go fill my water, but we'll be back for game 3. We're back. I'm very curious how Vagabond feels about that one. I still don't know if they know. I kind of want to... I'm going to join the Discord call now, so we can actually listen in, because I have audio. Nightmare waiting for the skip is so sus. Yeah, we still don't have a verdict on that one for sure, actually. They were disqualified.
Hello.
Hello, I'm in the call now.
Oh, hi.
I didn't have
hello,
this tech
hello,
before.
Bean. How's it going?
I don't know if you realized this, Vagabond, but you could have won that PvP.
If I played a flush
Yeah.
instead, yeah, no, I
Okay.
completely booked it. Yeah, I know, it was really silly.
It's all good.
Oh, yeah, I can't.
The
believe
Cavendish was perishable, so.
But like,
that might
how
have,
did I not draw my straight? By the way, how did I not draw my straight though? Because I hit 3 straight levels before that PvP. So I had, like, 12 baseball on a straight. Could not find the straight. It's tragic. But oh well.
All right, we're doing.
The big thing was the Cavendish. Apparently, I blocked Cavendish.
Yeah, I think it's that game all snowballed from Sizzac taking a greedy reroll, finding Riffraff one shop sooner, and just being ahead on everything and finding that banana first.
Damn. Damn. Alright. We are going
Because it
black
expires
gold.
1 time sooner.
You're telling me
Yeah.
after that game and dying to a bunch of blinds, you want to go black gold?
Yeah.
I'm the one that chose this.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting pick, but I'm excited to watch.
I love my black gold games. I love my black gold. It's a whole different. Black gold is the only time that you actually feel like you're playing gold stake in multiplayer. The other ones are all kind of like you're kind of playing gold stake, but you're kind of not.
All right,
but like
well,
black gold, you're still playing gold stake.
All right, I'll talk to you guys after Ante 2 then when the game's over.
All right.
Alright.
Oh, I just got onto that. Yeah. See ya.
All right, black deck gold stake. Definitely brutal. Very Oh my. Did I just get nuked? What was that? I just got hit by a train. Wait, did you guys hear that too? That was something. Okay, we ignore it and move on. All right, we don't get out in one. Classic black gold. Do get the 2-hand win. $5 in this shop. Perishable scoring to keep you alive. Or do you go buffoon pack? You go buffoon pack and are rewarded, sort of. Greedy. I don't hate. You're on the black deck. That's 25 mult on a diamond flush. You have 6 joker slots. This is what I've said about high stakes in the past. Is in these early antes, any Eternals that aren't that good are just betting that this seed is bad and that you're not going to live. And Walkie Talkie's still enough to get through this first ante or so, though can be punishing to draw the right cards. And we're going to see some divergence. They go different ways. Walkie Talkie versus that lusty or greedy. And this is what I'm talking about. Wait, why are we saving our discards? Playing a 3 of a kind. Is there any value to find? Are we just ignoring Walkie Talkie here or what? Get a 4 of a kind of jacks. That also works. I'm very curious why Sizzac just wasted $1 there, but looks like a Vagabond just went next. Both players opting to pass on everything. Shop 2. There's a pair of 10s that should win. And then they're gonna have the exact. Actually, how is Sizzac $1? Or because Sizzac wasted $1 in that big blind, wasted a hand. A small econ lead for Vagabond. Coincident with the overlay reset? Maybe it was just Zano fucking with me. Alright. Very bad pack. You could go for the flush house. It's always Priestess here, I think. Because none of these are your walkie cards. You can't make more diamonds for Vagabond. Goes for the low sun. I think Planet... Oh. The common Joker skip. On black deck, I think this is why Sizzac went to black deck. Because they know how valuable skips can be, and because you're making so little, and those jokers could easily just win it for you, or you could die trying to find a flush with the, or a straight with the order. I mean, there's a rental faceless, which you are going to be able to farm quite a bit with the amount of scoring you have with Vagabonds. You just need a flush, and you can greed as many faceless procs as you want, and Sizzac's kind of behind because of that skip. And there's the faceless crafty. Definitely the crafty helps when you do pick the greedy joker there. I think what Sizzac is very tempted to do is sell the whole PvP for this faceless, and there's a very solid chance he is going to lose this PvP. And it could be a good decision. There's also this voucher, which honestly, the additions, normally in multiplayer, you're taking this voucher, so you have a higher chance to get a polychrome card in the card pack that can easily win games. But on black gold, just a foil or a holographic or polychrome joker can make a big difference. Though that would put Sizzac down quite far on econ, but if they are expecting a big pay bump next shop, they pass on it. There is a chance Sizzac could take this because they can play any flush and not just diamond flush, still get the malt, but so can Vagabond and consistently get 10, whereas Sizzac's going to need some luck from that misprint, as well as I assume they're only going to get 1, maybe 2 flushes at best because of that faceless joker. More planet packs. Even with all the blocking, Vagabond doesn't pull the Jupiter level, which is just unfortunate.
Hello.
Yo. Hello, hello, hello.
All right, let's see what they're doing.
All right.
I forgot I was in a call with them. That kind of scared me.
What to do, what to do.
Song request? Sure.
I should have known that was too greedy. Maybe I go like this then. That's also greedy, but like...
Okay. All right. Let's see. Sizzac got the early flush off, getting the diamond flush as well.
All right. Here's my hand.
Considering they were able to make Vagabond play first,
And
so they
here
can.
is my other hand.
Here's the
Here's
decision.
my other hand.
I wanted better from you.
I wanted better from you.
What are these sounds? Okay, this
I
has to be
had someone let me down there. I had someone let me down there. All right, see you in the next one.
misprint
Next one.
being the decider of whether Sizzac takes the round or not with that low hit. Okay, this is gotta be him messing with me. It's gotta be Zeno. I don't know where these sounds are coming from. So Cam died, so that's fun. It's a long stream. We're going through a lot of camera batteries. Spectral pack in the shop. Sizzac with a much better econ. I'm not sure if they opened the spectral, but they must have. Bag of stream behind. I can refresh it. Invisible beam. It's like a negative beam. You ever heard of one of those? I think it's a good play. All right. Ancient Joker for Vagabond. Okay, I didn't see where that came from. I'm very curious. Let's refresh Vagabond stream. Now they are closer to lined up. That was a Wraith. Okay. See, again, we're gonna see Sizzac punished by a Wraith the whole game. That econ lead they've been building up, the econ they got from losing that PvP, it just all gets debuffed by a single Wraith. That is when you opening the Spectral. Buying anything here is beneficial for Sizzac. Ah, no. I can't see him lose to another Wraith. Minus $14. Damn. They are going to be in similar spots. Honestly, Sizzac is still definitely in a strong position. No flush levels for Vagabond early when he was looking for them is a little unlucky, as well as this crafty going to expire sooner. But still, both having it for the PvP. And this plus mall definitely still mattering. Oh, selling for the on-scoring of Even Steven to trigger before the Ancient Joker to get a bit more scoring. Though I think it is still going to be a matter of Popcorn and Misprint being the scoring rather than the 7x on a flush, which is about 28 malt. But maybe with that, Even Steven, that's another 2x on the flush. Alright, good song. Hologram, very interesting. Does Sizzac or Vagabond know they have...
You're unmuted, dog. You're unmuted.
Okay, well, I just backseated you. Sure, they'll realize what I meant. Thank you, Vagabond, for catching me before I did something bad. Also, Faceless punished for not keeping... Or Paradolia punished for not keeping Faceless. Does he realize he has 6 Joker slots after me saying that to him? Will they realize? Will they realize a perfectly good to-do list? No! Or is it because they want to buy everything in shop? They want to buy both Jokers, maybe? Maybe they do realize, and they're just trying to get both. They want both. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, actually, I didn't realize Vagabond still has this Faceless. That is a very good $10 around. Goes the standard instead of the Arcana. Right, for the
So there's
hologram scaling.
So you're looking at a hologram there, huh?
I am looking at a hologram here. How did you know?
I don't know. I felt like just like
Whoops.
a voice from some ethereal plane just spoke to me, and I just kind of had a feeling that you had a hologram.
Ah, I see.
Just that kind of vibe, you know?
You know, I mean, you know, that's just really, I know, impressive that you managed to, like, figure that out, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm impressed with myself for it, honestly. Like, it was kind of crazy.
Oh, so it's like that.
It is like that, yeah.
I see. Alright.
Oh, that's... I actually feel so bad. I feel so bad.
Alright. Looks like you got this one.
I've misclicked my unmute button way too many times.
See you in the next one.
Yep.
Who gave Zano this power? I'm swapping to the other overlay. Alright. Back to the actual match. Vagabond loses and evens up the lives after going for that. Midas Mask, Paradolia, you have the Joker slot. There's also this standard pack. Okay, so now I know for sure it's Zano. You can still get this voucher in pack and Midas Mask. goes both packs. And there's finally a flush level. Blue Seal Jack, Purple Queen. With the lack of Jupiters we've seen, I think that level is going to be very important, but Purple Seals do matter a lot. I think any 2 pairs you can play without winning. Well, actually, I guess you have to worry about winning, but I think you play that 2 pair there just to make them gold cards. And here's Sizzac coming into the same decision that Vagabond was. Taking the hologram, maybe due to some outside knowledge that they somehow stumbled across. So that's cool. Look at the amount of gold cards. Losing a life to the blind. Classic no phantoms preview. Still get the flush level out of it, but brutal to go from 4 lives to 2 in just 2 blinds. And we'll see if Sizzac makes it out with the flush here. Not having a lot of the scoring, I'd be very surprised if this does make it out. But maybe. I assume so if they didn't calculate it. It is enough. Thanks to the crafty Joker, actually. That got debuffed a round sooner. And there's the Midas Mask. Not quite as strong for Sizzac, but something to put in crafty Joker's slot. No business card take from Vagabond. Wants to get more of that Midas Mask value. I get it. I think I take the business card over the rental faceless, even if the rental faceless is always 10 bucks around. Maybe I don't. It's a tough choice. There's so many synergies with this Pareidolia. It is very much proving to be a good pickup for Vagabond. Now we just need to live. Which, any flush gets you there. We need 1,300 points. I believe that 2 pair might be enough. With this pair level, you might be able to get there. I think the pair level gets there. No calculator does make that very difficult. Sizzac has to get 2 flushes without the crafty. No scaling on this hologram. Finding it earlier for Vagabond is definitely useful. Also, I feel really bad about spoiling the hologram, because now Sizzac knows they're behind in shop and they know the situation they're in. Why doesn't Vagabond have calculator? Ask Vagabond. All we need is a splash, and this is a beautiful build from Vagabond. Alright, we gotta get lucky for Sizzac. Misses. That's a life lost. Both players down to 2 here, I believe. Do you play the king? Do you sell the Midas Mask? I think you have to. And there's a Dusk for Vagabond, and they're ahead on shop with $35. That's a PvP win for sure. Unless this money from dying is gonna magically make that appear. It is very tempting to greed this Midas Mask value, but a clean Dusk, I'm not sure what else you get rid of. Interesting. It's either Faceless or Midas here, both rental econ jokers. Midas with Paradolia, very nice. Faceless with Paradolia, very nice. And honestly, how long are you going to keep this Faceless? I think I would preferably get the value from that Midas mask, because I'm going to get rid of both of these econ jokers eventually. But maybe Paradolia goes before the second one, so it will be a while. There's a Showman. I think passing on it, very justifiable. You have an uncommon and a rare that are the only things you want copies of.
Yo.
And we're in the PvP.
I see we both
with Vagabond.
had a bit of a
up a dusk.
a bit of a problem with some of the blinds.
Yeah, we're expiring a bit out here.
Yeah. I got you.
Sizzac getting the levels. Honestly, any money they can make here is worth it, because it is definitely going to be a loss in life. And that hard flush that Vagabond's already drawn just wins it.
That's too risky for me. I'm not gonna do it. Alright, let's just say we've gotten a bit of an upgrade since last time we met.
I
If he
see.
oh,
I
he still has the
see.
flush with
That's
the gold
a little bit
card.
concerning to hear.
Yeah, 57x
Right, I'll
on that. Sizzac knows they're going to be able to make money here at least.
Well, at least we can go for value here. Yeah. Yeah,
they're
okay.
realizing that.
Let's go for some value. I mean, we can play this for the fun of it, but it doesn't matter. Do we want to go for this value, or do we want to keep trying for the other value? Let's do this.
You're not gonna draw the blue seal, bro. You're not gonna draw it. It's fake.
The blue seal?
Oh, do you not have one of those?
Nah. Look, it's hard out here, okay? These are not going well.
Just, you know.
Are we
thought we
looking
all
for the
had blue
straight
suits,
or the
but, you
face
know.
cards?
I guess some people are more equal than others.
I guess so. All right. See you on the next one, hopefully.
Alright, see you next one. Hopefully.
And only I hear that. You guys don't hear the random glass breaks, right? This is just Zeno fucking with me. Just only me. That's fun. Alright. Well, Sizzac has to find this dusk here. And honestly, knowing what Vagabond scored last blind, you probably have to roll down to look for it just to have a chance of surviving. And that Hermit is definitely going to help rolling down here. It's only me. That's fun. There's the dusk before the blind is very good news for Sizzac, and not gonna just die to the blinds. It is just gonna be definitely a matter of who can play the better hand in this upcoming PvP. Though Vagabond does have that extra hologram scaling and is going for the kill likely, taking a tribe, which as well as the loyalty card, I mean, those are jokers you only take if you wanna end the game. It's in your head, okay. That's cool. Showman is an out for Sizzac. A very difficult to pull off out, with a rare and an uncommon, and not that much econ. Oh, loyalty, true. Loyalty when you have to use your dust can to win. No calculator to tell you you're not winning in this hand. Still plays it. Is it enough? It gets 53,000. Wow. And we just have to win in 2 again in the next blind. And we know we can one-shot that next blind with... Oh, actually only if they sync up. That does help. And now we're getting slightly punished for this early Eternal. But I imagine this will help line up loyalty card. There's also a hack. Not quite as useful. I think might even be a pass because it is perishable, not something worth building into, and only a couple more triggers. Which, when you're copying... Actually, I guess one hack hit is 2.25x. Could sell loyalty card for it, honestly, because every hackable card you get in your hands is 2.25x when you're copying that ancient. I think you sell loyalty. It's just unfortunate. Ooh, selling the hologram. Do we get out? If we mess up loyalty, it is going to be very unfortunate. Only 2 discards. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait. We have to win in every hand here, right? Because it's black deck. 2 remaining. No, we have to win second hand, I think. How's Sizzac down a blueprint? It is just deeper in shop. Yeah, this is very likely enough. Loyalties lined up. Ancient hits clubs. We're seeing Sizzac make the same desperate play for scoring with a tribe. I don't know if it's enough, though. If they don't find this blueprint... Wow, club Red Seal Queen with the Ancient on clubs. That is a solid take for sure. Also, if Sizzac gets... Sizzac can't do loyalty card. That's just 4x that Vagabond has over Sizzac for the rest of the game. At least maybe the money from business card will allow them to find something. It depends if you can get a better hackable hand than your opponent. The econ diff is definitely showing. The Magician could go very far. I don't think the Steven is lasting long in this shop because of what we know is coming. We will see. Doesn't find the blueprint in the back. You're gonna have to reroll a bit to find it, and I think Sizzac will take these rerolls knowing they are on 1 life and their opponent has strong scoring. Or do they not? What are we looking at? Blue Joker? We have the foil. We have a flush level. It's not Blue Joker. I think they're deciding whether or not they want the skip. Yeah, if Sizzac has to find this hack and just get a better hackable hand is really the only line. No way you were considering blue over the business card, right? That would be psychotic because you're playing down to dusk. Is your blue joker ever going to be... I mean, I guess on black deck it will be like 10 chips better. There's the loyalty card. Can't line it up. If they've found it one shop sooner, it would have been perfect. He's got to take another reroll. What are we looking at here? I mean, the one thing Sizzac has going for them is the extra joker slot due to the greedy. And then on clubs, this greedy really isn't doing anything. So if they had the loyalty card, you know, you're up a scoring joker, you can take another scoring joker in the next slot. And this tribe is just a bonus that your opponent doesn't have. But now when you're down a loyalty card, it does not matter. He's thinking of the Baron. That might be insane. On black deck, where you can barely even draw the club flush. Seeing if loyalty will be lined up next ante, which it will. "45 seconds. I'm scared he's not going to reroll for the hack. I'm scared. We're spending 40 seconds deciding on a loyalty card that we can't use this round. We need the blueprint. We need the hack. We take... Oh, no.
Hello.
That might...
Hi.
That's
This is
just...
so
How you feeling?
That seals the
I'm
game.
not feeling good, but I'm pulling out every little bit of my brain I can to try to weasel my way into something that could save me. And
Sizzac is playing for the
I've
second
found
life.
a line. The line will depend a lot on your lines. And who knows, maybe just have something better that beats all of the lines. But yeah.
Well, I guess we will see.
I guess so.
And there's the club flush. I mean, a flush house could go a long way. Do we even have one in the clubs? With this
Damn.
wild 8? No.
A little bit unlucky. I didn't draw one of 3 cards that I wanted here, but
That is unlucky.
Vagabond looking for the straight
it's
flush.
okay.
Or, oh, no hackable cards. Actually, that is brutal. Vagabond accidentally plays his last card here. It's fine.
I am preparing mine as we speak. And that is it. That is the most optimal I can set this up as. And here we go.
There it is. There is the slight gain. Maybe there's lucky card desync. Plus 20 first trigger.
Oh
That-
my God.
That helps.
I think I beat that. I think
No!
it's close.
But it's not enough versus
It might
that
not be
loyalty
close,
card.
I might have lied to you. Oh, sorry, my bad. It wasn't close.
No lucky hit, though. That could have
Oh
been a
my
difference
gosh!
maker.
What the okay, well.
Bro.
GG.
Oh,
I
man.
got excited because I got a lucky hit. You were more in the head in the shop than I thought. You
Yeah.
took the speculative pareidolia? Oh
I
my
absolutely-
gosh.
Well, no, I had faceless. I took the rental faceless. I took that and was like, I think
Oh,
I can
blueprint, right.
extract, like, $2
I completely
on
forgot.
average. Yeah, did you not see a rental?
Oh, I did, but I sold it.
Yeah,
I sold it. I took it
exactly.
into a blind and then I sold
One
it.
round of value and you sold it, and then I was like, I don't think I want to sell it, and then so I bought the faceless, because I bought pareidolia because I have faceless, so like of course it's like fire.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, I guess I was just thoroughly cooked from the beginning of the game then in that one. That's just Yeah. Yeah. There's that. You can't come back from that. GG. Well played.
That was just a
Alright.
Paradolia
Oh
diff.
man. Oh man.
2-1.
I was like, oh, I got something going here. I got the plus 20 lucky hit. Maybe we got something. And then I see this Joker lineup, and I'm like, oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't find the perishable rental. Also, I didn't find any of my hackable cards. I sold hologram for hack. My hologram was at 2.25, I think. I sold it for hack, because a single hackable card is 2.25, but I didn't draw any, so I was a little bit concerned that you caught up to me and still had the hologram, and yeah, but it looks like my fears were not withstood here. So anyway, GG. Now it's my turn.
Yep. I considered taking that.
Let's see.
That Eternal Hollow Greedy, but I didn't.
Are we going for another miserable match on Gold Black?
I just realized you didn't take the Eternal Hollow Greedy.
No.
Damn.
I was too greedy for the greedy.
I didn't think that you could survive without it. I kind of thought it was just like really necessary. I guess that's what allowed me to play the Faceless, right? That's what allowed me to use the Faceless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like for you, it's like really fucking hard to live the blinds and be Faceless, but maybe easier.
Yeah, I was doing the walkie-talkie. That's how I was living for a long time.
Yeah.
And yeah. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Well, GG.
2-1.
GG.
We're Vagabond.
GG.
Next game. What am I picking?
I'm glad that Vagabond won that, so we can't blame me for
you go ahead and pick. I'll be right back.
spoiling any info to Sizzac.
All right.
You love the gold stake? I mean, the gold stake's fun. I feel like it's exciting. I feel like it's exciting.
It's really exciting.
Another
I feel like both of us are
gold stake,
way too
no
good
way.
at white stake for it to be really that interesting.
I mean, we're good at both, but gold stake's a lot more. Gold stake's so much less clear how to play it best in multiplayer. I feel like I don't know. We're all still trying to figure it out, I feel like.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that common skip
Whereas with white stake, it's just like how perfectly
Definitely-
can you min-max.
definitely lost
exactly.
Sizzac a lot.
Okay, I
I'm gonna
will be right back.
All right, see ya. All right, chat. What deck should we pick?
This could be last game, though.
Recommendations? Anybody want to see any particular decks? Because I think I'm gonna go gold stake again. I seem to be performing very well on gold stake.
True. All right,
Anybody have any ideas?
game 4.
Ghost,
Vagabond
Anaglyph
could
for
just take it. It
CJ?
is
I'm
match
bad
point.
at Anaglyph though. I'm bad at Anaglyph. Like I don't know. I can just never get myself to skip. What's the difference between the decks? There's. I mean, sure. Well, I would show you the decks, but I can't really open them up. But all of them have different. My pick would be Ghost or Erratic. I hate Ghost high stakes though. Ghost on high stakes really frustrate me. I'm a beginner from SAP. Oh hell yeah.
All right, why is this guy not muted?
Oh yeah, I could go Erratic gold deck.
There we go. Actually, you guys can listen to Vagabond.
Oh, yeah, I like yellow gold. Actually, no. You know what? Erratic gold would be fun, but I really want to pick yellow gold, actually. I think I'm pretty good at it. Like, a lot of people think you need to hold on to your money for interest early on yellow gold. I think that's completely false. Like, you need to spend your money, actually, and it baits people. Violet, we're not doing multiplayer decks, multiplayer-specific decks. On Minor League Balatro, it's completely vanilla. But yeah, I think I'm going to go yellow gold. We're going to go from one side of the spectrum to the other. Okay, we're going to shout out Espo with this one. Speaking of yellow gold, I just uploaded a YouTube video with a yellow gold game on it, I believe. I think it was yellow gold, and it was fire. It was against Andy for Minor League Balatro. So if you want to know how I ended up in the grand finals, you can check out that video. It's part of the reasons I end up in the grand finals, but it was a banger game.
Alright. Go check out Vagabond's YouTube. But we are now doing game 4 sounds like yellow gold, which is a balance. It's definitely better than that black gold, but it's a balance for sure. I love this cropping on the CRT every time Sizzac goes away. AM staying up to see Vaga win. This is the finals. Like, this is the big event. And, I mean, Vaga could just take it right here. And, I mean, I'm not biased to either player, but I am biased that I want this to end so I can get some sleep. I am very tired. So we're rooting for whoever wins the fastest, which may be one player. But these matches definitely aren't going fast with two of the slowest players in the game.
We're winning on the ones that are not. We've been winning on the ones that we didn't pick. So
True. You're probably gonna win this.
I've got the advantage here. All right. All right.
I'm ready.
Good luck. All right, let's do it.
As well.
That is so loud. The only I hear it is the overlay thing. When a game starts, it is a buffoon pack opening sound. It might just be loud as a train right next to my head. But we are in it. Yellow gold. Winning in one is less important here, but definitely nice to get that extra money. Every dollar matters, but less so on gold or yellow deck. Get the full house draw. Same hand for both players. We're in the shop with $19 and a full star. Definitely some good early deck fixing. A lot of money to be spent here, especially with that reroll voucher that you know you want to get next shop. Steel King, you could go for 8s just to make that 5 of a kind, because there's no reason you need face cards. I think a Steel King is definitely valuable, having anything for a death target. But honestly, knowing that there's a Fool in shop, strength early game is so worth it. Each making those kings and then fooling to make a bunch of jacks or kings could also be a very strong play. Vagabond takes the star and the fool, probably hoping to build a flush house. To-do list? Wait, did Vagabond didn't go buffoon pack? Or did they? And then just skipped it. Eternal to-do list on high card is a good amount of money. You probably only get 2 hands out of it. We're taking just the fool, passing on the star. Eternal Econ early game can be very strong high stakes. Are we looking for the one-hand win? This time, Sizzac going with the Eternal instead of a Vagabond. Vagabond took the Mary and he sold it. Very understandable. What are we looking for to make sure we get max to-do list value? A 4 of a kind? We might just lose the game. Never mind. It pays off. You get the $12. As well as, oh, Eternal Rental. Oops. But you have the hallucination right next to it, so you actually might consider it. But with glass, eternal oops, probably not the deal. And to do listed pairs, being very kind, especially if you can take this econ joker, or this scoring joker here, probably not renting a arrowhead, maybe just to make sure you get through this next blind with ease. We're taking the reroll voucher here, of course, and the card packs are going to be tough to decide if they're worth it, especially it is going to cost that interest money, but we're going to have the to-do list to get back up on econ. Here's a constellation in shop, very little econ to back it up for Vagabond, a very strong scoring joker in gold stakes. But you also need to think about, am I going to be able to get this voucher if I go like this or not? Random Queen, do we take it? 53 card deck already. What card did Sizzac take in that last? In that last pack? I think Misprint here is a must take. I don't think I would have opened both packs if I were Sizzac, but you know, you can get $12 with any luck. And if you are worried about greeding for pairs winning the game, you take the arrowhead as well. Don't pass on Misprint. Okay. And takes the arrowhead. I imagine planning to get rid of it, but it does add some safety. Maybe not getting rid of it. +3 malt. With a bad roll, it is possible. But there's also the worry of getting out too soon if you're playing those spade pairs. 20 malt. That sucks. That does suck. There's the oops hallucination. Will Sizzac take the dice? Does have the econ to back up that rental price, but has the extra eternal, and that is 2 eternals that could be useless in a game, especially with this dice making glass very useless, and definitely passing on it here, which seems to be the right play. DNA. What do you have to copy? It is $8, and it is, you have 5 rounds to find something to make it worth it. Let's see. Personally, I think I pass on this. I think if I open this card pack and if I find something crazy, I probably do it. You don't need to sell Jolly yet. You just open the card pack. Swatter, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for the subs today, guys. What was in that card pack? I got distracted. Oh no. But now we are down every scoring joker except a misprint heading to ante 2. You do have a Chaos the Clown to find something. No reroll? Did they have the free reroll from the Chaos and didn't use it? Just took a Steel King. Don't know how I feel about this DNA, especially when it's putting you down to $0 in a bit of a econ hole. Sizzac in a much better position when offered this shop to take the constellation because they have the econ to support it, as well as it not just taking all their money. We know that Vagabond had $7 in that shop, and Sizzac having 13, making quite a big difference in the consideration for taking that. Sizzac, do you win with that hand? No, which is actually good news if you can draw that second flush, which is all dependent on this, and that's another $4. That's actually, I don't love this rental arrowhead, though it is going to pay off if they do decide to keep it for the PvP. There's a DNA. I think that DNA is a pass every time. I think you want this voucher. Let's go Arcana, look for money. Hangman with the Fool is nice. There's not many better tarot cards at the moment. Also, Hallucination has not paid off at all. I think you go voucher for sure. Holographic Queen, that is pretty useful. Especially with your only source of malt on a 2-round timer. Alright, we going DNA or are we going Paintbrush? I hate DNA. You have 2 discards to find that card. It's costing you $8. It's costing you all the interest you're going to get. It's costing you to-do list hands. But if you find glass... This to-do list has been very kind to Sizzac, I will say. 2 pair, high card, flush. That is every single hand you want to be playing early game. And if Sizzac doesn't know this, but they can definitely win this PvP just playing 2 pairs of spades. What if...
Hello.
Hello.
Just... Okay, he doesn't take the voucher or the DNA.
Bang. Found what I needed to.
Nice.
Alright, are we playing 2 pairs here?
Dude, these
Yep.
blinds have been... Not these blinds, these shops, like... I'm not gonna lie, I really thought, like, on Yellow Deck, you know, I'd have a bunch of money, but,
Yes,
Yeah.
Sizzac
alas.
living up to... Or
Alas,
Vagabond
I've
living
been
up to their
broke.
name.
I see. Did you do anything goofy, I might say?
Oh, I sure did.
Okay. What if we did the same goofy
Yeah.
thing?
Curious what
You know, I
Vagabond
did the same,
means
you
by
know,
that.
I'll spoil it a little bit.
Okay.
I did the same thing that you did a few games ago. I may have popped the Full Judgment.
I see. I've done a different goofy thing.
I don't think I see that.
A fairly substantially different goofy thing. I guess, you know what, if you spilled the beans,
But yeah, why is this so stupid?
I took the Eternal to-do list.
Oh!
I've been making
Eternal
bank.
to-do
Could
list,
could
definitely
go
paying
very
off.
bad in the future,
Spoiled
but I've
it.
been making
Also,
bank.
this
I'm
holographic
terrified.
queen with the steals in hand.
I'm
No spades in this
terrified,
hand, which is
actually.
going to hurt the score a bit, but that
Oh my God,
with
the
2
Eternal
steel in
to-do
hand
list,
definitely helps.
That's a play, honestly. I would respect that.
Mhm.
And then we're just looking for any spades
Alright,
to play.
Well, see you in the next few rounds.
All right. See ya.
And
see ya.
there's PvP 1 goes to Sizzac, as well as coming into this next ante with $29 versus the $9 from Vagabond, and the interest money just equating to more or just as much as that life loss gain. There's a Mars. Good for Sizzac, just because Mars is useful and it's constellation scaling. Do you want to open the Celestial Pack now in hopes of finding a different planet card like a Jupiter with this rental arrowhead? Just a terrible tarot pack. Maybe you Empress here because you're running out of malt, but I would Empress the spades, I think. I mean, if a Baron comes up, Vagabond is pretty set because of this DNA, but they are definitely suffering down to $3 in the small blind with no payout and no way to make money. And you want to be opening these packs for this hallucination. And you can't even like buy anything with the like Chaos the Clown is an econ joker when you have money to spend. Will he be able to buy Baron is exactly the question. Just makes it out of that blind. Misprint barely saves him. 14 chips over the requirement. I think you sell Misprint. You need any malt joker you can get here, as well as $5 is $5. What is our Supernova looking like? Is Supernova enough to keep you alive? Are you throwing, or does a 5 of a kind doesn't beat the blind, especially not with 2 discards. Are we taking the roll? There's nothing. Eternal Fortune Teller that you can't even afford. Almost guaranteed to lose a life to this big blind here, unless we skip. which seals your fate in another way. Alright, let's see if Sizzac gets too greedy. I think you have to play this pair of 9s and just hope for a small hit from Misprint. While Sizzac does have this extra econ, ooh, strong hit for Misprint, punishing Sizzac rather than the help that it gave Vagabond. Another Mars level. Is that what Vagabond is hoping will bail him out? 5 of a kind with the steal in hand could be enough. Maybe even... Nah. I think one more steal does it, though. It's a 3 cards to draw whatever you need. Any king here. Yeah, and we see that that's a second life lost for Vagabond. Buys the voucher. I don't think you do that on 2 lives, but understandable when you want to buy this Mars and you want to buy... Never mind, you're going both Arcanas. I know, how is Sizzac moving on to the next blind? Looking to death because of the Fool. To death that Queen. Also up a Justice. Having Justice death may be the strongest thing. As well as a Mars is nice. Regretting not buying the voucher. With the Justice death, you can definitely beat the blind. Especially with this Mars level, you just need to draw that holographic Queen. And if that Queen isn't spades, I'd likely sell this Arrowhead. I think he's held it too long to justify it, but we'll see. Okay, takes the half Joker. Which, if you do play half Joker, that's enough. Maybe we're getting a little greedy. Not going for queens. Okay, we get the full house. And now can we get out with spade pairs? There's a pair of aces. You gotta play for half Joker. Okay, he's throwing for econ. Or just trying to draw that queen. Zero scoring Jokers on 2 lives headed into the PvP. I think can guarantee that Sizzac's losing a life here. I mean, not having that holographic queen just means they're down on scoring even without Jokers. What are we looking for on Sizzac's side? Oh, just a pair with spade in it, and we don't draw it. Need 1,000. I'm not sure. The level 2 pair does make that enough. So we make it out. And don't Justice Death. We have PvP next, and you have an armed cannon to fire in the PvP. Okay, we're just using the Justice. He doesn't want to death. Nah, you just gotta Justice Death the holographic. Oh, when he's using the other one. Okay. Well, maybe he'll be rewarded with another Justice Death in the shop, but I'm not a fan of selling all of your strength before PvP. Now you have to draw those with 2 discards in a 53 card deck. There's a Supernova. We have money to roll. Don't need to roll. A Soul card. And there's just a Death. Actually rewarded. I'm wrong. And a Death you can use. Vagabond still can find this because of the order. But being down a holographic queen, I don't know. I don't know. And gets the voucher. Just a crazy lead due to this extra money for Sizzac, and honestly, that's mostly due to that rental. the Eternal to-do list is definitely paying off. It has hit so many easy to draw hands, no straight flushes, no, well, 4 of a kind right when you want to play it.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Sizzling Sizzac. He's locked in.
Man, I mean, that Eternal to-do list is looking better and better and better the more I go into the deep, man.
Yeah.
He knows.
Like, I really thought some better economy would show up, but it's brutal out here.
Have you seen some exciting addition to you got anything have you added anything to your Joker roster that's a bit more on the spicy side?
Nope.
Nope. I see. Yeah, I guess there's
Okay, this hand is
Alright,
going to be
here's my hand.
way more than overkill from Sizzac.
Oh, that's your hand. Well, I got some bad
Doesn't
news
have to
for
play
you.
the glass.
I got some
really?
pretty bad news for you. Yeah,
really?
check this one out. Check this one out.
Okay,
This isn't
I'm
even as good as
checking
it could be.
Ah! Sizzac! What have you done?
Get another 4x on that as well. That's a 1,000,000 point hand that Sizzac has, and Vagabond struggling to score. I don't even know if they open this Arcana pack, they find that soul card. But maybe they know it had to be a trib. It's a small Arcana. You're behind on the tarot queue. You're not finding this soul. We need some big Arcanas next shop, and we need a miracle from Vagabond to stay alive. I think we still have to roll, even though we rolled into, Space Joker. Actually, with the 4 of a kind levels, the 4 of a kind should be enough. Hallucination finally hits. No wheel. I'm guessing we're just using this priestess for the constellation scaling, even though this is small differences compared to this tribulate. We just want to get as much money as possible, and I'm not even sure if we're spending the $2 for another planet card's worth. Okay, Vagabond missed the 4 of a kind. GG. That's rough.
Hello.
Hi. No, I mean, Eternal to-do
That's
list.
a
Who would have
rough
thought,
loss.
Yeah.
GG well played.
Yeah. GG.
Well played.
But yeah, I would have been really screwed if there wasn't if like a rebate showed up next roll or something.
Yeah, but
Or even some maybe a little bit less than that, but it was on a high card when I saw it, so I'm like, you know what? Yeah.
it was on the high card when I saw it too. I don't know. I think it was a super interesting play. A type of thing that you can only do on Gold Stake.
Yep. That's why it's so fun. That's why it's so fun. Oh,
Literally, they're winning the other players' picks every single time.
Yeah, it's come down to the last one.
It's coming down to game 5,
And
which is
Sizzac picks,
awesome.
which means
That is
Vagabond
awesome.
wins. I'm sorry to spoil it.
So someone sent me a clip from your channel.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, this is from my channel. Never mind. This is you crashing out on my channel. Okay, nice. Oh man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Well,
I just couldn't open any packs. Like, that's the other thing. Like, I bought Hallucination because good Joker, but I couldn't open any packs, so it didn't even matter. And the packs I did open, it never fucking hit, bro. I opened 3 packs in a row. This guy does not give me shit.
he finally started hitting after probably after the 3rd pack. He started hitting real good.
That's
what
because of
did.
course he would. Because of course he would.
Yeah.
All right. right. It's up to you. It's up to you. You know, this is your pick, which means I feel like I'm pretty good about this. I'm feeling pretty good about this
See,
one.
I don't want to pick now. Literally, every time someone's
It was
picked.
tactical at the very beginning of this match. You remember what I said, Sizzac?
Yeah.
Do you remember? You remember?
Yeah.
I told you I don't care. We don't have to do a coin flip. You can pick whatever you want. And now you're forced. Now you're forced to pick last. You buffoon. You thought it was an advantage. It's
Let's
a
see some
curse.
plasma gold.
Now pick the deck you wish to die
Anaglyph
on.
white stake. I would love to see a white stake for the last match. These miserable gold
I
stake
am
games
so
just
tempted
being
to literally do
whoever.
the most vile combination that
doing
I
worse.
hate just because it's funny, and I don't think you'll like it a lot either.
Oh really? Oh god.
I'm hovering around Nebula Green.
Oh ew! What the fuck? Even those words make me grossed out. Even those words just bother me. Ew.
It's funny though. It's funny.
What the fuck? Sizzac, do you need some medical attention?
Green stake. You know, I think a
Okay,
for
I'm gonna
blue
take a quick
stake,
break again. I'm sorry,
Nebula.
between every game apparently.
might just
alright.
be
And,
might just be
And I'll think
bottom
about it.
Balatro.
I'll think about it.
Man, high
Actually,
stakes,
blue
yeah, I
green.
mean, you know,
Yeah.
blue green.
I also would want my grave to be in like a pretty location.
I guess Nebula Green's not the most pretty of vistas, but you know.
Green gold. I mean, yeah, green gold obviously harder than green blue, but green deck blue stake just not a fun time. You're down the discards, you less of the benefit from green deck. Plus, it's green deck, the worst deck in the game. It's just not fun. All right. Well, it's going down to game 5. That I really just wanted to go to bed. Nebula worse than green. For multiplayer, I can get it because the benefit just does nothing. But I also just hate green deck. I think this may be the first ever Nebula Green game played on multiplayer. I can't see what set of actions would lead anyone to this combo. Honestly, Sizzac picking this is very interesting to me because they are a big Magic deck fan. This is the complete opposite of Magic deck. You're going planet cards -1 slot versus the tarot cards +1 slot. We already had our black gold game. The mod won't be able to handle Nebula Green. It'll just give up. I wonder if we're actually, maybe the overlay won't handle it. I'm curious if we'll see telescope. I don't think we will, to be honest. But this is the finals of minor league.
Okay, I've thought about it. It's a funny bit, but
Where are we going?
I don't wanna play that.
Okay,
let's,
Takes it back.
Let's throw it in for CJ. Let's go Anaglyph, but I'm keeping it on gold stake.
Gold stake
Anaglyph
alright.
gold.
Yeah,
For CJ.
for CJ.
Love that guy.
I think this is what
Yeah, great.
CJ beat Sizzac on. No, it was on
Alright.
white stake.
Yup.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Looks like I left the lobby. Hold on.
Yeah, this
Oh.
is a pretty
Can you
Give me
send
Saint Kogan.
terrible deck stake.
Yeah. I should still be in our DM, same one, but
Oh, it's the same one? Okay, my bad.
yeah, I don't think we ever. I'll send it to you again just for good measure, just to.
No, don't even worry about it.
Oh, I can't. I didn't even copy it correctly, so I couldn't. Okay, well now I lose. All right, all right. Let's do this. Good luck.
All right. Good luck.
All
Have
right.
fun.
Game 5 to decide the winner of Minor League. No early skips to take. Sizzac getting locked in. You just got to go diamonds here. I also have to say, no high contrast cards from Sizzac is just how do you play like that? Draw the full house, 6s and 8s, does one shot, I believe. Well, maybe not with the 3 6s and the 2 8s. Yeah, you need the 3 8s, 2 6s. But you take that and get out next hand. Which I don't think there was many one-hand wins there with only 2 discards, so not the biggest punish. See, that's the... With timer in the game and Vagabond just not using calculator, we're spending 10 minutes seeing if that's a one-hand win just to end up playing it anyways. Alright, 2 stickerless, strong scoring jokers here. Shoot the Moon, definitely something you can build into. And a lot of plus mult for those early antes. Abstract makes it easy. You can play whatever. Don't gotta find your cards. Sizzac goes for the abstract. This, I mean, if the players diverge here, it could easily decide the game depending on the rest of the jokers. I think these ante-1 decisions definitely important in gold stake because there's less of the strength of the seed to pull you back. I think Vagabond's going to make the same decision. Wow. Getting out in 3 hands with a scoring joker in the big blind is rough. There's the Shoot the Moon. Square joker that Sizzac is considering. At the very least, it buffs your abstract. Having some base chips is not the worst. And Vagabond also considering it just to get any chips with the plus mult from Shoot the Moon, which is definitely very useful. And then we get out these kings. And there's 16 chips around. If we do min-max it, we're going to be very lacking on econ, but by PvP, it will definitely add up to be equivalent to a foil joker. Sorry. Nope, you're just spending what? Like 3 extra hands, like $12 for a foil joker? But on gold stake, these are kind of decisions you got to make. Alright, are we going to see Vagabond try to scale it as much? It's going to be a lot harder to not win like that. It's a 4-chip square joker, but we're going to have much better econ because of that. And you could even take this stickerless satellite. Doesn't even consider it. I think a stickerless econ could make a big difference for the rest of the game, but satellite is nothing at the start and a expensive one to scale. Alright. This square joker gonna be on 48 chips. So there's your foil joker. And Vagabond's definitely gonna have a harder time scaling this square, making it a little less worth it for that cost. No jacks to strength for that Shoot the Moon. You just hit the Hangman. You're going to see Sizzac pick up the voucher here. Spending down very far for the PvP. I'm assuming planning on selling the rentals after they get their hand off. Definitely in a position to score quite strong. We're gonna wanna use all our discards, play the 4-card hands, and then hopefully finish it with a diamond flush and have enough time to sell that. Could be very punishing if you don't. Especially only having $2 for that rental fee. What did Sizzac skip for? Or no, 210 is the default timer. Never mind. Alright, here's that same shop. Likely gonna make the same decision, so we'll see. I think the square difference might matter more than the extra malt from Shoot the Moon. Yeah, they're making very similar decisions. Go Hermit. Actually, Sizzac didn't get the Hermit there.
Bro, I picked up a guy.
And didn't take the rentals for Vagabond, so Sizzac will take this life likely.
I've never taken this guy.
I wonder if we are doing the same exact thing right now.
And not going for the diamond.
Because, like, kind of same.
We're just playing 4 solid hands. But Sizzac is behind in the tarot queue. As we saw last game, that can be brutal, especially if a soul shows up.
I feel like we keep saying I feel like we're doing the same exact thing over and over again.
And then we're doing something completely different.
Yeah.
I mean, the Square Joker, they write about that.
Alright, looks like you got me.
Sizzac definitely sells here.
Cool.
Mystic Summit. I think all you need is any Joker here and you'll be fine.
It's okay. See you in the next one.
All right, see you in the next one.
I think that was a rental diff. Or mostly Square Joker diff. Trading card, very good. It's going to get that abstract up a little malt. And the money is going to be huge. But we're seeing Vagabond enter this ante with so much more money because of that Hermit in the tarot pack before spending down that shop. And that's just going to make way more money and compound with the interest on it. Sizzac definitely needed this Econ Joker to show up, or they're getting very little value from the small blind. Where are we at on a high card? 840, so we need to probably play pairs at the least. Alright, are we taking 4 of a kind level? Has the blue seal polychrome from that pack. Sizzac not able to find it due to the poor econ. I think Vagabond considering it to just completely commit to 4 of a kind, which is definitely much more common on higher stakes. I mean, a supernova on 2 pairs would be pretty good for Sizzac right now. Wonder if Sizzac gets grabber. It's looking unlikely. Walkie-talkie, that's some more scoring when we're getting very close to just beating these blinds. Do we want a 2-pair level here? Because this makes it out. You can basically get whatever level you want. Goes for the 2-pair when you have Shoot the Moon instead of a high card. But with the polychrome, we know this game is very likely not going Shoot the Moon, though it is gold stake. Chariot on the Queen, investing a bit into Shoot the Moon. There is a common abstract. I'm curious what that is for Sizzac, or what that was. It was the walkie-talkie, actually, which will be in this reroll for Vagabond. Chariot Justice. Not a bad thing to bring in the PvP. If you took the walkie-talkie, you'd definitely... That's a good joker. Now you're really regretting not taking walkie-talkie. And Vagabond might see these two jokers in the same shop. The walkie-talkie and the dusk, which is some strong scoring. Are we going to see a life lost here from Vagabond? Not drawing the queens. I think we're safe. Well, maybe not with a draw like that. Could be a life lost here. I think you have to take this justice. Yep, there it is. This hand is not going to be enough. I get alerted by a blaring glass break noise in my ear. Chariot Justice. We're seeing Vagabond in such a stronger position econ-wise. They're likely not going to reroll this shop to find... Oh, gets mega buffooned. The walkie-talkie dusk. That evens it out a bit, I think, with the walkie-talkie dusk combo. Vagabond easily takes this PvP. But now with the square diff, I'm not sure. But that is brutal. Is it not a mega buffoon, but got buffooned.
Yo.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
That's all because of the abstract common block.
Confused on what I'm supposed to do, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair.
I did lose a life to blinds. It was tragic.
Oh, did you? I see. That is tragic.
2 lives for Vagabond. They are in a quite
things are a little bit
good
interesting here.
position.
Kind of a sort of a crossroads sort of thing.
Tough.
But not a
to
crossroads.
gain
Like
the
they're
lead.
crossroads, but you can like drive on both roads at the same time.
No, I got you.
It's gonna be a game of chicken for who uses this justice.
Straight over here.
I think the justice isn't much use for either
Not
player,
really, but,
just
like,
being
it's long.
a 4x on likely a 4 malt hand, so 16 malt. Maybe you don't use it at all. And based off these scores I'm seeing, it is going to be tough for either player to just make it through the next ante. Some better draws from Vagabond. Be in a much better position.
Also, I should have used that on something else. Okay, so maybe because of that we do this.
I realized I've kind of been trolling this whole time.
Yeah?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
It's okay.
I believe he's talking about not using his discards before playing the hands for Shoot the Moon.
Like, been cursed with bad draws, but it's okay.
I see.
Sizzac's going for the dusk
I mean,
hand.
I don't think it'd be
that's
too hard
the
to beat
right
this.
play. Never mind. It would have paid off, I believe, but
You'd be surprised.
Really?
are we gonna have to use
hand.
Justice on a high card?
Oh! Barely. Holy shit.
Gosh dang, if I played that a little bit differently, I could have beat that. Ah,
Oh,
all right.
the
See you the next
ace.
one.
That's always how it is. I see the next one.
Alright. Vagabond takes the life. Very big. Because they have that econ diff, but now the life diff is not as big as it was. Burger. Probably not something you want to take with this trading card. It is square scaling at least, as well as scales the abstract though. Gold coin gonna be nice pickup for Vagabond. Are we gonna see a Justice in this pack? Oh, there's just complete desync on these tarots, and Vagabond's getting so many more Hermits to just snowball the economy. That hurts. But they are in the exact same reroll in this shop. Vagabond is just up 2 vouchers and a slight amount of econ. Need 9,000 for this. We know we can score that just barely, maybe with the chip scoring, as well as much better draws this round if they remember to reorganize steel. Discarding first. $5,000 on a 2-pair should mean Vagabond is safe. And we get the blue seal. I feel like we should have gone high card a while ago, but we're doing it now. $1,400 on this hand for Sizzac. And then we do have the Dusk hand to get slightly more chips. 2-pair with the Dusk could be enough. Sizzac is going to make it out of this blind. Using the Devil on the Queen. Seltzer in the shop. That's tough. That's $6, which does matter to Sizzac. What are the skips? No good skips with these 3 double tags built up. Seltzer at most gives more chips, but in the PvP that is going to be another trigger to your glass. Sec, considering the pack passes on it, which I believe Vagabond took a glass card from that pack. $7,000, trying to preserve this Seltzer with 2 queens, and we're out in 2. Definitely some stronger scoring from Vagabond's side when they do draw their hand. And it's looking a little risky for Sizzac. 3,000 on a solid hand. Definitely not regretting the Seltzer pickup. Should be safe here with any amount of draws with Dusk. Actually, I think guaranteed gets out if they play this. Flower Pot is interesting. Vagabond has been playing a lot of 2 pairs, but trying to keep your queens and play a Flower Pot hand is a tough one. Or are we considering the shortcut? Alright. Does Sizzac get the voucher here? Could matter a lot more if this game goes on much longer. takes the flower pot into a blueprint instantly. That does make the flower pot the only copyable X-Malt. There is the Dusk for the chips. Faceless next to it, as well as some very good econ. Tough to pull off with the Shoot the Moon, though. Yes, Sizzac a bit scarred by some wraiths in these last games. Is Sizzac gonna roll Immolate? Makes me confident that they are gonna roll and find the blueprint. Take the voucher, roll, go blueprint. Flower pot first. Need another roll. Do we take this flower pot? With all of your chips and malt, yes, I think 100%. You could ditch trading card because you want to do faceless. A mime for Vagabonds. Only one steel card, but you do have the blue seal. How much is this seltzer worth? Alright, we're going to see the Immolate here. Definitely a take. Lose 2 face cards, which is not good for faceless. I think Sizzac might have the advantage in this PvP if they have the flower pot and abstract. Do they also want shortcut to do the abstract and play straights? Selling faceless. Oh, that's going to be brutal when they see this blueprint. That sucks because you can't copy trading card. At least we have full scoring and it likely pays off to win the PvP, but that's very much dependent on glass as well. Sizzac immolated a gold card. That's rough. Especially with this mime coming up on the blueprint, and Sizzac has that gold card. Or Vagabond has the gold card. Alright. Based on the Joker lineup, unless Vagabond pulls out a hand with a lot of
have been made.
Glass, it's looking very Sizzac
oh my gosh,
sided.
Like, yeah, exactly what you were saying. What a game. This game is...
I like that straight
is, like,
for Sizzac.
Insane.
Spicy.
Alright. Yeah. 100%. I know what my hand is gonna be here, hopefully.
That's a strong start. There has been an Immolate and a lot of Hangman. Like, Sizzac's deck is only 40 cards, meaning if Vagabond's looking for the perfect hands, they could very likely find it. Gonna have to pass up on the faceless value, likely. And get rid of the steal. I don't know if that's gonna be enough. Sizzac's just waiting to see what they need.
Seems so weird. Oh god. I don't know if this is the play.
Deciding
it's so scary.
To put the glass on the polychrome or the king of diamonds. Oh, discarding glass.
You actually go for another one of those. And rewarded.
Likely going... Wait, but they're not doing faceless. They're not going
I guess
value
I should wait. There's no reason for me to not wait.
But they don't want to risk the glass.
True.
4 of a kind kings, maybe. Get 2 steel in hand. This can be a very strong play. Not putting the glass on the polychrome. Without a Chad, I think that's fine. You don't want to risk losing that blue seal or the polychrome. But if you had a Chad, you would just want to make that one strong card.
See that hand.
Playing down to Dusk.
Getting there. Hold on.
0.25 and the mime's a 2.25x.
No rush. I'm just
And
Alright.
each trigger
Expected.
is
Here's the
a
hand. Here's the hand.
3x. So a lot of scoring, as well as a level 4 of a kind.
Oh, that hurts to see. Okay. Well, in that case, we do this.
1.5 million.
Okay. Okay.
And Sizzac
okay.
just doesn't have the before scoring that Vagabond does.
I'm
No
gonna tell you what
levels.
the Joker was because I'm past it. I picked up Square Joker.
Yeah. Me too.
I I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It was kind of okay there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
See you in the next one.
All right. Tied on lives 2-2. Very similar spots in the shop, similar econ. But with Vagabond having so much more spend, surely that's just broken, right? Can I get a confirmation that the overlay is just broken? There's no way Vagabond's $100 ahead on money spent. It's got to be that broke for Vagabond. Yeah, it's not updating here. But we do know Sizzac's money spent. It is updating. How are they at such similar spots in the shop with $100 more spent? I guess you have the extra voucher and definitely more packs open, but that is crazy. Another voucher for Vagabond. Is Sizzac's updating? It is updating. They're both updating that way. How? There's a seltzer. Maybe they aren't as close. No, that's another seltzer that I believe Vagabond uncommon block to get. Is it this flower pot? Or no, this is deeper in shop. Second seltzer, yeah. Vagabond blocked the seltzer with the seltzer. Another Justice in hand for Vagabond. Definitely paying off being up this Polychrome King, as well as the hand levels. 2 lives for Sizzac. Do you take the $20 or the Justice? Right, both players still sitting on 4 double tags, which is definitely a way to come back for whoever falls behind after this next PvP. That is, if there's any good skips, which these ones are not. I mean, you have a Constellation, maybe you consider that Celestial skip. I think Sizzac seeing how they can beat the blinds. How greedy is Vagabond gonna get? Do they just die? Going for faceless value. Very little scoring jokers. We have to play our glass to get out. And with these draws, it is not looking good. Are we discarding these? Wait, they got rid of everything. Is he just sacking a life? Oh, the glass 9, I see. But we're gonna find it with how small the deck is. It is guaranteed. And I believe if you copy Dusk, should be enough. Sizzac gets the voucher. 5 of a kind. Yeah, you have to copy Dusk here. Yeah, with the Mime, this easily gets out. And you get 2 more 4 of a kind levels. That is going to matter a lot. That is definitely important. Alright. How is Sizzac getting out of the blind? Should be easy considering what they scored from just a normal straight. All we need to do is just not mess up this flower pot, which with a 40 card deck, 3 discards, 5 hands, very hard to do. Very hard to die to this blind. Which I think is the advantage for Sizzac, that they don't have to play glass, but we're seeing Vagabond doesn't have to risk any glass, and they can choose to just play that glass 9. And with this Acrobat and the... Wait, Acrobat in the 4 of a kind levels is enough to get out without playing glass now. All this work that Sizzac has been putting into this Square Joker, the 4 of a kind levels from the Mime and that Blue Seal Polychrome is just outpacing it. Alright. Hallucination, very strong with Blueprint. Can you live selling your scoring jokers? You have no base malt and chips to rely on. And this flower pot is about the only advantage that Sizzac has for scoring. A mental breakdown on these decisions. We're definitely seeing a lot of money from this faceless blueprint combo. And that's just, honestly, just unlucky for Sizzac because Vagabond saw those in the same role. They knew the decision was clear. But it wasn't worth it to keep for Sizzac because they don't have that blueprint. They don't know that that's going to be a copyable econ, and kept the trading card over it. Alright, play down for Dusk. Wait, Vagabond didn't take the Acrobat. How am I just realizing this? How is that a decision you make? I don't like that play. Like, yeah, more glass from Hallucination is better, but that's less glass you have to play in the blinds to live. When you can copy that, a 9x on a 4 of a kind easily clears, especially with the extra bit from Mime. And we're getting more 4 of a kind levels here. Will he remember to be quick enough to copy Mime? I think so. A little laggy, but gets there. This Mime is definitely working out for Vagabond. Up to level 8 on the 4 of a kind. 28 base malt, 270 chips versus the 15 malt and 160 chips from Square Joker. That's after the glass. That is crucial. Alright. Vagabond just grabbing every tarot they see. Except for Cartomancer. I sell Hallucination for Cartomancer, expecting I'm gonna cash out on that Joker slot for something else next ante. Even though Hallucination Blueprint can be stronger, but you just get 2 tarots going to the PvP. It's gonna be very nice. Into the chat on the last roll before PvP. That is a lot of X-Malt. That's 4x that you can copy.
Hello.
I fear Sizzac is going down to 1 life here, even with Vagabond saying that they just used.
Here's the thing. I'm seeing the pieces that you were working with. I just don't get how the heck you put those pieces together. I don't. Where's the glue? Where's the glue for that?
It's the handles. It's that blue seal polychrome.
Where's the glue? You know, I don't know. You know, it all kind of just worked out. I don't know what to tell you.
Really?
I think the glue was planet levels. That's probably what it was.
Yeah.
I find random ass planet levels in Gold Stake are genuinely so good, bro.
It's fair. It's fair. All right, well, let's do one of these again.
This does force Vagabond to play first. I don't think... Well, it will matter. He knows not to risk his glass. And it might force the Vagabond to play this Glass King, even though the 4 of a kind 9s is more than overkill.
Thonking right now.
Yeah.
Should I? You know, Sizzac, what? A question. I have a question.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you like money?
He's realizing he wants to.
Like
wants to greed.
I mean, yeah, money's great.
You know what? So do I. I also like money.
I think you keep the steel, discard the glass.
You're
You really helped me there. You really helped me make that decision there. I appreciate that.
Glad I could help. Glad I could help.
Oh, more
Discarding
money.
the steel.
Sure.
Wow, this face.
See, money's been something I've been kind of lacking for a minute
just
here.
Going so far. Wait. Are we?
I see.
What are we playing? Gets the 4 of a kind kings. Okay, that's a winning hand right there. Looking for the steal.
All right. Here is mine hand. It's probably correct. All right. Shipping it.
How bad is this gonna hurt?
Pretty bad.
Polychrome glass. If they lose that, that is a lot of strength, but they've already gotten those blue seals.
That does hurt pretty bad.
Does it break? 0 glass break still is so good for Vagabond, considering how much glass they've played.
Oh.
That's actually insane. They've used glass every blind, every
Oh,
PvP.
man.
Definitely important.
You know, I feel really bad because like we were supposed to skip at some point during this game.
We were. It's not seeming to happen, is it?
I'm hoping to see a quad rare skip.
Oh, how you feel about that voucher tag?
Oh wait, I haven't seen him yet. Wait, what's the? Is that the first one?
It
is. Yeah. Not loving it. Not loving it, to be honest.
You know, I feel like we gotta skip once. You know. You know, it doesn't really feel like that skip favors you though. So you know, I won't make you.
Yeah. I gotta say though, maybe there's a world here where I don't skip to not buy the blinds. No, I'm not buying the blinds. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
60,000.
I don't know. It's bad. It's bad out here. It's not going well. It's not going well.
Well, I'll see you at the PvP then.
Yeah. Well,
I think Sizzac might know their fate. maybe even Vagabond's double skips to not risk glass, but because we don't even have, well, no, if we took the Acrobat, you wouldn't have to risk glass, but we just have to play that one glass 9, which we do not need in the PvP. Sizzac's been holding this justice for a while. Golden ticket, rental, eternal. The Chad can come for Sizzac, but I don't think that's enough. Okay, so the game might be over. Just in the slightest. It's the blueprint photo Chad with a polychrome glass king. Looking a little tough to come back from on Sizzac's side, even knowing those jokers are coming up. Alright. Yeah. I mean, Vagabond can pretty much play like a pair of queens and he gets out. But I think still playing for those 9s might be worth it. Or actually, since you can guarantee your draw, nah, you just play for the 9s, yeah. You don't care about losing this 9 when you have photo Chad, and that's all you need for the PvP. And you want to discard as many face cards as possible for that faceless money. Another faceless proc. And there's enough money to Hermit. And let's see if Sizzac can get another flower pot hand. Missing the club. Looking for a 10. 3 10s left in the deck, I think is a safe bet. Gonna go for the aces or 8s though. Those jacks will do it. Doesn't die to the small blind. We might actually get to see the final PvP. There goes flower pot. Never mind. Okay. I think Sizzac has to skip. Or they're going to have to play their glass in the blind, which is not good. This Acrobat should be coming up soon. Not a bad thing to find. Maybe not as soon as hoped. You definitely take Hallucination, go Spectral Pack. Don't know about that. There's the Acrobat. That's 9x, but it's not doing enough. Grim for a last chance at glass. That's another glass card. Even with just a suit changer, you can still get a strong hand on that, a flush house. You have 2 glass aces. Okay. Not going to be a terrible hand from Sizzac, especially if they find this Chad. All right. Sizzac has to score 90k. They were scoring roughly 40k. Probably going to have to play at least the king, likely the aces to get out here. But being down a photo chat is definitely brutal. And let's see, a 4 of a kind without Dusk. Just copying Chad. 500k. Sizzac probably gets out with this. Oh, brutal that they're gonna have that glass in the way. The glass queen that they don't want to risk. Hit the road jack. If you go for the kill, it could be tempting, but I think this faceless. Wow. Red seal poly 6. You take it in case of a justice. And we could play it in the flush with that fancy king, though I think 4 of a kind levels make it mostly obsolete. Though you can take it due to the deck size. We just need 1 glass, I believe, for Sizzac. Yes. And then we copy Dusk for the extra lucky proc. No, yes, 150k. $2 heading into last shop. Unless this hanging Chad, oh, negative $1. And the Chad isn't even there if they could even afford it. This wheel is polychrome? Yep. Huge polychrome hit.
All right. So I may have found something.
He didn't.
I see it. You did?
Doesn't have the Chad.
Yeah, I just hit the best wheel of my life.
Hey! Bang! Bang!
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, I mean I've got a hand to go for, but I doubt it'll be good enough. It'll be better than last time, but yeah. We'll see.
You know, I just want to let you know, I cannot utilize this at all, but there was a red seal polychrome 6 in a standard pack.
Wow.
That I just found. I just found it.
Nice.
And I really wanted to end this with glass red seal polychrome, but it's not gonna happen, I guess. I could always just throw, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, though. I'm not going to.
If you throw, though, I might die to blinds. They'll be even more anticlimactic.
Oh, that would be really bad, yeah. Have you not been able to find the vouchers or something? Like,
the vouchers?
yeah, because like I never think. Okay, I guess like I've gotten to the point where I can draw my entire deck no matter what.
I mean, yeah, I can too. I'm just saying. Yeah, I probably don't die to blinds, but like if my glass breaks, then maybe.
Seltzer pickup for Vagabond as well. This is not going to be a small number.
The glass has not been breaking, by the way. I've been playing it. It literally hasn't broken.
That was like what I was counting on. I'm like, okay, this build does not need glass. If the glass breaks for Vagabond, that's how we win. And
like you weren't going to shoot the moon high card, were you?
No. I didn't take the shoot the moon.
Okay. You didn't. You took that. See, like we did both differentiated on that, and it actually cost me a life. So that was a good play by you. It actually.
Yeah, I felt like Abstract was more reliable. I think I just trusted Square Joker too much. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. We'll see it. We'll see at the end. We'll see what you got.
I got out of Square Joker at the right time. Sounds like.
Yeah, he's sitting here. My roster still at 196 chips.
Square Joker's MVP.
196 chips, Squimbo.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah.
Even with the perfect deck in Vagabond, and still.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. You gotta go kind of fast. I gotta add in 1 minute and 30 seconds that I can't snooze anymore.
Okay.
Wait, that play might have cost. I mean, even the 3 of a kind wins.
Okay, I think I got you.
I think you do too.
Still trying to greed for the big hand. I don't know how many cards are left in Vagabond's deck to them covering it, but...
just gonna have to do this then. Unfortunate. Bottom deck, but whatever.
Oh, yeah, they have to do the flush house, and it's much smaller. I think that was so greedy.
Alright,
but you know the flush house
wins. I'm trying to figure out what
wins.
the best copy is here. I'm sorry.
It is.
Probably is this? All right.
Copy Chad.
Which-
4 of a kind level for the road.
Yeah, right.
Dang. All right. Shipping it.
Might be copy.
Wait, my chat just got ads. Fuck. Wait. Wait, no, I paused it.
Wait, but
Oh,
my
yeah,
chat's
I
gonna
get
get ads in
suspense.
20 seconds, and now and then they're gonna be stuck in ad for 3 minutes because I only run it once an
Are
hour.
we gonna be stalling the sand for 3 minutes?
Fuck.
It's okay. You're the one that wins.
I'm
Your
good,
chat.
I'm
You
good.
can let your chat see it. You can let your chat
Alright,
see it.
96
Oh,
billion.
Oh,
GG.
oh, there was a photo in a chat too. What the frick?
I was blueprint faceless for a
Brutal.
while.
Ah,
Blueprint faceless for a
GG
long
though,
time.
that is Vagabond, your
man.
minor league Balatro winner.
GG.
Congratulations.
GG. Oh man. Oh man. I assume a decent number of glass broke on that last one,
On the last one.
or you
yeah.
just
Let me. Well, I only had actually no, only one glass broke. The only time I honestly did not have much glass throughout the entire game. So literally, I had the blue seal polychrome king from a standard pack, glassed that bad boy up. Did not play it at all in the blinds. I actually played my 9 of hearts in the blinds, glass 4 of a kind, and with the mime, I was farming 4 of a kind levels for a while, playing the glass.
Dang.
9, and then it just didn't ever break. It just didn't ever break. And then during PvPs, I would pull out the polychrome glass, and I had 2 of those. But that's how insane glass is. That with only 2 glass, I get 96 billion.
I honestly don't know if I ever opened a standard pack that game. I felt like it was always too broke.
Oh damn! I guess it was standard pack diff then.
Yeah.
Yeah, GG, well played.
GG, well played.
I just wanted to come in to present Vagabond with the Commissioner's Trophy. You have earned a $25 gift card to any Chili's of your choosing.
This is big news.
Oh, any chilies of my choosing?
But more importantly, you've earned, I can't remember the amount we set, but $100 to $500 for a charity of your choice, Vagabond.
Oh my gosh. All right.
That's
Well, I choose. Hold on. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
I
you-
completely forgot about that.
You don't have to choose it right now. But congratulations.
I will select that later.
Thank you for participating. Thank you, Bean, for commentating for, I don't know, 18 hours straight or something like that.
We've been here a minute, but it was fun matches to watch, even though it was mostly miserable gold stake, but still enjoyable.
What do you mean?
It's so fun. It's
Makes
so
it more
fun.
entertaining, bro. 'Cause you
Dude.
never know if you're gonna die in a blind.
Most of the games
It's
is
so
just
entertaining.
who is having a worse time is how the game is decided. But you know, they were still fun to
Well,
watch.
you know, you could just go white stake and then do the exact same thing for like an hour straight.
That
in the
sounds
game,
fun. Don't you want the
Okay,
the triple
so
idol setup?
Commissioner ruling, we are going to replay the entire thing on White Stake. Bean, you're commentating all of it. Let's go.
Yep, put it back.
I don't know that I want that.
I don't know, Bean. Seems like you have to strap in your seatbelt,
Right,
commentate for
right.
5 more hours.
Great.
I mean, that's what you want, right? You know?
I mean, that's what I asked for. Put it back. But no, very good games. Very well played from both of you. It was
Dude,
fun
how
to watch.
you, bro? I'm so happy with the glass 9. By the way,
That
bro,
glass not breaking that whole seed like guaranteed the win. I'm sure you still could have got by with like average breaks, but literally no breaks until that last hand you played is
Yep.
it
Insane.
definitely
It's
makes it
nuts. That is
tough for
nuts.
Sizzac.
Oh, and Squimbo's first ever. I can't believe we both took it. By the way,
Yeah,
that's insane that we both took it.
Yeah.
I understood
was
it
kind
a
of a
bit
play.
more for Sizzac because they had the abstract instead of the shoot the moon. It's harder to scale as much with shoot the moon, but I mean, it helps with those blinds.
Yeah.
Kind
I
of.
think I think I was a bit too dedicated to it, but I should have tried to get out of it more aggressively.
Yeah, you definitely
Alright,
played
yeah.
a solid gold stake game.
Yep. All
Thanks.
right. Well,
GG's,
Yeah,
guys.
thanks for the games.
Congrats.
Thanks for the opportunity to compete in the minor league Balatro, and
Yes, thank you. It's been
forward
so
to,
fun. It has been so fun.
I look forward to whatever we do next. So, GG's.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
Woohoo!
GG.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Zeno.
Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Bean.
Bye.
We're free, chat. We are free. We can actually go to sleep now. Why don't... Okay, well, my overlay is all broken because of this. So we go Big Bean on this. And I will see you... Oh, I have my Major League game versus... I didn't update this at all. But I have my Major League game versus Nandre tomorrow. So we're going to be playing some Plasma. Time for ranked. I think I would end it. Fun matches. I assume both of the players are ending. Could raid. Who are we raiding? We'll raid Vagabond. Why not? Raid Zeno? Yeah, Zeno, go live. Alright, we're gonna raid Vagabond. I assume they're ending, but you can go congratulate them. But we made it. I survived. How long have we been doing this? We're at 30. Oh no, it's been way too long. 8 hours of casting when I was already tired to start. But fun games, fun matches to watch. We saw the playoffs. We know we got lower Mercury in the playoffs, and we will be doing that next week. Major League game tomorrow. Ranked as usual. We're gonna do a coaching stream with Phantom sometime this week, and there should be a video on my game with Edsy out tomorrow, I believe. So I will see you tomorrow, chat. Bye. Goodbye.